Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner logo, of course, here for some good old-fashioned Rainbow-Six-Siege. I'm your host, Blackjack, joined by our returning host and, your boy, CCTV and Cashroom. There's a joke there. You guys will get it when we go to the map selection for the first game. But for now,
I
CCV,
think you've
how
given
you
it away
feeling?
by.
Have
I
I?
think you've given the joke
I mean,
away
astute
by
viewers
completely
will,
saying
yeah,
system and
astute viewers will
casual.
get it.
Right, but I definitely am feeling quite excited. That's the final edition we have of the Pro Series before we head on forward into the South Asian Nationals once and for all.
Oh,
The
yes.
ultimate event of South Asian Rainbow Six that we will have in the entire competitive year. So, right now, all the teams that are still fighting for contention, that are still fighting to be in the top 8, are definitely looking to, secure better and better places as they move on forward, grab more South Asian national points, and obviously grab more prize money as they move on forward into the brackets. And these 4 teams in front of our screens, well, all 4 of these teams are in the lower brackets. They haven't had the best of times in their journey so far in the fall edition of the Pro Series, but now they can make their amends, they can move on forward, and like I previously mentioned, they can have indeed a better result.
Absolutely. I mean, Shaheens are definitely going to look to put more points on the board for themselves. That is for sure. So will Won't Stop Peaking and the rest of the teams that are. Kira Esports currently sit at 12, actually. So they've got a significant lead as compared to the other 3 teams that'll be playing today. But they want to make more points. Just turn that into maybe even 20 points if they manage to somehow get to second place. But we'll have to wait and see. As we go into the tournament format, folks, of course, you all are familiar with this. Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2 between 8th and 11th and 13th and 17th of September into the playoffs. That, of course, is where we are smack bang in the middle of it and 3 days away from the grand finale. Today is the 24th of September, and on the 27th, we'll have the BO5 grand finals. Mind you, one of the teams that'll be there is either going to be the Hunters or Mercenaries. We'll go into the brackets later to explain exactly why. But of course, BO5 grand finals in Rainbow Six,
Do we need to
never
explain
not
it?
exciting. Mm-hmm.
It is always, going to be exciting. But right now, talking about the grand finals, talking about the overall structure of this edition of Pro Series, of course, we have to mention the breakdown of the prize pool as well. The winners, as always, they'll be going home with $1,200. Runners up, they'll be getting half of that, but still, they will be going home with $600, a podium position for the third place, and $400. And finally, the team who finishes in fourth will be going home with 300. And of course, the prize pool isn't the only thing these teams are fighting for. Yes, it is a motivating factor. No one can deny that. But of course, we have to talk about the South Asian national points that are up for grabs that many of these teams are already quite familiar with. And they have gathered plenty for themselves with the past 2 editions of the Pro Series that we've had, spring and summer. The leaderboard is shaping up. And more often than not, we are seeing some of the teams already making a name for themselves in the top 8 in the region, already having their names set in stone in the South Asian Nationals. And the South Asian National points are what decide it all. So let's have a look at the system distribution points. And the first place, as always, it's been one team who has been at the top of the region for the past 2 editions. In spring and summer, Hunters have ended up taking the cake, and they sit at the top with 20 points. MRCZ runners up both of the times, 16 points for them. Now one of the teams whom we'll be seeing very, very shortly today, Kira, they're on third, Phalanx as well, 5th overall. But these standings, they can shake up very, very rapidly as we progress forward into the final edition.
Absolutely. Of course, Phalanx, Shaheens, and Won't Stop Peaking, 4, 2, and 2 points respectively. One of those 2 teams is definitely moving forward with even more points going to them. But of course, 2 of those 3 teams will definitely be getting only 2 points today, because the losers of today's matches will be set in the 6th and 5th position of the competition. As you can see in the brackets, folks, Kira Phalanx and Won't Stop Peaking Shaheens, 2 matches for today. And then, of course, going into the next few days, we have that upper bracket final that's looking mighty spicy over there. Hunters versus Mercenaries. Pretty sure at this point, those 2 have fought each other more than they fought other teams in the region. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
But hey, it's always a fantastic time to see these two titans go up against each other. Of course, Hunters, a recent success has come their way in other tournaments as well. So big ups to them for
Mm-hmm.
that. They'll be flying very high as Mercenaries will be facing a very uphill battle. But let's zoom back to today's game. Kita Esports versus Team Phalanx. And the maps, well, we haven't seen them in a couple days, so I guess it's only natural. Clubhouse will be out by Kita Esports. Phalanx bringing in
Yep.
Border. Now that's very interesting. And Oregon as the decider.
I mean, again, Blackjack, both of us, we were having this discussion prior to the stream starting as well, seeing and looking over the maps. And we talked about how, in a way, this best of three is technically bound to go to the decider map of Oregon, given the past results of these
Yes.
teams. Phalanx picking
Mm-hmm.
Border makes absolute sense. In the summer edition of the Pro Series, they end up defeating Mercenaries, I believe. It was a very close game, but still, it was a win for Phalanx on Border nonetheless. And Kira, we know Kira have been staples of the Indian rainbows, or well, in a way, the South Asian Rainbow Six scene, for such a long time. And Clubhouse, alongside Villa, to an extent, has been one of their primary maps that they really like to play. But in this case, Kira have banned Villa. Makes sense. Phalanx are quite good on it as well. They have ended up picking Clubhouse. Now, Kira and Clubhouse, it's been a tale of both success and of disdain. It's been a tale of many amazing results, but a lot of disastrous endings as well. This time, Kira, however, would like to secure that map as theirs. They would like to make sure Clubhouse is theirs because it's going to be the first map that will be picked. Then we move on to Border, and finally we'll of course have the decider map. So as long as Kira have that map of Clubhouse in their hands, no matter what happens on Border, no matter what happens on the map pick of Phalanx, Oregon is destined to happen. But similarly, for Phalanx as well, this means a brand new opportunity and a brand new situation against their opponents to exploit. Take the Clubhouse win, and on Border, you're almost destined to take the cake. Anyways, close out the best of 3, 2, and 0, leave Oregon as is. There's no need to go there. So Clubhouse is going to be quite detrimental, but I think both of us can agree that we are going to be seeing both of these teams win on their own picks and Oregon be played indeed.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the most likely outcome. I was looking over at socials as well, and good old,
Mm-hmm.
good old shoutman for SA Siege, Music J, also had a very similar prediction of a 2-1 game. So I think everybody can agree
Yeah.
Oregon is pretty much coming out. There's almost no debate about that. Just the question is, what
Mm-hmm.
will be the scores going into them? Imagine if Phalanx somehow ends up winning Clubhouse, right? And then we go into Border and Kita, oh my goodness, the pressure that'll be on them going into Border because their track record on Border has left a lot to be desired. Sure, they've gone on
Yep.
Border against the bigger teams of the region, like Mercenaries, like Hunters. So, there was going to be a bit of an uphill battle there. But unfortunately for them, it hasn't exactly been great for them on Border. So they will definitely be looking at Map 2 with a lot of trepidation right now, thinking we've got to get Clubhouse done as quickly as possible. Border is going to be
Yes.
very difficult for us. We need to save energy for that. And if they do lose Border, which again, it looks likely, but we're not saying that they will, if they do lose Border, then again, they need energy for Oregon as well. A BO3 can go very, very long, especially here in South Asia.
Uh,
So we'll have to see all about how they handle the situation at hand. Again, Phalanx is no slouch, folks. They may be in the lower brackets most of the time, but then again, that's because their matches more often than not end up against teams like Hunters and Mercenaries, so they're kind of forced to make lower bracket runs most of the time. So we'll see, because they are definitely a very good team in their own right.
They indeed are. And the thing is, well, right now, Phalanx, they end up in the lower brackets because they lost 0 and 2 to Won't Stop Peaking. Now, if we keep in mind that if we take a hypothetical scenario that, okay, Phalanx win against Kira, the next match that we have today, later in the day, Shaheens against Won't Stop Peaking, and if we say that Won't Stop Peaking win that one as well, yet again, Phalanx will find themselves in a do or die situation once more against the team that they had lost to, the team because of whom they ended up in the lower brackets. They're fighting their previous opponents, they're fighting their previous conquerors. So, even if we take into consideration Phalanx's journey that it has been, yes, I have to agree with you, Blackjack, 100%. It's not been easy, but it's not the end of it's not the end of pressure
Hmm.
for them. As a matter of fact, pressure may only increase. Despite all of this, if Phalanx do make it to the top 4 or the top 3 in the fall edition as well, props to them. They will absolutely deserve that that position, defeating Kira, defeating Won't Stop Peaking, defeating any future opponents they may encounter as well. So yeah, their journey wasn't the easiest. Right now, this match isn't also looking very any sided. I'd say it's pretty balanced, considering both of us and everyone is saying it's going to go to Oregon, and then later their future opponents, if they do end up winning, will either be Shaheens or will be Won't Stop Peaking. There are a lot of teams Phalanx will encounter, but then again, this is the final edition of the Pro Series that we have here at the Esports Club. Of course, you're going to be getting just the absolute best this region has to offer time and time again, because everything is leading up to that South Asian Nationals.
The Nationals are going to be an absolutely bonkers competition, folks. That is
Hmm.
for sure. As some final preparations are being done, getting the teams and players back into the lobby. I say back, getting into the lobby and making sure everything's running smooth. They've got no difficulties going in because I mean, sure, we will end up having like a couple pauses here and there. It kind of just happens, right? But before the
Yeah.
match starts, at the very least, make sure that the teams are ready and absolutely willing to give it their all. Once again, like we said, BO3s can go pretty long, especially if the teams involved are giving it their absolute hardest. And of course, both teams definitely will be today. As Kid Esports, they stand to lose quite a bit when it comes to this Pro Series. Should they fall today, they will, of course, be put into, I think, fifth or sixth position, right, in the bottom four, basically. And of course, they'll lose
Yeah.
out on the prize pool and they'll lose out on a good number of SA Nationals qualifiers points. Sure, they could still get into the Nationals and it'll come close, but they'd like to make it absolutely concrete, and that means getting into a minimum fourth position. And they'll have to really fight to get
Yes.
there. Phalanx, of course, will also be looking for the exact same. And mind you, they're at what 4 points if I recall correctly. So they want to make that 8 or even more than that. And again, that requires a fourth or higher position. It's going to be a tough fight for both these teams, that is for sure.
Indeed, just about the results as well. And then, of course, the legacy these teams carry. I mean, Kira, obviously, they've been always on that third position. They've been like dubbed that team, that ever since we've seen this new age of competitive R6 here in South Asia, always at the top, it's been MRCZ and Hunters X Union Gaming. They've fought the finals. Kira, every single time they've been in that third place. I mean, we jog our memories back to 2020, 2021, back when the majors used to take place as well. Back when Monka S, that team was a thing.
Oh
Again,
yeah.
Monka S had made it to the majors, MRCZ and Hunters Union, they had made it to the majors as well. Kira were also there. Kira was always destined to be that third place team, and Kira always had that benchmark position. At times, yes, they end up defeating Hunters. At times, yes, they end up defeating MRCZ in certain situations. But more often than not, they were in that podium position itself. Now, Kira in more hot waters than ever, as there are so many other teams contesting for that third place spot, and Kira are losing out to those teams to a certain extent. In the summer edition, we had a Retrograde as well, who had a brilliant run. With all the issues that Retrograde occurred, they still managed to snag such a good position as a team, registering for the first time in a Pro Series and still making it that far into the tournament, into the playoffs. That was really good. You've got Phalanx as well, you've got Shaheens encountering them. So Kira are trying to defend their position like anything, even if it's not the best, even if they're not like the defending champions and all. Kira still have that glory to maintain, and Phalanx, they're looking to overturn that, and now everyone is looking forward to the map of Clubhouse. So operator bans it is, and let's see which exact operator shall be knocked off. And Blackjack, this is where I'd like to hear your opinion, because I am not too caught up with the current meta of Siege.
I mean, all things considered, there's going to be a hard breacher ban. It is Clubhouse, of course,
I
but
mean,
recently
Clubhouse, yeah.
Clubhouse and hard breachers, yeah, but recently, interestingly enough, Clubhouse hasn't had too many hard breacher bans, mind you. The last one I can recall was Ace from a couple of nights ago, but other than that, on Clubhouse, teams have also preferred to ban operators like OSA every now and again. So I'll have to see whether or not that operator gets banned. Of course, as we all know, Thatcher will. Okay, that is absolutely brand new. This
Oh,
one has not been seen before, folks. So,
yeah.
quick preface as to why Fuse was banned. The best thing I can think of is for basement site defense,
The
right?
update?
Fuse is yeah. I think it's down to the fact that Fuse is so essential for attack on basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially on the
Yeah.
kitchen side, on the kitchen
Yeah,
corridor.
yeah, yeah.
Soft floors means cluster charges go brr, and utilities
Yes.
in the entirety of Arsenal just cannot sit down, right? So the Fuse ban actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Kaid, of course, to complement the Thatcher ban from before, just to keep things a bit competitive on both sides, and the Valkyrie because literally nobody likes defenders to have intel at this point, not even defenders themselves. So, with all that being said, the bans have been taken care of. Fuse and Valkyrie, and Thatcher and Kaid from the teams involved. And with that being said, let's have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for us today. From the side of Kid Esports, we have Aturv, Deathamer, Avidvi, Vortex, and Shrisha. And from the side of Team Phalanx, as we load in the game, we have Sherry, Devastating, Hercules, Hussein, and Lefty playing today.
All right, so yeah, both of these teams they've had a couple of changes in their rosters as well. Last I remember, I mean, the one that's really sticking out to me, of course, is Shrisha. Retrograde. Rest in peace. That roster, it's no more. So Shrisha has made his way on forward into Kira as well. And to be fair to Shrisha, he's been giving it his all. I mean, before, like after the summer edition of Pro Series was done, he had a bit of break, and I actually queued up a lot of games with Shrisha. Not in Rainbow Six, some other game. He doesn't even play that anymore. He's completely just going grind mode, and definitely some recent results have spoken that. I saw the scoreboard. He has been at the top of his game as he always is. This time on Iana, he's ready to get some more kills. But yeah, apart from that, Kira is always, they've had their roster changes. Like, it's never been a major roster change for Kira. Always it's been a couple of players going in and out of the team. Yeah, yeah, there have been so many instances. I'm not going to try and remember that because I may not. But as for Phalanx, things are looking all the more calm right now. Azami once more brought in. I mean, this is just like we talk a lot about the attacker side of things. We talked about the Fuse meta as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, Blackjack, but wasn't there an update schedule where Fuse could use his breach through the reinforcements as well? And oh wait, was that a team kill from a third?
Yes. Yes, it was. Unfortunately, a turf team killing right there. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Seems like Kira Esports have kind of fallen apart on this attack. A turf team killed, I think, Deathamer, and we saw the Iana go down to Lefty. The refrag was taken by Vortex, but it's only left them now in a 2v3 as Avidvi finds one more body. Devastating goes down. But to go back to what you were asking, yes, the update, I think it's been at least over a season now. Fuse is able to throw cluster charges, as in use them even on reinforced walls, which was a massive change, right? And he's become so much more powerful because of it. And, that's another reason, because the hatches, if they're not kaided, right, if there's no electrification on the hatches, that means Fuse can still get to you.
This is why I thought, yeah.
Ooh.
Indeed. But right now, well, it's all down to Avidvi. Last man standing. He's got one exothermic charge. He's got the 556 as well in hand. Also has the diffuser with him. But the thing is, he doesn't have the HP, neither does he have the positioning to make something out of it. I mean, the defenders, yeah, they've got his location pinpointed. The yellow pings are coming through. Hercules peaks, lands a headshot, and Phalanx, they take round number 1. Okay, so for Kira, what was the major problem? Well, they couldn't really get near the bomb site at all. Wherever they were trying, they were being knocked out. Yeah, they got the main CCTV breach open. They even got a kill through it thanks to Avidvi, getting the shots down. But on towards the bedroom and construction side of things, first of all, you had that team kill. Then, like you had mentioned, Jack, Lefty dropped Shrisha. So your Iana, your entry fragger was gone. And Kira, in no way, shape, or form could they have launched an execution. So a simple round comes to an end for Team Phalanx.
And a pretty good round as well, all things considered. You always want to start off on your best foot possible against a team like Kira Esports, and that is exactly what Phalanx are up to right now. Beautiful first round from them, as we will move to gym and bedroom in place of basement church. So a little bit of a change up from what we see from Phalanx. Usually, if they go clubhouse, they kind of seem to prefer going to basement church right after CCTV. And especially if they lose, they change it up as quickly as possible. This time they've won it, so they don't have to
10
worry
seconds to go.
too much about going to basement because the meta, of course, is also
5
available,
seconds
so
left
they'll
in
be
the
able to
fourth
use
quarter.
those one-way black mirrors to their fullest extent, and that is exactly what
Locate
they
and
will be
defuse the
looking to
bomb.
do. Extension out into the side of CCTV. There will be barbed wires on the red hallway, or red stairs hallway as they were. You've got the Mute, you've got the
Mm-hmm.
Jaeger, and the Frost from Hussein. Frost has become a staple of Gym Bedroom now that I think about it. There is no round that we see here that Frost isn't played for. But speaking of, there's going to be the Ace, a Turv, breaching out towards CCTV. I think that the sound is so clear while Hercules is in the cash room. So the Jaeger is going to be facing a bit of trouble very quickly. Okay, so the Ace breach was on the single wall here in construction. Thermite took care of CCTV's main wall. That's interesting.
It is interesting, now that all the breaches are done, wherever the breaches are happening with what operators as well. Most important for Kira is they have found a way of entry into the building, and Deathma, he needs to capitalize off of that. Indeed, he does. Isolated gunfight. Hercules falls. This time, Lefty, he's on the Mira, not on the Jaeger. So he'll be playing a lot more passive role inside of the bomb site, adjacent to the bomb site. But the defenders still, same problem for them. They are being forced back by these attackers. They're trying to keep that map control. They're trying to keep their presence. But Hussein and every single defender that's out here, they've got to be very
Oh
careful.
boy.
Yep, the Frost gets lit up, and Hussein, there's no way for him to escape. He's shot down by Athar. Beautiful headshot. And look at this pincer maneuver from Kira. They are choking these defenders out of their respective positions, forcing them back until there's no room for them to move, and only then will they execute.
A bomb has been located.
Absolutely, that's smart stuff here from Kid Esports right now. They've taken full control of the gym, of the CCTV cash room, and pretty much construction side
Mm-hmm.
as well. The meta watching construction is, of course, going to be their next big issue. As Sherry, I think, wants to push out, and he's going to do exactly that. Flashbangs out, finds the ace, gets the kill. Can he walk back in time? Yes, he does. That's a first major kill right there. And there's another
Oh,
lefty finding Death Armor. Sudden collapse potentially from Kira as they've lost two bodies. The body
yeah.
count is equalized, but not for long. Trisha comes back around, finds Sherry. The castle is down. I don't think this gunfight is one the lefty should be going for. That's a bad angle against the Iana, no less. As he's just hunkered down inside of Jim. More shots are fired, this time through construction. All the way from Cash, actually. Vortex still trying to get down this hatch, but Devastating is more than ready. Finds that kill. Flashbangs are out. Another one might come in as Shrisha finds Lefty. Now it's a bad situation because the is all alone. 1v1. Beautiful shot. All you gotta do is find
11
the Thermite
seconds.
coming to the window. Does he know? No, he doesn't. And Avidvi in the last 10 gets the last kill, somehow securing the round. Kid Sports very close, but they will equalize 1-1.
They will indeed, and yeah, things were looking really according to plan for the side of Kira up until the mid round, where the repercussion took place from Phalanx, and the retaliation took place from the side of Team Phalanx. They started, contesting more and more of those gunfights, and credit to them, they went in the favor of the defenders. It helped Phalanx get more of those kills, and it was at that point where Kira really were under pressure, but a lot of it was alleviated thanks to even more firefights taking place, where the attackers then took the win. So again, it was just a major shift in the momentum of these teams. You had one of the teams getting a lot in their favor. You had one of the teams start off with a brilliant foot forward, which was the attackers. Then you had Phalanx swing back into the round, not give up a lot of their possession, fight for that map control, fight for the adjacent rooms next to the bomb site, especially like logistics office, and then construction even to that extent, thanks to that Mira, that the Mira Black Mirror that was present next to the Frost mat. That was really a power angle being held by the defenders, being utilized by the defenders, and they took it, and they used it to the fullest of extents. But finally, Kira got their way around, and in that 1 versus 1, we just had the advantage because of better weaponry, and yeah, the defender not really having a chance of anticipating where the attackers would come from.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was just it came down to that 1v1, but there was a big lack of intel for both of them, right? It just so happened that Avidvi
Mm-hmm.
was playing the Thermite, was on the balcony with a much clearer line of sight onto where the meat would have been. And Devastating, unfortunately, didn't quite have that same level of freedom, I would say. There was a shield facing the, straight mattress right behind the bed. So some would say that,
Mm-hmm.
sure, the meat should have taken that position instead, and probably would have been a more secure position than maybe going out right behind the bomb. But I think what Devastating was expecting was for the Thermite to push from construction instead of outside in the balcony. So, just a couple of presumptions, one working out, the other not so much, as the Kid Esports timeout slowly comes to the timer being turned down. And we are. Oh, okay, they're going back to gym bedroom. So it seems that Phalanx are pretty confident on their gym bedroom hold. I mean, who
Attackers need
wouldn't
to
be, right?
locate and
They
defuse
brought
as many
Kira from
bombs as
that
they can.
3v5 down to the 1v1, and it was really only the
Right.
minor mistakes right towards the end that they did, and losing bodies early, which they will try to do better on this time around. Try to change things up, maybe change a couple of operator positions. They brought the bandit in this time and placed the mute for Jacuzzi. And since there is no thermite available, I do get it. I think there's going to be a couple of ADSs on Jacuzzi wall for grenades as well, just to keep things protected. There's going to be a castle barricade, of course, already on gym window, maybe even on gym
10
door.
seconds to insertion.
Again, everything to keep that Jacuzzi wall closed, because that is a big
5
point of
seconds
pressure.
remaining.
And they're sort of trying to read Kira Esports. They're trying to stop them preemptively
Attackers
from
must
breaching
locate
that
and
wall.
defuse a bomb.
And that would, of course, be very helpful if they get this read right, because the last time Kira, they centered it entirely on construction and CCTV. So it stands to reason that they'd switch it up. And it's up to Kira if they do. But if they do, then this could be a good read from the failing side, as the first breach on construction is
Oh,
half
it's
denied,
done.
I guess. Yeah, just
I
the
mean,
first
the breach is
yeah,
done.
first strip was done.
Now they can throw utility through it, and oh wait,
Oh
he's
boy,
opening this
oh boy,
deck.
oh boy.
Trisha, he gets it. He gets it. Hercules departs. There are the footholds present in bar. Shisha will have to maneuver his way around and try and get a kill, which he indeed does. So once more, it is Diana getting that double kill, and Blackjack. It's only been 45 seconds into the action
Yep.
phase. Already, Kira Esports have converted this round into a 5 versus 3. Already, your two roamers, your Jaeger and the castle are gone, thus leaving the remaining defenders anchoring in the bomb site with 120 seconds for the attackers to spend. Wait, wait, what? In a
Okay, then.
3v5, he ran out.
Um, I am not sure as to the decision making behind that one, as Deathhammer's going to go ham on the
Indeed.
castle barricades, get all the line of sights blown wide open. They, of course, get the mirror window open as well. Devastating, somehow dodging the hatch and the shots from below. Lefty solo on HP now. And there we go. Devastating caught inside of construction. Lefty's the last one standing, trying to go for a jump up, but Avidvi's already watching that cross from within construction. And that, of course, leaves the round flawlessly in the way of Kira Esports. Very well done. They actually did largely the same thing. I think they saw, failing setting up Jacuzzi wall that heavily, right? And they thought, okay, they want
Yeah.
us to go there. They're expecting us to go there. Let's just not do that. They did largely the same thing. It really helped that Trisha got those two early kills. One with the grenade from below, and the other on the roamer.
Attackers
I
need
think
to
that was the
locate and
Jaeger,
defuse
right,
as
on the
many
first
bombs
floor
as they
bar
can.
side.
No, it was
So
the castle.
those,
The Jaeger
it was
died
the
first.
castle.
And
Jaeger died first.
yeah,
Okay. So yeah, those two kills going off early definitely helping Kid Experts a lot, right? Lefty and Devastating,
exactly.
they will need to position themselves a little better. Although as far as the grenade from below thing goes, it's more down to that being a common grenade spot. So the Jaeger could have stood anywhere else and been relatively safe, speaking. But well, we're gonna see whether or not that happens later on in the game, as we have gone back to CCTV and cash room once
10
again.
seconds to insertion.
Alright, so yeah, Phalanx playing to their
5
strengths,
seconds left.
they realized, alright, let's not go to basement arsenal just yet. We have in our objective rotation, we have CCTV and cashback. Let's have a confirmed win here, and only then let's experiment and go to Arsenal and Church and see how exactly does the rounds progress there. But for Kira right now, getting 2 rounds on Gym definitely really good, because it sets them up for at least like a 3-3 half at the very least, that is. Because even if failing take the win here on CCTV and Cash, even if they then go to Gym and Bedroom, they win there, they are bound to go to. Oh, sorry. Even if they win Basement Church and Arsenal, then they're bound to go to Gym and Bedroom, where Kira have been quite so dominant with their attacks. So Kira on attack, they're looking really well. And this round is where it will really be tested if Kira have really learned their lesson from previously of not giving up those early gunfights, breaching smartly, breaching properly, not going for the team kills as well. Believe it or not, Kira definitely should make sure that's a lesson they've learned. And then, of course, it's going to be clear out the Roma. So they've cleared out bedroom. Everything till bedroom is done. They make their way forward in towards construction as well. The defenders, as always is the case with this bomb side, they are playing backed up. With the one exception of the Azami, Hussein is roaming all the way towards, I believe that's like bar stairs and all, yeah, main stairs towards bar. He's playing right there, so he can set himself up for a potential flank. But other than that, Kira are really close to a bomb site and they've got plenty of time.
Yeah, it's very surprising how quickly we've got a third already trying to breach into the construction side of things. Sherry has to be careful about this. The only one watching this door right now, there is a cross, of course, from the red stairs side of things, as no bodies have been dropped either. We finally got the CCTV breach coming in as well. Diffuser's still on the roof. Someone should go pick that up if they want to make this play, because it's going to be a last 30 seconds play. I think Sherry with a DBNO now. That's a grenade from below that's done that damage, as a breach is now going off on the construction single wall. Hussein looking to block this off with the Kiva barrier potentially, as the Azami has always been so useful for this. Sees the ace, that could be a kill, and it will be, and blocks it off to boot, allowing for a quick rotate out to watch a different angle of the map. Hussein finds another, that's Deathamar down, and still somehow alive here, crossing over in these very dangerous thoroughfares. But no, the Azami refuses to give up. Lefty finding another, and there goes Vortex and Hercules, all before the downed operator could even bleed out on the floor. That was in the last, what, 40-ish seconds. Kira Esports completely collapsing on the attack.
Yeah, Kira Esports, in terms of their objective when it comes to map control, they did everything perfectly. They got the breaches done, construction as well, although it was temporarily blocked because of that key barrier from Azami. Still, they were looking to move on forward. They were looking to restrict the defenders further and further. But when it came to the gunfights, they just completely, like you mentioned, collapsed. Not a single gunfight going their way, which ultimately meant that Phalanx could maneuver anywhere around the bomb site. Yeah, there were bullets flying across both of the rooms, across both cache and CCTV. No angle was a safe angle, quote unquote. But Phalanx still maneuvered their way. They still easily picked and chose their gunfights, won said gunfights, and eventually got a flawless round. So Kira, I think, yeah, I mean, there's not much to say. I think all of us realize what happened in that round. Kira just couldn't win any of those firefights. But how exactly do Kira change that? That's a discussion, and that's a thought they'll be having for the remainder of this entire map, is that how exactly, do you not convert to an extent, a winning round, or not a winning round, an advantageous round into a complete flawless loss, which Phalanx end up taking. So Kira have got to be careful with their gunfights. Maybe they start attacking a little sooner, and by attacking I mean, going into the face of the defenders, looking for those kills a little bit sooner. Whether it be the roam clear, get rid of those roamers, or it's about attacking the anchors, Kira need to speed the process of eliminating the defenders more than they're focusing on just gaining map control. And this is a good example of that. They've isolated the Azami in towards CCTV. Maestro is making his way up. That can be quite interesting. Hussein, he wins the gunfight against Shresha. Beautiful stuff. Really a play you never expect to happen. A Maestro pushing up towards the first floor. But it did happen and it did work. Not only that, Sherry also escapes beautifully and safely back towards Oil Pit.
All right, then. Again, that Maestro on main stairs, not an expected play. And, had that gone wrong, I'm pretty sure we'd be lambasting Hussein for even attempting that. So even bigger props for getting away with a play like that. right at the beginning. That is, of course, the Iana down. So, you know, infinite drones, effectively speaking, with the Gemini replicator and a couple grenades no longer in play. You still got the Zofia, Sledge, Box, so much hard breach from Kira Esports. They absolutely wanted to make sure that control over Arsenal would be something that they would not struggle with. Others coming in for the hatch breach. Gotta be careful of impact tricking. As we can see, a defender rushing to the position. There we go. One impact. A second one should be thrown. There we go. Is the Maestro going to come in to try and do impact tricking now? Or is it going to be Lefty? Look at that. Lefty's already there. There's another set of impacts. Now the Maestro needs to get there to try and deny hatch breach. They're really going all in with this. And another one goes out. Hussein, one more maybe? No, Others stopped trying to breach it, because I think they see that, yeah, it's kind of pointless to do that. We don't have any more Exkyros pellets from the Hibana. So that kitchen hatch is staying closed, I think, folks. No, wait a minute. Avidwi had secondary hard recharge. I just saw it, and the kill on Hussein. So the refrag is taken a little late in the round, but nonetheless, 35 seconds remain. Kira making this late push. Very feasible right now, but they still have the smoke to deal with in dirt. Nobody's pushed dirt, but Hercules goes down. So does Lefty. Sherry finding a Vidvi, but it's all up to the smoke, who gets taken down by Vortex. A quick fall in within the last 30 seconds of the round means Kid Esports will be able to secure the round nonetheless, despite some early issues that they were facing, mainly with the Maestro on main stairs. But it's now 3-2. Kira has made sure that there's no lead that Phalanx can take in the first half. So Phalanx going into the second half, they will want to make it 3-3 and try to take lead on the attack. But it's going to be difficult. As we know, Clubhouse is a defender-sided map.
Yeah, it is indeed a defender-sided map. Phalanx, they're going to go back to gym in bedroom for the third time now. Every single time they've been here, it's not been a good result for them. Both the rounds, occurring as a loss. So they know how difficult of a decision it is for them to, go back here. But they would much rather take up their chances on gym and bedroom than they would on basement, church, and Arsenal. And it makes sense, because Phalanx did everything they could when it comes to their utility usage to deny Kira that opportunity of executing into the bomb site on basement, church, and Arsenal. Kira prevailed nonetheless. Despite all of the impact grenades thrown, despite a brilliant roam from Sherry, as that Azami, despite that play from Hussein as that Maestro, going up main stairs, getting that kill onto the Yana, and then falling back, and then going for the impact tricking, Kira still won the round. So Phalanx realized that, okay, no, I think it's better if we stick our guns and stick our resources onto gym and bedroom, execute from there. But Kira as well, they already know how to attack here, they already know how to win here, and once more, it wouldn't be a gym and bedroom execute from Kira if it's not Hercules, the Jaeger, to depart first. It's only been 30 seconds and Deathmark gets the opener.
Once again, a quick opening kill right there from Kira Esports, as we have Avidwi trying to navigate around the Meat Jammer's placement on this wall in Jacuzzi. But unfortunately, that's not quite high enough. He's going to try to go even higher, maybe. Try to change up the angle a little bit. Maybe this one. Maybe this side. It might. Yes, there we go. The breach is going to be possible. As Sherry, in the meanwhile, finds Trisha on the bottom floor. Trisha, of course, was instrumental on getting an early start against Phalanx a couple of rounds ago on, of course, the side being Jim. So that is a pretty big drop once again. Trisha, last couple of rounds, has been a little quiet, admittedly so. But that kill is still very impactful nonetheless. The grenades from below would have been huge as Deathamer trying, but failing to take stock of where that damage is coming from. That, of course, was the castle, as we heard. As the push from the main breach should be coming in just a second here. Grenades are out, and they're trying to get rid of the Meat Jammer to get the Mira window open. But that grenade flew a little too far, I think, as the Turv is now taking damage. And Sherry finds the ace. Huge drop right there, as this could be another one. Yes, Lefty walks away with another kill. Vortex finding Sherry, but 3v2, and you've only got 2 operators on less than half. Ooh, this is difficult for Kira this time.
It is. They will have to isolate these gunfights and then move on forward. The concussions are there, and yes, Hussein's the first one to depart. There is an attacker in gym, and for the time being, Deathma is the only attacker alive. Lefty gets the headshot, and Phalanx do end up getting their 6th round on board. So At the end of the day, it is going to be still, a manageable half for the side of Phalanx. Yes, it was their defense, but it's still 3-3. If they can somehow manage the attack and if they can get that odd extra round here or there, maybe they set themselves up for that overtime. But Kira have that slight advantage, just again a statistical advantage Kira have based on how we know Clubhouse tends to go. But all of that can
Attackers need to
change. This is a
locate
very,
and
very
defuse the
specific
bomb.
match. You really can't rely on statistics and overall data, as was the lesson I had learned in the grand finals of the spring edition of the Pro Series. I base my prediction off of statistics, historical data, everything, and look how that ended up for CCV. So yeah.
You and me both, buddy. You and me both. It is what it is. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a thing. I mean, predictions wise, I've learned my lesson since, right? I get like 1 in
Yeah.
20 right these days. So,
10 seconds
yeah, not
left
exactly
before
the best
insertion.
track record. The only one who got it right was Baba Gusta. And, we'll have
He's
him
the
on later
prediction
today,
god.
of
What
course.
can I say?
He's the prediction god. Yeah, absolutely. Don't say that to his
Mhm.
face, though. He's going to try his
Attackers
hardest
are
to
moving
deny
out
it.
to locate a bomb.
But we're going to be going to Basement Church. Round 7, of course, means the sides have switched. Phalanx are on the attack. Kid Esports on the defense. We've got another Maestro in play, this time from Shrisha, looking to continue the high-impact game that he's been having so far. Deathmar bringing in the Womai to complement Vortex's Jaeger. And we also have a Melusi in play as a Widwi runs things out with the smoke. Pretty standard, actually, for Basement Church now that I think about it, in terms of the operators we're seeing here. Phalanx, in the meanwhile, of course, again, pretty standard attacking side of things. An ace, a Hibana, a couple of soft breachers, but Dathomir goes down first. Where was the Wamai? That lefty found him so
He was
early.
in
So somewhere in
CCTV.
the... Ah, okay. Well, that's a big early kill. And those discs, that would have been so useful later in the round. Well, we're going to be missing out, or Kira's going to be missing out on at least 3 of them.
Loading Mac.
That is true. Kira right now, not only does Vamai's like utility, I mean the lack thereof now affect Kira, but also the positioning. Very rapidly, Phalanx eliminate the single rumor that was out there. If you compare it to Phalanx's defense on basement, Sherry was making a lot of ruckus on that second floor CCTV room, and then Sherry fell back safely through oil pit in towards blue room and went back to the bomb site. This was not the case for Deathamo. As a matter of fact, now it's the attackers making their way on forward into the blue room. I mean, Hussein as the buck of all operators is the one to move on forward. I mean, I'd assume that Buck would be leading the charge when it comes to the vertical play, but I guess they've got Sherry as the sledge, the Hibana's present. They've got plenty of utility, is what I'm trying to say. Phalanx have no lack of utility, they've got plenty, adequate resources to help them launch this execution. Kira will be going for the impact trick, but they need to figure out something, they need to look after some other form of resources. Their manpower, it's depleting. Athar also goes down. The hatch is now breached. Phalanx still have 55 seconds to execute with 5 members. This is not looking like a good defense from Kira. Can they overturn it? And if yes, how will they?
That is the question, isn't it? It's going to be a very hard situation to turn over right now. Lefty on the blue stairs, running halfway down it. That's a lot of noise. That I think that's a Jaeger there. Yes, Vortex will have time to react to. Grenade is thrown out, potentially as maybe a little bit of clearance of any utility, maybe a Banshee, maybe a Mute Jammer, whatever could be here. Not Mute Jammer, there's no Mute in play. As Shrisha finds the first Kid Esports kill, maybe a second one. No, gets taken down because Sherry's already in the site. Lefty comes in, finds Vortex, and now it's all down to a Vidvi. Finds one, finds two, and the diffuser has to be planted. There's only 4 seconds remaining. The Devastating's gonna go straight in, and Sherry on the cover finds the smoke on blue. Okay, that got uncomfortably close for Phalanx right there. I'm pretty sure they'll be talking very, very heatedly about what went wrong in the middle there, because they got in the site. Avidwi just walked in, cleared everything out on Church, and they could have gotten the plant off if not for that smoke. Avidwi definitely had a moment there where it looked like a possible clutch, and Phalanx will not have liked that. But they will take the lead 4-3 in their favor. And I think, yes, this is after winning round 1. This is the first time since they are taking the lead here. So good on them. They are definitely catching up to whatever Kira Esports is putting down.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth. I mean, that's been the theme of this entire map so far. That's been a back and forth, and I can go so far as to say that it may just be the theme of the entire best of three. Like round after round after round, it's going to be a nail-biting affair because both of these teams, in a way, like I was mentioning in the pre-match presentation, they're both fighting for the same thing. It's that third position, the coveted
10
third
seconds
position
left
spot
before
in
insertion.
South Asian Rainbow Six right now, and there are many contenders for
5
that.
seconds
I
left.
mean, I gave so many examples. Kira, Phalanx, Retrograde used to be a thing. Shaheens are
Attackers'
fighting
objective
for
is to
it.
locate a
Yeah,
bomb and
all of
defuse
these
it.
teams know that breaking into the top two is, for the time being, a very, very difficult task, but they can definitely be in that top three. So even Team Uwu for that matter. All right, they lost, to Won't Stop Peaking 0-2. They are out of the fall edition of the series. But the next competitive year that we have, we may see a refined version of Team Uwu, and we may see them starting off the games from the first edition of the Pro Series as well, which can lead to a better result. So there are no lack of teams who are fighting for that third position, which is why the competition is ever so fierce, which is why Kira and Phalanx are indulging in this back and forth fight, just punch after punch after punch. They're taking hits, but they're going for the counters as well. It's only a matter of time before one of these teams does end up taking the map. But the thing is, it's round 8, and we still don't know who exactly the team is going to be.
That's the thing, right? When it comes to these sorts of back and forth games, it is always so difficult to tell who could take the lead. And even if there's a round lead for the time being, sure, Phalanx are 4-3 up, but there is every reason that Kira Esports, like everything that we've seen so far, pretty much dictates that Kira will probably take a round back and make it 4-4, maybe go into 5-5, and then maybe even push into overtime. As every time there's an equalizer, overtime becomes more and more likely between these two teams. And of course, we all love overtime around here at the Esports Club, so we'll have to wait and see as to how that pans out. Once again, impact tricking happening as Phalanx tries to get the hatch open. Devastating is doing everything possible. There's Vortex now to try and impact it out. There's going to be another one that leaves Devastating with 10 X-Kairos still remaining, mind you. 10 X-Kairos in that launcher still remaining. Meanwhile, defenders are out of impacts. There's only one C4 that Deathmar has that can still be used as explosive utility, but I think Deathmar is going to be saving that for, of course, anyone who gets close to the site. Maybe a vertical C4, maybe even a horizontal one. Plenty of verticality being done as well. 40 seconds on the clock. Nobody has gone down yet, and usually when attackers haven't taken a single defender into the last 30 seconds, it usually means it's going to be a very bloody final end of the
Deathmo.
round here.
Oh,
Oh boy.
was so close. He was on his cams. I was afraid for his life right there. But he waits that, throws the C4. Now it's about the attacker's life. Rid of the Iana hologram, trying to delay the attackers. 15 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a full-on execute from the side of Phalanx. They have to flood the bomb site. They've got no choice. They get the entry, but Kira are still present. Phalanx need to prioritize planting the diffuser. Yes, they do. They drop down from kitchen hatch, but bodies drop nonetheless. 3 attackers alive. Their positions are not good. They're next to each other. Devastating already in a down but not out state. Kira Esports will start to converge on these 2 attackers right now. You can see Hercules. Oh, what a brilliant shot from him. Lefty is still there, and now Lefty is the only one. One is down. Vortex low on HP. Shrisha needs to use the Alda, and yes, he does. Kira Esports. They win the round. They will disable the diffuser, and they will equalize the score.
There we go, folks. Another equalizer happening here between these two teams. They are very much fighting tooth and nail right now. And again, this could have swung either way. Phalanx with maybe a little bit better positioning, a little bit better timing on their drop-ins, might have actually gotten away with a plant like that, a rushed plant as it were, in the last 25 seconds or so. They needed to get it done. And again, just a little bit change in positioning, maybe a little bit change in who
Attackers need
went
to
where,
locate and defuse
and they
the
could
bomb
have
base.
turned that round into a win for themselves. But hey, talking about what ifs is not going to get us anywhere. So let's go moving forward into round number 9. As we've gone to second first CCTV and cash room once again. How many times have we seen this as 1, 2, 3 times overall. We've seen Jim Bedroom a lot, that is for sure. Twice back to
Yes.
back, and then once in round number 6. If Curie Sports win this defensive round, we will be seeing Jim Bedroom once again from them. Should they lose this round, though, I am interested to see, do they still
10
want to
seconds
go
to
there,
insertion.
or will they come back to CCTV? Given how they went back to Basement Church,
5
that
seconds
second
left
option
before
looks
insertion.
more likely, but again, that's all speculation for the future. Right now, round 9
Locate and defuse
just
the
hits
bomb.
action phase.
All right, so yeah, done with the preparatory phase. The defenders, they're wrapping up their setup as well. And again, it's all set in standard. I mean, except for the Azami, who, I mean, I've mentioned it a lot of times, and of course, it's been the talk of the town. Azami really has had so much more of that presence in the competitive meta right now. Apart from her, everything is exactly the same. You know, the bandit is there as the anti-breacher, the exothermic charge. Oh, Hercules. He saves it. Still takes a chunk out of his HP, but he'll be fine for that thermite. Now he cares more about his carefully crafted exothermic charges, more for his life. I'm sure that is law as well. But for Phalanx right now, still the objective is how do you breach into CCTV? You need to take lounge control. You need that bandit to be out of that place as soon as possible. So they're not contesting lounge just yet. Instead, Hussein is playing from
Bomb has been
behind.
located.
Lefty's got the frag grenade, tosses it towards the CCTV window. I assume that destroys the bandit charges. But meanwhile, the bandit himself departs. Shrisha loses his life, and he's the first one to fall alongside the CCTV wall.
All right, minute 40, and the CCTV breach is done. Lefty's going to walk right into construction as well. Got to be careful of the bedroom side of things. Shots could be fired from there, could be fired from below. Lefty taking damage, unaware as to where for the time being. But just got to be, again, careful of those flanks. Gemini is thrown out. Hussein's drone goes down in the meanwhile, I believe, as Lefty just got to, make sure that he stays alive. The Geminis are extremely important for the remainder of this round. CC Breach has done this interesting half angle almost that the defenders are playing with will also come into play as Hussein taking damage right now. The Osa doesn't have a shield in their pocket right now because the Osa shield is of course already placed in, but no. Okay, that's interesting. The breach got denied. I think the timing with the impact EMP was just a little off right there. Needed to be quicker on that. As the Saint takes a bit of damage, smoke grenades going out. 40 seconds remain. Vortex, what is that?
Oh.
Okay. Interesting decision making. Gets taken down because Devastating was quick on the trigger. Hercules and Lefty are low on HP. 30 seconds remain. Out there watching the cross, Hussein finds a Vidwi, and a full fall into the cache is inevitable. Deathmer finding one. That's Hercules gone. Another breach by the Thermite. And the diffuser has been picked up. Shay's going to go for the plant. And a Turf finds one more 2v3, but it's a 1v3. Hussein with the drop in. And it's all up to a Turf now. The last one standing. There's one on the balcony outside the breach. Finds a wall bang. That's Hussein down. 1v2. It is still possible. But the question is, how do you find the player that's on the breach behind an Osa shield, no less? Goes around right by the bomb chassis. Callouts will be given. He's gonna cross and isn't taken down just yet. But there's Sherry in construction to make sure that the Jaeger can't progress any further than that. Phalanx once again taking a lead, winning round 9 as they make it 5-4 in their favor.
Yep. Yet again, Phalanx do end up taking the round win, and this time it was a lot more concise. This time they respected the time in a round, and the reason I say that is because the execution and the way in which they executed onto the bomb site as well. They planted the diffuser, the post plant positioning. Nothing was rushed because of the past events, because of the fact that they eliminated some of the defenders already. They had plenty of site control, they had plenty of avenues to execute from as well. All of that eventually did lead to Phalanx having a comfortable post plant, shall I say. Even in that 1 versus 3 Northern, yeah, he got an amazing headshot onto Hussein, eliminated that person in towards Cash from rafters. Again, a very, very lethal shot nonetheless. But still, after all of that, Phalanx were very comfortable in their positioning. They had the two players, looking for each other indirectly. You had the one person behind that Osa shield, like you had mentioned, Jack, and just the huge amount of information helped them to secure that round win, is what I'm trying to say. And this is how Phalanx really should be looking to play is that they know for a fact gunfights are the one thing that if they go in favor of a certain team, it will keep on happening and it will be a domino effect. Say for example, Kira get the opening kill, chances are they can get another one as well. Chances are they can make it 5 versus 3, and the same applies to Phalanx. So Phalanx really have to think about exactly how to execute onto the side, get that utility down, and then worry about the kills. And as soon as they get the kills done, it can be a piece of cake for them. So once more, same bomb site, same composition from these players as well, and should be the same strategy. Well, I wonder, why do Kira think it will be a different result? Are they looking for kills? I mean, Avidby already engages in a gunfight. Hussein, Avidby, both of them, getting some damage traded off, but the defenders are not backing off any of their positions for the time being.
But the first defender will lose their life. Avidby, not sure what the ideation was with those gunfights, but Deathmer finding Hussein on the other side. That's your Osa taken care of, and as we saw, Akira really liked their Osa shields as well. Hercules trying to go for a breach right now, is unable to because the bandit batteries are not gone, and they have lost access to their impact EMPs. The grenades did not work. Sherry could do something from down below as the Zofia on Lounge, of course, going up. That was one of the most common things seen in Clubhouse for even a year ago or so. But it seems like Sherry might be occupied elsewhere. Yes, trying to breach bathroom, but no! Opens the wall, runs out of ammo, gets shot down. Deathmer with 2. Lefty finds the kill in return, as the attackers definitely have a little bit of a worse situation to deal with here. 3v2 right now, as they're moving towards the construction site. No breach on CCTV, mind you. And once again, there is no impact EMP, so getting into construction is going to be pretty difficult as in its own right. We're going to see what the bandit is, but again, no breach, so it's going to be exceptionally difficult for them to even make this play as the flashbangs are thrown out. Hercules wants to go in, checks the correct angle, but loses the gunfight. And 1v3 Lefty again falling prey to that same long angle from Garage.
I mean, yeah, right here, we already know for a fact that they had to brute force their way in. You can't even blame the Phalanx players for trying the flashbang play, but then again, the barbed wire, the shield that was there in Cash, Athar holding the angle from rafters, it was just too much to bear for these attackers right there. And it led to, again, a simple win for Kira Esports. And this is, I think, what has been happening for the past couple of rounds, is that the rounds in of themselves, with a couple of exceptions, haven't really been extremely chaotic. Like I say with a couple of exceptions because, yeah, there was this the previous Church and Arsenal execute where it was that 5 versus 5 execute with like 15 seconds on the clock, and Kira managed to secure it with a 3v0. They disabled the diffuser as well. Again, with that, setting that round aside, is that these teams are taking their wins comfortably, and so much of the round results is being decided in the middle rounds. We are seeing major eliminations take place. We are seeing a major shift in the dynamic of these teams early on. Is that Phalanx, if they're executing and they find a couple of kills, then they can just choke Kira out of any position whatsoever, and they can really restrict their freedom of movement and move on, and move themselves forward into the bomb site, plant the diffuser, so on and so forth. But if Kira get their hands on a couple of the attackers, if Deathhammer does something exactly like what he did in the previous round, being one of the very few players to reach double digits right now, he's got 10 kills. He's the only player in Kira to be on 10 kills right now. Phalanx, 2 of their players have done that as well. But if Deathhammer can repeat exactly what happened in the previous round right here, it means that Kira will have just a very simple time of dealing with whatever Phalanx have on offer, because of the extra resources and especially because of that extra manpower that is available to them.
Absolutely. Once again, those early kills and the kills in the mid round, like you said, being so impactful for any given round. Vortex on blue stairs. Gotta know, thanks to the footsteps, that someone is approaching, but big pre-fire from Hussein gets one. But wait, Deathhammer was also on top of blue stairs, just waiting for a peek. Couldn't save the Malusi, but does get the refrag. Hussein is now down. And, the soft breach verticality from Phalanx has taken a massive hit, because, of course, Hussein was, was the player who was going to do all of that as the buck. No longer in play, though. And that is going to be something that Phalanx just kind of have to deal with right now. Less vertical potential, as they only have Sherry with the soft breaches and the Zofia impact grenades to do any soft breaching for the time being. Hatch should be open, but is Hercules the best one to do this? I don't think so. The Hibana should handle this because of the impact tricking that will be happening as well. There we go. One set of Excaros, the second set of Excaros. Sherry going ham with the breach charges right now. There we go. The hatch, I think that's going to be blown open. Maybe? No, another set is required. No. It's going off? Yeah, there we go. Okay,
No,
that's still not the hatch.
Wait.
Never mind. I think the impact took out one of the Excaros instead of both, right? Oh, dear me, Sherry, that's a lot of self-damage there. Lefty finding Deathamer. 40 seconds remain. The hatch is done on Kitchen. Okay, it is done, I think.
Yeah. Okay, yes, the hatch is done, but
Yes.
where exactly else are Phalanx looking to attack from? I mean, just like Phalanx, all of us, we've invested our attention towards the kitchen hatch as well, that on other instances, Phalanx are trying to execute. Now they drop down Moto hatch, and devastating, can he get the headshot onto Shrisha? No, barely misses him, but Hercules knows there's the Maestro. However, the Aldous sings yet again. Now it's silence. Just like the suppressors, equipped on most of these rifles, it's all down to Sherry. Now, Zofia, 1 versus 2. Now, Athar swings wide, and it is going to be yet another win for Kira Esports. They move on forward, they secure match point, and yeah, the point I was trying to say is that Phalanx focused all of their resources on that kitchen hatch, all of their attention on opening the kitchen hatch, and for like fair enough they did that, because again, as we all know, the kitchen hatch is detrimental to an execution onto basement church and arsenal. But the problem was they yet again ran out of time, and then they didn't have the opportunity. They wanted to contest generator room,
Defenders,
which
protect your
they
bombs.
did
Defused by
technically, but
attackers.
Shrisha won that gunfight. They wanted to contest moto, they even dropped down moto hatch, devastating got 1 kill onto Shrisha, that was the maestro. But by the time that happened, you then had a third as the Jaeger swing wide and pick up a double kill. So Kira Esports, yet again, they had all of the avenues covered, they had all of the instances readied up for the defense. No matter what Phalanx would do, an answer was prepared. No matter what Phalanx would try to achieve, Kira Esports had the reply ready. So yet again, now Phalanx really find themselves with the backs against their walls. If they lose this, I mean, the 5 rounds, everything they've tried would all be for nothing. They really would like to push this to overtime, but will Kira allow that is the question.
I'm fairly certain Kira Esports would like to, end this map here and now, because they have already expended a ton of time and energy on just getting the lead over Phalanx, right? Mind you, Kira, they have things going their way now, but up until this last round, round 11, they were unable to get a lead over the Phalanx for whatever reason have you. They were struggling to get it. Now they have it, and they want to keep it. But knowing Phalanx, this will be a hard round to win. We've gone over to Gym Bedroom this time, as a saying. Okay, this is an interesting place to be for sure, and is actually going to find a turf off of that, right on that little vent that's here, the vent pipe that Hussein is sitting on. This is such an interesting position. You don't see it played too often. The mirror window has been pinged, and Hussein's just going to drop in, but somebody's on the opposite side of that. That's the Frost playing for the kill. A very beautifully timed, but Sherry comes around, gets the refrag immediately. Shrisha trying to get a kill off of the window outside, but Deathamer goes down to devastating. This a quick fall into sight. All they need to do is get her to the mirror. Shrisha goes down. Vortex is in a 1v4 now. Getting the first kill right now. There's 2 approaching from inside of logistics. Gets 1 and the other. Okay.
Oh.
Hercules, it's such a good timing on the thermite, because I'm pretty sure Mira would have gotten away with it too had it not been for just a couple milliseconds, folks. But Phalanx win round 12 with a 6-6. So, ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves and say it with me now. It is round 13, overtime!
Yeah, I have got to say that to all the people watching, I've seen the YouTube streams as well. I mean, all the time that I wasn't casting right now, I did tune. What? Ah, boy. It's Kira again. It's Kira
Okay, then.
again.
It's
It's
I think it's Deathammer again, right, with a team kill.
I mean, the previous time Deathammer died. This time Deathammer is
Oh,
the
yeah.
killer, the executioner. But
Okay, so like, yeah, revenge, like
it's
an eternity later.
okay. Nah, I mean, okay, 2 team kills in one map. If Kira get 2 more team kills, I will brand this as a certified JK moment.
Seconds to insertion.
But again, I'm setting a benchmark right here. But what was I saying prior
Attackers
to,
have
well,
canvassed and
this
located a
happening?
bomb and defused it.
Oh yes, the Are You Ready to Rumble? Okay, yeah, I would just like to say to everyone that in the meantime I wasn't casting the Pro Series, right? I was tuning into a couple of the broadcasts as well, and of course it's South Asia. We are bound to see a lot of overtimes. We saw it, but man, hearing the Are You Ready to Rumble on the caster's desk is such a different feeling than the YouTube and local streams that we have. It's really something else. But anyways, enough of that. Let's come back to the match at hand. This really caught me off guard. Yet again, it's once more it's the M58 as well. All right. The team kills aside, Kira Esports 4 versus 5. Deathammer still now he would like to execute some. Wait,
Huh?
who downed Vortex? Who downed Vortex?
I-
That's the question I'd like to ask.
Okay, okay. Someone sus in that Kira Esports team. I had to
Yes.
say it. Okay, I had to say it. But Deathammer has gone down in the meanwhile. 3v5, and Vortex is mighty low on HP because after all, getting down and revived only gives you 20 back. So, yeah, Phalanx have got a good handle on this round, and they barely have done much. They're clearing second
That's
floor
the
right
thing,
now.
yeah.
Yeah, they're busy clearing second floor right now, and Kira Esports inside of the site are having just a plethora of problems.
Wait, what are they?
Why
what
are
they-
all three of them
Oh,
on main
what
stairs?
are they trying?
Um,
And the drone gives
they're
the position
going
away.
towards. Wait.
No, don't tell me they can
what?
get a couple of kills somehow. Alright,
No
there's
way of
Vortex
it, we
alone
actually-
in kitchen. He cannot survive this. He should not survive this. He shouldn't even get a kill. Vortex on 10 HP is alone. If you can see his perspective, how exactly he's dealing with the changes right now. Okay, now he's gone. He's eliminated. Thank God. I mean, I don't know what Kira are trying. This round is a complete. Yeah, okay. It's all down to Shrisha, the newest recruit of Kira. 1 versus 4. Megdar A 1.5 versus 4. A Vidvi with the 3 smoke canisters has been revived. Phalanx, they're going to be taking their time. Hopefully they don't isolate their gunfights. Well, even if they do, they end up winning those and Lefty secures it. So it's going to be a round win for Phalanx. And it is Team Phalanx now on match point. No matter how they achieved it nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Phalanx are just going to be happy to be on OT map point right now. As we go into round number 14, Phalanx's defense is coming up as well. So there's a good chance they win it out here and walk away with the round, right? And with the map and going to the border after an overtime. Kira Esports, they are definitely not going to be too happy about this. The site, of course, is in the second floor CCTV. And yeah, like we said, this is Kira's map pick. So for them, winning this would have been the optimal way to start things off. Going into border was always going to be a difficult task, but after going to overtime on map number 1, I think Phalanx has, in a way, caught pretty much everyone off guard with the kind of fight that they've put up, right? And don't get me wrong, I've said it before, Phalanx is a very good team, and they show a ton of potential. But what's coming out of them today is almost unprecedented, I will say. They, on border, sure, they've beaten bigger teams before, but to perform this consistently against basically the third best team in the region, right? And I say basically, you could say arguably, it's a whole debate over there. But what is basically the third best team in the region, they're performing this well, this consistently, pushing so many rounds down to 2vx's, 3vx's, 1vx's. It is a very good showing for them, that is for certain. Kira Esports, in the meanwhile, again, like we said, they're not going to be too happy with how they've overall presented themselves in this map. As we go into action phase,
it's more about... Yeah, it's going to be more about Kira's distraught over their own performance than whatever Phalanx are putting up on board. Phalanx, of course, they'll be happy with a win. Again, if it happens, there is still a chance Kira push it to, the final round, and they can even win it 8-7. Unlikely? Yes. possible? Also, yes. But yeah, Kira will be more disappointed in how their own proceedings have gone. But for the time being, there's still that chance. We are not going to call it just yet. It can be potentially the final round of this entire map, or it can be the second last. It all depends on these initial couple of kills. And like you just said, Jack, the 2vx's, the 3vx's, it's very much dependent on that. Phalanx breach into garage. They're looking for a garage execute this time. I mean, this whole entire map, we've seen the construction executes. And Kira right now, sorry, are looking for that garage execute. They want to push forward. They want that entry kill.
Ooh.
And they start things off in a better manner. Hercules, who's not been having the best of days, 4 kills and 10 deaths. Well, he's the first one to depart.
That is still a pretty nice kill to have. There was probably one or two more Wamai magnets that would have been thrown out on towards the garage side. But wait, there's already somebody on top of garage catwalk. And I think that's the A's, but Sherry is down below, gets one. And that's going to equalize it to the 4v4. Shrisha is down once again. The Iana going 9-11 now. As the Azami seen, and Hussein beautifully positioned gets another one, sees the Lion on entry and devastating gets that kill. 2v4, Kira Esports not looking so hot right now. Avidvi on lounge taking a fight against the player on blue stairs. Vortex coming up, he's the one with the diffuser, so he's got to stay alive, got to wait for his teammate potentially. Oh dear, missed throw of that flashbang, which means Vortex will have to try and go and assist his teammate on lounge. The player on blue has been a pain, so Vortex wants to go down below to try and finish them off before going elsewhere. But that defender, I think, has long since abandoned this area of the map, which means that's just time wasted. They need to pick up the diffuser. They've got 25 seconds to do this. And again, each second that gets away from them is another second that Phalanx pretty much puts the final nail in this coffin right now. Vortex finding Lefty, but Vidvi still can't breach into sight despite the breach already being done. 9 and less. He's got to get in. It's got to be now or never. But shot from red. Diffuser's dropped. Vortex needs to get these kills because there's no way he's planting anymore. And the timer will run its course. Phalanx we'll walk away with the round win, folks. They are the ones to win Kira Esports' map pick Clubhouse. And like we said before, Kira has been hit or miss on this map. And it seems like today, despite coming so close, they will walk away with another miss as Phalanx make it 1-0 with an 8-6.
It was a nice try from Kira Esports, but then again, with such a close margin as well, the couple of mistakes that happened on the side of Kira, it eventually led to, the eventual loss. A few mistakes are in there, a couple of rounds that shouldn't really have gone there, that shouldn't really have gone the way of Phalanx, did end up going theirs, and eventually so did the map. 8-6, that's going to be heartbreaking, especially considering Border is up next.
Absolutely. Border coming up next is, yeah, Kira's going to be having a pretty difficult time there. Phalanx, they've shown us before that they can master Border pretty quickly. And they've had a lot of time since then to get better at that map as well, right? So it's going to be very hard for Kira right now. 0-1 down already. And knowing Kira, they're going to be taking this loss pretty personally because like you said, CCV, the loss will come down to the fact that they made so many mistakes. Not just that Phalanx played exceptionally well, but also that Kira just somehow seemed to fall apart at some of the most, pivotal times as well. So they're not going to be too happy about this, and that's going to be playing in the back of their head constantly as they go into map number 2, as it were. We'll go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about the match in just a quick second here, folks. There's a couple of things we'll talk about before we finish things up for map number 1. But to say what we need to say right now, I feel like Kira Esports could have put on a better performance. Again, weird, shaky structuring here and there as we go into the highlights to talk about what we exactly saw. Their structuring was a little shaky, a little weird on the odd occasion. They felt a little disjointed as well in a couple of rounds. And of course, the team killing didn't really help as they had, 2.5 team kills, I think, because that down on Vortex on Blue Stairs in round 13. Yeah, that one was very questionable.
Exactly, but right now as well, yeah, for the side of, for the side of Kira, it's, in a way, we have to mention both of the factors that they have to look over. as to what went wrong on Clubhouse, rectify all of those mistakes, refine themselves overall, and then ready themselves up for the map of Border. But also, I would, like to think that Kira would just, want to avoid what happened on Clubhouse, divert all of their attention onto Border, try and win that, and then push it into overtime. Oh, sorry, push it into the decider map of Oregon. So keeping that in mind, that yeah, what exactly all the discussions taking place in the Kira bootcamp right now, everything that they'll be going over, that they'll be talking amongst themselves, it's very important, and it's very important the players utilize this time brilliantly as well and to the fullest of its potential, because I think for Phalanx, they will be in a very happy spot. They'll be like, guys, we won on Clubhouse, Border is ours. Even if we somehow lose Border, Oregon is still there. We are looking to secure a spot further in the tournament. We are looking to progress further in the fall edition of the Pro Series. So Phalanx will really be happy with their performance so far. They'll be happy with the result, and I don't think there'll be much discussions rather than just the common, let's get this map and let's end this as soon as possible.
For Phalanx, yeah, I gotta agree with you there. They're not gonna be talking about too much because they didn't do a whole lot wrong, really. Most of the rounds where they did lose against Kira were down to just some minor mistakes that they made. Sure, some positionings were off and so on and so forth. We talked about them in the round as well. But the other thing that really happened was Kira were actually doing pretty well on the rounds that they did win. We saw some good coordination from Kira Esports that we've come to expect from them. As we go into the match summary, once again, this is going to be a nice, set of stats to look at. All of our, analysts in the chat are
Wait,
probably,
Hussein.
drooling at the mouth right now. Mm-hmm.
Hussein 6-0, Lefty 4-0.
Yep. That's
Wow.
a lot of entry kills for those two.
And no deaths. No deaths. Most importantly, I think that's one of the most extreme results I've ever seen. Like, I mean, yeah, so out of the 14 rounds, in 10 of them, the side of Phalanx got that entry kill. And again, I always speak about this, but man, that definitely must have helped the side of Phalanx.
A lot, yeah. I don't think I've seen a 6-0 in terms of entry, like, at all in any of the Pro Series editions. I think pretty much ever. Like, maybe at the biggest stages, like, the majors or SI. But other than that, 6-0, I don't think it's all that, we haven't seen that all too much. So that's a massive stat for Saint to be carrying. And 10-10 with a 79% cost. That's the highest cost percentage in that Phalanx squad. So Hussein was clearly pulling a lot of weight right there. Lefty doing most of the fragging in the meanwhile. 401 entry, 16-11 as well. Head and shoulders above pretty much everybody else in the lobby. Sherry on 13-9. As we look at the Kira Esports roster, 2 players on 10 kills, and of course the top player on 12, but it simply wasn't enough. 8-6 as Phalanx take Clubhouse. Border is going to be a very interesting map indeed for both of these teams, especially Kira Esports. Again, they're going to be looking at that map and thinking, yeah, we've had bad times there before, but there's no choice here. They have to buckle up and they have to bring this around if they want to continue their lower bracket run here at the Pro Series Fall Edition. Border, they're somehow going to have to bring it around. They're going to have to win it. And we'll see whether or not they take Border, folks. It's going to be a tough fight. Expect potentially another overtime if Kira Esports really fight their hearts out. But until then, we'll be right back. We'll bring Border to you in just a short while. Before that, a quick break. Stay tuned. Peace. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, the real CCV, as we are here back again, folks, for lower bracket semifinals. In, to be more specific, lower bracket semifinal number 1. Kira Esports taking on Phalanx, and in an interesting twist, Clubhouse, which was Kira's pick, went the way of Phalanx 8-6 on overtime round 14. So now we're going to Border, where Kira's track record is a little bit hit or miss. Phalanx have had a good track record here. So, Phalanx
Yes.
definitely looking on the up and up right now.
They absolutely are. I mean, recently as well, yeah, even Phalanx, they've had their fair share of losses. When we last saw them in the upper brackets against Won't Stop Peaking, they played the map of Border. Unfortunately for them, they ended up losing. But it was 5-7. They went all the 12 rounds of regulation. Only then did Won't Stop Peaking manage to take a win. So keeping that in mind, I think it's going to be a repeat of Clubhouse in the sense that both of these teams are going to give it their all. And indeed, we will be going to maximum 12 rounds, perhaps even overtime yet again. And the result of the entire map is going to be decided just on a couple of rounds or a couple of mistakes that either one of these teams may end up making. So without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's waste no time further. Let's jump directly into the second map of this lower bracket semi-finals. The winners of this BO3 yet again will be facing off the winners against the next matchup we have later in the evening, which is Shaheens up against Won't Stop Peaking. And from that point forward, the teams progress forward into the fall edition of the Pro Series. But still, they have one, maybe two more maps to go, as on Border, Thatcher is the first one to follow through.
I mean, at this point, Thatcher and Valkyrie are pretty much two perma-bans when it comes to competitive Siege in
Exactly.
the South Asian scene. Nobody likes to play these operators. I mean, Thatcher still got some play at least, but Valkyrie, I can count like 1 or 2 games, I think, I've seen Valkyrie for in the entirety of Fall Edition. I've seen more Thatcher than I've seen Valkyrie. Imagine the days that we live in. Jackal will be banned in the meanwhile, so it looks like we're returning to more standard affair when it comes to these bans. There we go. Valkyrie gone.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to these operators, they don't really need all that much explaining, right? Thatcher, for that powerful EMP of his that can shut down gadgets at such a wide range, allow for breach, soft breach, entry, denial, everything. Thatcher just does everything. Jackal, tracking footprints, clearing roamers, Border being a relatively smaller map as compared to the other maps in the pool. I can understand why, because Jackal can quickly lead to kills as soon as he gets someone's footprints. Kite will be the final ban, of course, to complement the Thatcher ban from earlier, keep things competitive on both ends, and make sure that the electrification of hatches and walls doesn't get too out of hand. And the Valkyrie, like we said, literally no one likes to have information on the defense these days. That's why Valkyrie is going to be banned. Mind you, it's the Kira Esports ban, so they're on the attack. They don't want to deal with the Valkyrie, and they have shown that they're more than comfortable without that operator. So, bans are done, and we are going straight into round
Attackers need to
number
locate and defuse
1.
bombs.
As usual, on second floor armory and throne room, the standard site to start us off in. And this is interesting. We've seen this on a couple of Border games now. The inclusion of the Echo from defensive teams, when Echo doesn't really get played a whole lot on most of, if not any, other map in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, Echo is definitely going to be a really, really good anchor, and he does indeed do that job because of the fact that, again, not only is he 3 armor, not only does he have the shield, the MP5 with the suppressor is well, great weapon. I've played Echo, I mean, okay, before all of the recoil shakeups that have happened, I have to admit I haven't played Rainbow Six recently, but what I remember from playing Echo and seeing Echo as well, a couple of times he wasn't banned, is that he is definitely a menace to be dealt with. He can be a substitute of Maestro, or just like how Jaeger and Vamaya played together, Echo and Maestro can be played together as well. So in this instance, Lefty on the Echo makes a lot of sense. The Yokai drones, after all of their changes, they are also going to be of quite a lot of importance. So now that we are done with the initial couple of kills, now that Sherry, the Roamer, is gone, Vidby as the Thermite, the only hard breacher, departs, means that Kira may have a little bit of difficulty in executing and breaching into the bomb sites now.
Absolutely. Melusi's, gadget does work passively, right? So Melusi, even from beyond the grave, can be useful to the team with those Banshees. But Thermite, being the only breacher, of course, needed to stay alive. So Sherry's going to be very happy at having gotten that kill. I think it was Sherry who got the kill on a video anyway. I didn't have quite enough time to see if it was a trade or if Hussein came in to get the refrag, but a turf goes down as well. Another big drop, and Hercules comes around, finds Death Hammer. What is even happening? Very early gunfights being taken by the Phalanx roster right now. They are completely unafraid of whatever it is that Kid Esports wants to pull out, as we've got doors being barricaded left and right as well. And again, a huge peek out from Lefty with a beautiful shot to get that kill nonetheless. The Echo's no call outside. Lefty can't really do much about this. Trying to peek. Trying to bait that Zofia into giving away more than just a sliver of her cap there. And the C4 from Devastating comes in and finishes the round. What a round. Phalanx definitely taking the fight to Kira Esports in more ways than just one, walking away with the first round very quickly.
And very comfortably as well. I mean, yeah, there was no contention from the side of Kira Esports time and time again. When the gunfights were taking place, Kira, they just lost sight and track of things, you know. They end up losing one too many of their players, and Phalanx comfortably walked over them. So, yeah, very easy round for their side. Not much to say because, again, there wasn't much that happened in terms of map control or utility usage. Kira tried to use a lot of that, but Phalanx every step of the way were already in front of them, and Phalanx every step of the way, you know, got the better end of that deal.
Yeah, 100% on that one. And as for the time being, you know, Kira Esports will just have to come to grips with the fact that that round really did not go their way. Phalanx right now, of course, they will be pretty happy with that first round. They've gone to first floor ventilation and workshop, a site that you don't really see too much of these days because, you know, bathroom tellers is always just such a good site for most teams to go on. Even though it's got like a 50-50 track record for attackers and defenders, I would say that that site kind of just edges out ventilation. Depends on how you really know both sites and which one you deem to, of course, be better. And it seems like, you know, Phalanx, they just prefer ventilation workshop with the extension into second floor armory that they're setting things up, of course, as there is, I think, a Wamai Hussein out towards east stairs. And of course, a big area to be watching at Turf, knowing from the drones, of course, that there was something to watch out for. A punch hole, that is the Wamai's position given away, and he's gonna go down as well. Unfortunate, as Hussein revealed his position, didn't really have much cover to sit back behind. Could have crouched, not really sure what was going on there, but the IQ taking that first kill. And mind you, we're seeing an IQ be played as the... not sure about that push out from Sherry. Trying to find a third, gets taken down. Dathomar, beautiful long angle against Devastating. And this time, Phalanx trying to jump into Kira's faces once again, but Kira seemed like better prepared for this round.
Yeah, this time, you know, Phalanx, they wanted to do the same thing as they did in the first round, but Kira, they already expected it, they anticipated it, and well, they're looking to deal with it. Want to end this round in a flawless manner. Hercules, the one person who can overturn that, reloads the rifle. He gets one, he gets two. Once again, goes for the reload. Something may happen in this round if Hercules can secure one. Yet another kill. Yes, he does. It's now a 1 versus 2, but Shrisha ends it. And alright, got a little bit dicey towards the very end, but Kira was still in control. And it's this early round where, yeah, Phalanx just ended up, I wouldn't call it ended up making a mistake, but they doubled down on this play of theirs of just bringing the gunfight to Kira. And for good reason, they did that. You know, they realized after the first round that, boys, even if we take the gunfights, chances are we can win against these attackers. We can get the headshots, just like what happened on Clubhouse. They tried it. The first kill didn't work. The second kill didn't work. And they still kept on going for it, which then eventually led to their downfall in round number 2. So Phalanx, now I think they've learned their lesson, and so have Kira, about how gunfights are supposed to go. And both of the teams have realized that you've got to be at a medium ground. You can't force your way through these firefights every single time.
100% agreed on that one. You can't exactly be forcing situations that just aren't there to be forced to begin with, right? Sure, it might work out sometimes, as evidenced by the way round 1 went for Phalanx, right? But it's not going to happen all the time. Kid Esports were better prepared for Phalanx to jump at them And like you said, after the first couple kills, you'd think Phalanx would back off, right? That, yeah, no, we gotta preserve manpower and try to, waste their time maybe, because they weren't really looking for that initially. But doubling down, that's definitely what, of course, led to their eventual fall in the round. As we're going to have another round in Ventilation Workshop with the extension into Armory, as is to be expected for this site. Hercules, this is interesting. Playing around the wall of Armory. Just one reinforcement for cover, and the door now wide open, potentially for a run out maybe towards whoever decides to get an early rappel in. Nearly getting taken down there, Sherry. The high angle onto stairs being watched, but again, they've just got themselves in cover for now, and beautiful shot from Hussein this time. Though Mai finds the first kill, and it's a third. There goes a Vidwi as well. Your breacher is gone.
Now, once more, it's it's a similar situation. The past two rounds have been the same. It's just that it's been different teams on the receiving end and on the dealing end of it. I mean, look at that. Sherry with one more. Hussein, even though he's on 20 HP, the AUG suppressor and the holographic Reign Supreme, Death Hammer, final man alive, and yeah, every single round, it's just been this. It's been one team absolutely demolishing the other. First it was Phalanx, then it was Kira, now it's Phalanx, and now it's another flawless round. So, I mean, how exactly do you analyze borders so far? Because all of these rounds, they've been extremely momentum based, yet the rounds in themselves have been different altogether. It's like I don't know. It's like a season of any sitcom. Is that the episodes are quite different, but overall it's kind of the same thing basically. So in one round you have very much momentum based Phalanx taking the win. Then you have very much Kira, taking the win because of kill after kill after kill, everything going in their favor. Yet the two rounds have nothing in correlation except for the fact that whichever team gets the opener, they are getting just a destruction over their opposition. So it's very weird to consider how these rounds are going and to predict what happens next.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, right, Kira and Phalanx, they're playing in a largely similar fashion. Just kind of doing that one thing, bringing the gunfight to the other, and depending on the readiness to adapt maybe to how the initial kills go, it's kind of dictating how each team will react to these initial kills. That's a very forward shield right there by Lefty. Is there a castle in play? No, there isn't. Because if there was a castle, then the door to break room would have been sealed off, and there might have even been a vertical line of sight being made to detention down below, which is what we see if castle is brought into play. And I feel like castle will be a pretty good addition to the way Phalanx are playing on this site. That is to say, the second floor armory, which is where the gunfights are going to be happening once again. A Turv, gotta be careful. Hussein really isn't backing down, is he? He's really looking for these one by one. Hercules finds Vortex. That's a big first drop right there. Looking to find another. That there is a repeller on that stairs area on the east side, right outside of Archives, right outside the fountain window, I should say. Hercules with the breach. A Turv gets Hussein. Okay, the Osa had an initial, problem with getting bullets shot onto her, but still walked away with the kill. Grenades out. That's going to deter the Jaeger for the time being. But again, okay, he was trying to reinforce that. Hercules goes down. That rotate is going to stay open. Devastating. I'm not sure about the timing of that vault out. And that's again a 2v4 as Phalanx are caught in a bit of an uncomfortable position.
Yet again, Kira holding their ground and Phalanx walking right into their crosshairs, or in the case of some of their players jumping in. And a third, he's on a quad. Sherry eliminates the danger man, but there's still three more to follow. And this lone Melusi from break room right now, away from the bomb site. Rotations are highly unlikely to happen. He isolates yet another, and this can be another person looking for a quad kill. Yeah, Sherry is very much on his way for that. Whitby. The diffuser hasn't been planted. 3 flashbangs in hand for this thermite. The Melusi behind a wall that can be wall banged. Thermite's looking to stick it. No, it's a fake. It's a fake. Information has been given, and Nvidia chooses to go back, all the way back to office at the very least, giving Sherry yet another choice to hold an angle. Nvidia swings
Oh boy,
from the
oh boy, oh boy,
right.
oh boy.
Oh, Sherry's still alive. Still alive.
Oh no. Oh, I don't know if it would be missing those shots is gonna be helping here.
Oh.
Sherry's walked all the way back to break room. This rotate, it could work
Oh.
out. The Thermite's walking right into metal stairs area. All Sherry has to do is peek out either to the rotate or into fountain. Where's the Thermite gonna go? Once again, back to armory, all the way to armory door. But of course, the Banshee giving away the fact that that rotate was made, going for the plant once again.
Oh my God!
My God, the wall bang! Oh my
What a
goodness,
play!
just zeroed in on his head. Just zeroed in
That's
on
a-
that Thermite's head, and that's the clutch, yeah. That's the 1v4. Oh my
And it's
goodness.
another
that's
quad kill.
Oh,
How?
A Turv with the initial quad kill of the round and then the 1v4. So just beautifully played as well by Sherry, right? Well positioned overall. And Kira are
Yep.
going to be kicking themselves because of that one.
Oh, after this, Kira, I mean, they should be livid. Because again, I always talk about this. Yet again, I'll mention it. All the people watching who are fans of FPS shooters, be it Rainbow Six Siege or any other, this is a pitch perfect example of why you shouldn't isolate gunfights in a 1vx scenario. I mean, Kira, they botched it. This really shouldn't have happened. I mean, but then again, also not to take anything away from Sherry. That final headshot, just, like estimating the position of the Thermite, estimating the position of Avidvi and landing a headshot. Beautiful stuff. So fair credit to Sherry, but also Kira really fumbled the bag right there. This should have been a 2-2, not a 1-3.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. There should have been a 2-2. That 1v4 really seemed like, Kira had it in the bag, and then the Osa went
Yes.
down, then Deathamer went down, then Shrisha went down. It was just like, why are you guys giving away these 1v1s? Why isn't anyone double peeking? Where are the drones? It just seemed like a complete collapse of the communication from Kira's end. And now it's a 3-1. Phalanx have pretty much made sure that if Kira wants to take a lead, they'll not only have to win 2 straight rounds from here, but they'll have to do it in the second half, which of course makes things even more difficult. It adds even more pressure right now against Kira Esports. So this, all in all, has just done so much, and of course the mental game for Kira Esports will definitely be quite chopped up right now because of this round loss. Hercules just playing around the shield, facing into Archives, as there is somebody in the Archives window, and the Therv's already in the hallway. Okay, coming up towards the metal stairs door of Armory. Trying to maybe find one, but shots will give away their position. Hussein taking damage in the meanwhile. Drones are out, and Hercules' position is given away. Shots are fired again, but Hercules so far sitting strong. Somebody might come around, try to take Fountain from the other side. The Osa will be spotted, and Hercules can't do much about that shield being put down. Avidvi taking damage as a breach from the Ace is in play now.
So, yet again, Kira Esports, they are restricting the movement towards the side of Phalanx. They are looking to push out these defenders. Still, like you mentioned, Hercules is holding that angle. They're not giving up the gunfights. As a matter of fact, devastating. Does end up winning the first one. Lefty strikes once more, and Kira Esports pressures on them because now it's their chance to act. They were restricting the defenders, yes, but now they need to initiate these gunfights, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. They've taken control of top stairs. Now they move on forward into office. While doing all that, they have equalized the man count, and they're not looking to stop right here. 50 seconds on the clock. The attackers, they're on low HP. This is the one thing that can cause a bit of deterrence. Shrisha, he's got a frag grenade, but very soon, oh, Hercules, he may have gotten the kill, but he's just been cornered from every single angle possible. And now it's down to these anchors remaining in the bomb site. Now, for the most part, the bomb site has been left untouched. There's nothing that has happened. Every bit of action took place on the second floor. So there is a little bit of security devastating in Lefty have, but they really need to use this time factor to the best of their abilities. 17 seconds on the clock. They've got to make sure somehow they prevent the diffuser from being planted.
10 seconds
Absolutely. 10 and less. They have to get in. One's in the site. But wait, do they know where the mute is? Okay, there's cover from the Iana. Lefty now coming in. Sees one. Needs to get the planter. Doesn't quite know. But the bailiff comes out and gets the kill nonetheless. It's a 1v1. He's going to go immediately for the defuse. Oh god, this angle is not exactly all that great. The pings are out as well, so the position of the Nomad is known. Lefty could feasibly get this kill. As Deathmer, I think, is pushed out into bathroom. Once again, Lefty trying to pull the Nomad out of their cover position right now. Going into the hallway. Position's given away. And oh, Deathmer this time denying the clutch. It was so close for a moment there. My heart was racing for the side for both of these teams right now. As Kira will finally put a round on board. They've lost 2 back-to-back. But they finally put one more. It's 2-3. They still have to equalize. We're changing sites, I think, once again, towards ventilation and workshop. Yes, we are. And of course, Vent's workshop is, a bit of a hit or miss. It's 50-50 right now for Phalanx, as they've won a round and lost a round here. It's going to be interesting to see the kind of strategy they go for going into this round.
Yeah, for Phalanx right now, I mean, a lot of discussions have got to happen. Meanwhile, we take a look at the scoreboard as well, and a third Deathmer really being on the forefront of the kills. Meanwhile, Avidvi and Vortex, they're not having the best of days. 0-4, 0-5 on attack. They got to put a little bit more front. I mean, again, it's Rainbow Six, not always are the kills going to be a factor of discussion as much as utility usage will be. But for Avidvi, even in terms of utility usage, he is the hard breacher, the dedicated hard breacher of Kira for this map. We have seen him on the Thermite, we have seen him on the Ace. He is looking to open up the reinforcements, but there have been many times where he has been the initial or the second initial casualty or the secondary casualty as well. So he's got to be more careful with the gunfight CTAs and the positioning he has over the map. Maybe staying behind, a Tharv or Amar or Shrisha for that matter, one of the entry fraggers can be a little bit of assistance so that even if the entry fragger dies, it can be better. But this time, Tharv was down by Hussein, but Shrisha gets a quick trade, and this is the kind of teamwork Kira Esports should be looking for.
Absolutely. Tharv is going to be happy to be alive right now, but that trade definitely, leaving Phalanx in a bit of a worse position than they would have liked to be. Hussein, I would normally say that the, Wamai going down this early, not the best thing since those magnets come into handy later on, but given the way Hussein was playing, I don't think he was playing for the magnets to begin with, as the drones will give away the position of Sherry, upper angle being held, but again, can't quite stay there for too long because the shots were missed. Moving out into the hall, there is one there in the corner, but no, Sherry can't quite connect it. Shield will go down, and the drone continuing to give away this player's position. But the thing is, the longer they take to remove Sherry from this place, the more time is wasted for Kira Esports, so they need to step it up. They've got a minute 40, which is plenty of time by Rainbow Six standards. But Sherry, of course, is more than happy to push it all the way down to under the minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to do his best. And right now, well, yet again, with Avidvi falling, things get a little bit easier for the side of Phalanx. Once more, that's the hard breacher gone. No other form of hard breaching available for the side of Kira Esports. Means that, they are going to be in a desperate situation, and it's only amplified even further with Devastating landing that headshot onto the downed Iana, eliminating her, and Phalanx are holding their ground. So more than enough time has been wasted. Not only that, Phalanx have gathered, they've converted, a 4 versus 5 into a 4 versus 3, further securing themselves as a team who's in advantage.
That is for sure. 45 and less remain. A Tharv. Got to be careful on metal stairs. There was somebody there just a second ago, the Malusi to be specific. As the flashbangs are thrown in, Deathmer entering second floor. Position will be given, as the Malusi really doesn't want to give up on these gunfights, but Vortex will shut down Sherry, and a much needed kill rings out. Equalized body count, 3v3, make that 2v3. Devastating finds 1, and they're playing the vertical angles from down below with an SMG-11. Devastating really just showing a good level of mastery over that gun. As the diffuser is picked up, they're going to go for the hatch drop, and 1 down. That's the Echo as well. Huge kill. Deathmer with another. All they need to do is find the last defender. They've got to get in here, but Devastating Oh god, the plant isn't gonna go
Wait,
down, is
what?
it? No, it's not.
Time.
The Sophia had no idea as to how far the mute was in the site, no clue as to where the kill went off from. So Vortex got off the plant in those last 2 seconds, and the timer ran out, which of course gives the win to the defenders by default. Phalanx are now up 4-2, which of course is a big change away from the last map, excuse me, that we had, which was 3-3 in the half on Clubhouse. Phalanx on 4-2. As we take a little tech pause, don't worry, folks, it's nothing to do with the players. We'll be going into the game very, very shortly indeed. But 4-2 to Phalanx, as Kira Esports, they will definitely not be too happy. Once again, they equalize the body count, even pushing it into the 1v2, or 2v1, I should say. But again, they suffered from that same problem where the Nomad Deathomer just went into a solo gunfight instead of covering for the planter, and Vortex panicked, thinking,
Yeah.
wait, there's no cover. Who's gonna cover me while I plant? Getting off the plant, not knowing where the mute was, the timer ran out. Kira Sports losing another round like that. That's 2 now.
Yeah, loss of time leads to hasty decisions, and hasty decisions leads to unfortunate results for Kira Esports. So right now, Kira definitely under a lot of pressure. This tech pause, I think, I mean, of course, both the teams, they'll make sure everything is readied up on their end. All the players are fine. There are no logistical issues in that sense, but also they'll be having grave discussions about how to proceed forward on the map of border right now. For Kira, being 2 rounds down now on defense, what kind of strategy, or like what kind of overall strategy do they implement? Did they take the route that we just saw, from the side of Team Phalanx, where they are the ones as defenders initiating those gunfights? They're never leaving the attackers alone, always up to something mischievous and trying to get a kill here or there, no matter what time it is in the round, whether it's the early round or the late round. Or do Kira play completely tactically and play kind of like what they did on Clubhouse, fall back time and time again? I feel like the second option is a bit more difficult to do and difficult to achieve right now, because again, big difference when it comes to Clubhouse and Border in terms of their size. Clubhouse boasting 3 floors, the floors themselves horizontally as well, spanning a huge area. Border in no way, shape, or form is close to that. So keeping that in mind, that roaming kind of play is going to be a bit more difficult. So Kira may have to initiate those gunfights, and they've got to be aware that everyone has to step in. Once we jump back into the game, which should be very, very soon, we'll be having like another scoreboard, perhaps, hopefully, and we can see how their players are doing. When we last talked about the scoreboard, and some of the players not having the best of days on border currently.
Well, let's go back into the match, folks, as we are going to be unpausing the timer as well. And Phalanx definitely, once again, looking strong. We'll have a look at the scoreboard in just a quick minute here. As we load in, we'll get all the datas, the usual stuff from, the overlay and all that stuff. And I'm looking forward to that because, of course, there we go. And, yeah, overall, I'd say Phalanx aside, looking a lot more better. Wait, is
Consistent?
am I looking at that correctly, CCV? Is a Vidvi on 05 right now?
Yep. Not
Okay.
not having a good day. But right now, I gotta say that, I mean, see, it's not the thing that the problem is that Avidvi is having a bad day. Sure, everyone has that, even if you're the best player in the world, you will have a bad day. It's just that the timing of it for Kira Esports and even for Phalanx, this is the lower bracket semi-finals. And emphasis to be put on the lower bracket. Kira already are down a map. That was their own choice. Kira are now playing their opposition's choice, where they are trailing by 2 rounds, and 2 of their players are having below average performances. This is the reason why both of us, we are highlighting the scoreboard this much, is that this is one of the most desperate situations a team could be in here in the Pro Series. So keeping that in mind, Kira really need every single thing to go their way, which it isn't. They're down a map, they're trailing already, the player's not performing. It's all, further pressurizing this roster. And I mean, again, there is that scary thought for Kira and for all of their fans, is that what happens if they break under this pressure? If they lose out on lower bracket semi-finals, they won't be going home with a lot of South Asian national points. Neither will they be going home with a chunk of that prize pool. will they confirm a spot in the South Asian Nationals for themselves? Question mark.
That, of course, will be the biggest question that people will be asking, and we ourselves will be asking, right? As we have an entry being, just schemed, I should say, from the attackers. Lefty starts things off. That's the alibi gone. And Lefty's already gone right into break room. Hussein finds Shrisha. These kills are happening in these awkward positions, and once again, Kira finds themselves on the back foot. Now, usually if the mid-round trend is to be believed, then Kira might be able to swing it back, but Hussein really doesn't want that to happen. Finds a turf. Lefty is the first attacker to drop, and it took a Vidme with the SMG-11 to do that. Hussein pushing out to Metal Stairs hallway. The Banshee stopping him in his tracks. Vortex drops down below as the only C4 available is from a Vidme, of course, so the meat has to stay alive here. The OSA shields are not helping. Vortex, I'm not sure what the ideation is here. I think he wants to play from below to for the default plan, but he's going to have to go back up because the Vidme's down. And Hussein just gets another. Is that a quad for Hussein? I think it might just be. As round 7 goes to Phalanx, they were so comfortable in this round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at a loss of words because all Phalanx did, all Hussein did was walk up, see defender, ADS, right click ADS, suppressor on that M762, shoot, get kill, and that's it. There wasn't much to it. Kira Esports, not major retaliation from their side. They ended up faltering to almost every single gunfight that took place. And yeah, I mean, Vidvi did manage to get one kill in that round, but every other person in Phalanx just trotted over this defense, and whatever was set up from the defenders was completely ignored by the side of Team Phalanx. And so far, I mean, Phalanx, they are marching their way forward to get this win. There's no stoppage for Phalanx. Kira, really, this is the final time. Again, need I remind everyone watching, if Kira lose 2 more rounds, they will be out of the fall edition of the Pro Series. Again, this is a team who has been at the forefront of South Asian Rainbow Six for such a long time. Right now, they haven't been having the best of results, but this really would not be encouraging for them, or this isn't going to be helpful as well. So they really seriously need to get their house in order and overturn some things.
I mean, they gotta work hard, like really hard right now. Kira Esports, that is, to be able to bring this around. They've gone to that same site of Armory that we just saw. A rather, unfortunate escapade that they just had, and Lefty will start things off, this time with a kill onto a third. Osa Shield, was too late to save Devastating, so there is a kill taken in return, and that's the Nomad. So Flank Watch will be a little bit more shaky because those Nomad air jabs are always so good on shutting down flanks, on shutting down anyone trying to come around from the back against the attackers. So defenders can move a little bit more freely in the round knowing that. But again, that's not exactly something to be comfortable about. Hussein is still active on the map, and that, of course, is a big thing. These defenders, these Kira Esports players need to watch out for. Hussein is still there, the Osa, and of course Hercules on the breach still there. Vortex is a little under half health, actually. That means, of course, that the Melusi will be taking less gunfights. You need to save your HP, and that's why Vortex currently sits inside of Archives.
Yeah, I mean, right now for Kira Esports, all of the defenders, they're not really progressing too much into attacker territory. They're holding their ground. We can see 3 out of the 4 defenders inside of the bomb site. Death Hammer now with 1/10 of his HP remaining, failing slowly but surely. They are making their progress. The flank can be established. They can come up east stairs, these Kira players. Are they looking to do that? Is the major question, because now the Melusi, her position is known. Melusi down and eliminated, and yet again, it's Hussein. It's the person who's been the most powerful, the most consistent, the most influential over these past couple of rounds. Shrisha, the only person alive. Yet again, 1v3, he's also gone, and Phalanx now on match point, and indeed on series point as well.
Yep. That's the big part right there, folks. Series point. Kira Esports fans in the chat are definitely not having a good day, just as much as Kira Esports are having probably one of the worst days I've seen from them, and this includes the last couple of years as well. This is a far cry
Mm-hmm.
from the Kira that we saw competing in the APAC qualifiers, no less. As in the last year and a half or so since, they've really just not gotten much better. They've, if anything, some could make the argument that they've gotten a little bit worse. And I say arguably, right? I don't want to make any definitive statements in that
Attackers need to
regard.
locate and defuse
But
as many bombs as they
looking at
can.
them right now, Phalanx, don't get me wrong, folks, Phalanx are playing out of their minds to have come this far. They have definitely put on a very good performance. But Kira, they seem, by now, especially in that last round, for the last couple of rounds, they seem almost deflated. Almost, there's almost this air of defeat that they've already gotten themselves into. And that, too, without really like there was a time where they could have competed this, right? 2-3, 2-4 down, that's fine. We've seen worse scores on borders go to 7-5s before from teams that some would say aren't quite
5
on that
seconds
level
remaining.
that Kira Esports are, but Kira this time around, not exactly giving us that performance that we expect out of them. Border just has not been good to them today.
Yeah, border, clubhouse, even the mistakes that happened there, Kira overall. I mean, we've said this, I think, even after the summer edition of the Pro Series, right? That Kira definitely need to have some discussions amongst themselves and have a rebranding of sort, in the sense that they need to have an overhaul of many things that have been happening with the team, change a lot that's been going on in order to change the results that have been not looking the best or not looking up to standard for what is usually Kira Esports. So keeping that in mind, yet again, if they do leave here, if this is indeed their final match, I mean, yeah, let's see what happens if they make it to the South Asian Nationals. If they do, how exactly shall their performance stand? And if they don't, well, I guess then we already have an answer as to where exactly do Kira Esports stand in overall South Asian Rainbow Six. But still, all of that mere speculation currently, because there is that highly unlikely chance Kira make a comeback. We push it and they push it over Oregon. We see that map of Oregon. Something happens, but right now Phalanx are going for the complete blind stun and plant the diffuser. Lefty gets the open and the smokes prevent the defenders from seeing anything. The diffuser is going to go down. Hercules taking it. Yes, it does. Devastating finds another. Tethamer,
Oh
Vortex,
no!
they're the only two people from Kira to survive. It's all down to this bandit. Vortex, he's opting for a run out. Oh no, it's... No, it feels like it's gone. This can't be it.
Not like this, but that, no matter how much Kira Esports says that, there's only so much that they realistically can do about this. But Vortex is gonna fight until their dying breath right now. Finds one, but the problem is the positions that are taken are so strong, and they just walk into the grenade. Oh no! It was Vortex's C4 that I think team killed as well. So yeah, not exactly the best way to go out. A flash, dash, plant, and finish for the side of Phalanx. We didn't even hit double digit on the round count. This was a round 9 finisher.
Yep.
7-2. Deatham charting at 10-8 on the scoreboard, but we'll go to that in the match summary, of course. We'll talk more about that later on, but Kira Esports just quite literally falling by the wayside, unfortunately, in this match. In this map, I should say, they had such a good clubhouse as well. They got so close on clubhouse. We were hyping up overtime here on border, and it's not even 6 p.m. yet.
Yeah, a first best of three of the day here, the Pro Series, and it hasn't reached till 8 p.m. I mean, ooh, man, that's something quite different. But yeah, for Phalanx, I mean, there's a reason why we haven't talked much about Phalanx these past couple of rounds. Is that, look, it's all been the same from them. We all know how much this means to Phalanx, but this win just, I mean, they played normally and it ended up winning. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary or beyond human capability that they had to do. They hadn't, they weren't completely bogged down. They made an insane comeback. No, they just played good, consistent Rainbow Six Siege and they won. It's as simple as that, and that's why we are talking about Kira a lot. It's because their side that's been in this treacherous journey for such a long time, yet every single time they boot up in a server, it's still kind of the same thing, you know. We'll be having a look at the highlights very soon as well. And for the map of border, even, I mean, what even to talk about in the highlights is that, yeah, Phalanx right from the start, kill after kill after kill. There were a couple of rounds that went the way of Kira. I mean, yeah, this round two was looking really, really good, but
Hmm.
overall, Phalanx just completely got such a stunning win. That's it.
There's really nothing more to say other than that, right? Phalanx, for the most part, brought the same thing, like very in your face style of play today from them in Border, of course. And even in Clubhouse, some could make the argument that yeah, they had that same in your face style of play, and this 1v4 from Sher. I think this is really where things just kind of broke
Yeah.
for Kira Esports. The round after that as well,
Mm-hmm.
they nearly gave away a 1v3 post plant again. And after that, there was just no going back from them. Round four, that 1v4 from Sherry, that definitely did much more damage than we initially anticipated. And they just seemed panicky, deflated, almost like they were already defeated, even though there was a very good chance of them making the comeback. It's almost like these, like subconsciously, they seem to almost give out. And well, really, after that, there was only so much that could realistically be done, because once you mentally have that, sigh of giving up, right, it's kind of just done and dusted from there. And
Mm-hmm.
that's unfortunate for Korea Esports. They are going to have to bow out of the competition. They are not making top four even this time around. Instead, they are eliminated at sixth place, getting only two points for the South Asian Nationals qualifiers. So they were already on 12, right? That
Hmm.
puts them on 14. So that's a good number of points. And there's a very high chance that they'll
Overall,
still make it
yes.
in. Yeah, overall. But
Mm-hmm.
the performance today, I I
Exactly.
guess I guess what I'm trying to say is I just hope it doesn't become an indicator of something much worse happening in the team, you know?
To that as well, I'd like to say that there is a strong likelihood Kira do make it to the top 8 for the South Asian Nationals. But once that happens, once they're beyond, okay, making it in, what exactly happens in their matches, no matter who they encounter? And yeah, both of us, I think we are talking about the same thing, the performance in the future. Where does that lie? In what region does that lie? Or what kind of a performance should we be expecting or will we be seeing? Because the scoreboard in front of our screens right now, this is not Kira Esports now. You know, barely getting the opening kills as well. Many of their players not even having like 5 kills after 9 rounds. Everyone having close to like 9 deaths. The survival rate as well is like practically non-existent. It's yeah, it's looking really, really not good. As for Team Phalanx, well, yet again, this time their team performance was just, I'd like to describe it in one word: consistent. Everyone stepped in,
Yep.
everyone pitched in, regardless of what kind of operators you played, regardless if you were the entry fragger, the support, the flank watch, the nomad. They didn't care for that too much. They were like, everyone's gonna get kills, and everyone did end up getting kills.
I mean, yeah, like it's a very even spread on that failing side, 9-8-7-9-7, and all of them contributing in more ways than one to the team, right? Hussein may have a 50% KOST, but they're going 1-2 on entry and 9-6 on the kill. So doing their job as the fragger, second fragger, I think, because entry was taken by Lefty this time. 9-5, 3-0, high survival, and 80% KOST, so they were very much pulling their weight that round. That map, entire map, Hercules 8-5 as well with an 80%. 80% to Devastating going 7-4, 60% to Sherry going 7-5 as well. And Sherry, once again, that 7-5 includes a 1v4 absolute beautiful comeback, which of course Kira Sports
Mm-hmm.
must take a sizable chunk of the blame for, because those isolated gunfights were just not helping. 8-6 on Clubhouse, and what we thought would have been a very amazing long term match on Border ends out in a very quick 7-2, as Phalanx will proceed to the lower bracket finals, awaiting their opponent from the second game from today. That is, of course, the match between Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking. So, CCV, I guess we can both add another tally in the not correct section of our predictions, because We were so
Ah,
adamant that, yeah, this is going to be a 2-1. Everyone thought this was going to be a
yep.
2-1. And it's a 2-0, and not even in the way that we were initially thinking. Everyone thought Kira would be winning. But let's go into the brackets and let's have a look at it just to let it set in, folks. Kira will be bowing out of the fall edition of the Pro Series. There you have it. Phalanx have secured, at the very least, uh, at the very least 4 points for themselves. And if they win in the lower bracket finals, which there's a good chance of them doing,
6.
right?
Yeah, they'll
Yeah,
get 6.
more points even. Yeah, they'll get 6 if
I
they do
think
that. And yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, I believe, I mean, again, we'll tally everything later on. And by we, I mean the hardworking administrators that we have on the back end, not me specifically. But obviously, we look at all the numbers. But I think Team Phalanx already by moving on forward and securing 4 points, they also have secured a place in the South Asian Nationals. But I could be wrong, which is why I'm not confirming it just yet. But yeah, if they win again, if they win in the lower bracket finals, then 100%. you know they'll secure that spot. But yeah, things are looking good for but yeah, things are looking good for the side of Team Phalanx. Won't stop peaking Shaheens as well. I mean, if they've seen this matchup between Kira and Phalanx, they will be a bit scared of Phalanx. But yeah, now we have a look at the standings right now, and Phalanx already on. Oh wait, yeah, in a way, Phalanx have already made it in because Retrograde aren't playing. So the extra 4 points will help them secure fourth place, I believe, at the very least.
At the very least,
So that's
yeah, that
that.
is true. And of course, as you can see, folks, this isn't really updated with the current tallies because Won't Stop Peaking, Shaheens, they're still playing, right? One of those two teams will be bowing out of the competition today as well. And one of them will be moving up to potentially 6 points after getting, 4 points or 2 points, or depending. You get the point. One team will be on 4 points, one team will be moving forward to potentially even more points later on down the line. But yes, that, at the below the third spot, Kira will still retain third spot, most likely. I'm not going to say anything for sure yet, but most likely Kira retains third spot. But fourth spot onwards, things are in for a big change, folks. So that is definitely very, very intriguing. And we'll talk more about that as the tournament and the story progresses. But of course, we have a second match, like we mentioned earlier, Won't Stop Peaking versus Shaheens. And that's going to be, once again, one of those very interesting like a very interesting game in and of itself. Now, I know what the timer says, 7:30 p.m. IST. There's there's going to be a bit of a break, I believe, between the matches. But, we hope you are excited. Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking definitely are going to be giving us a very close game. Then again, I said the same about Kira Esports, and that kind of got us nowhere. So, again, staying away
Yeah.
from making any predictions. I'm just thinking that it will be a very close, good game between the two. And until then, we'll be taking a bit of a break, and we'll be coming back with Won't Stop Peaking versus Shaheens in a short while. Stay tuned.
shade.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are here for the second lower bracket semifinal between Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking. It should be a very interesting game indeed, and the maps, of course, we'll talk about those in just a bit. But Baba Gusta, how are you feeling on this fine evening?
I'm feeling great, Jack. And talk about the first match. I did not expect to see that outcome. 2-0, and Phalanx will head off to the next phase of the lower brackets.
Yep.
Kira Esports, they did not, which means that Phalanx has the most highest points to succeed in the playoffs itself, and not only just that, securing the spot on the SA Nationals. The same thing can be said for Kira Esports, though, although the only difference has to be the positions being changed. As we take a look at the brackets itself, we still have two more matches to go. Two more matches, as in Won't Stop Peakings versus Shaheens, which will happen for today. And then tomorrow, we have the upper bracket finals, Hunters LFO, who will go up against Team Mercenaries. I mean, for that to happen, we got to see which team would proceed into the next phase, fighting up against Team Phalanx. Whether would it be Team Won't Stop Peaking or Team Shaheens. Shaheens, on the other hand, they did succeed in eliminating MLT Esports 2-1. All the way they went to map number 3. Hunters Won't Stop Peaking, on the other hand, couldn't get to do the same thing. 2-0. Hunters LFO proved to show their efficiency and also their powerful performance in the upper brackets. And now, as we take a look at the map features itself, we'll get to see what kind of maps do we get to see from both the teams. Won't Stop Peaking on Chalet and Shaheens on Oregon.
Well, the SA Classic, folks. It is here, and we are going to be having these maps in play. Oregon Chalet and Decider being Clubhouse. I was almost about to say Border. I'm so used to saying Decider Border because most teams, they don't really want to ban Border, but they don't really want to pick it, so it becomes the Decider map instead. But no, Shaheens have banned out Border completely. We'll start peeking, going on Chalet once again. No real surprises there. They seem to really like Chalet, and I can see why to a degree, although their track record has been a little hit or miss. But then again, their recent matches, of course, have been pretty intense, so I can cut them some slack there. On the other side, Oregon from the Shaheens, again, a map that they really like to go to, and a map that I think most of SA Siege just kind of loves by default. But this is actually, Bob and I were talking about this before we got into the pre show, right? This is in the Fall Pro Series only the second time Oregon is being picked. That's quite interesting, right? And I'm honestly really surprised at that. But when I think about it, it makes sense. Oregon hasn't really come out much at all, and yeah, I am somewhat pleased to see Oregon. Never thought I'd be saying these words, but I would also, hope that it doesn't become the Oregon Central all over again that it once used to be. And interestingly enough, Won't Stop Peaking are to be attacking on every single map here today. Oregon, of course, it makes sense. It is still a defender-sided map, so Won't Stop Peaking will be going on to defense second. Chalet is attacker-sided, and Won't Stop Peaking are going to be going attacker side there because Shaheen's got the side pick. They are going defense first. Clubhouse as well, which is defender-sided. Won't Stop Peaking going attacker first there. So that's the entire thing, the maps and all that out the way, folks. And now we just gotta wait for some final player confirmations, and we're going straight into the game. There won't be too much longer to wait because we know you've been waiting for a very long time between matches. But here we are. The match itself is poised to go live very, very shortly. So, Baba, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Both me and CCV, who casted the first game, right? We were
Uh-huh.
horribly wrong about the result of the game, okay? Both of us thought Kid Express were going to win, and both of us thought it was going to be a 2-1 with a couple of overtimes all the way down to the last map, right? We were dead
Yeah.
wrong. Phalanx 1-0-2, right? And it wasn't even a competition in map 2. So I'm not going to be the one doing any predicting here. What do you think is going to happen in this match?
Just you just love throwing me under the bus now, don't you, Jack? Huh?
Oh, absolutely
Oh
do.
man, when it comes to making prediction wise, oh boy, Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking. Hmm. It's actually a tough one to predict. Won't Stop Peaking, on the other hand, they've had a good start in the upper brackets. The same thing can't be said for Shaheens, mainly because they had to go up against Team Mercenaries. They ended up on a 2-0 with 7-1 and 7-2. But for now, I mean, while I try to get my prediction right, let's just head on into the game itself, folks. Map number 1, Oregon. Let's see what kind of bans we get to see from Won't Stop Peaking and Shaheens. But if I have to make a prediction, oh man, I am so bad at this. All right, if I have to make a prediction, map number 1 could go in the favor of Shaheens, mainly because they picked this map. Second, map Chalet, this could go very close and it could end up on an overtime matchup 8-7, favoring for Won't Stop Peaking. And then on map number 3, Deciders, we could go all the way to round number 15, which should I have to should I have to give the spoilers, Jack? Because I really don't want to give it.
See, the way you say, should I give the spoilers, it just tells me you have the script. I lost my copy of the script, so I don't know what's going to happen anymore, okay?
It's a magical script that I got from Narnia, Jack, and I'm pretty sure that most of the scripts that I got from Narnia is it's technically confidential. So
How,
yeah,
how even, what, I don't know how
yeah,
Narnia came into the picture, but
I
let's
met
get back
Aslan, all right.
into the match. Let's get back into the match. We'll talk about, you and I are going to have a discussion about these magical closets you seem to have. All right, but that will be after the stream. Let's save that for later. Let's come back to the
Mhm.
bands because we've had a pretty interesting couple of bands in there. Thatcher and Mira from the side of Shaheens. No real surprises on those bands, but won't stop peaking. They've banned the defender Azami. Understandable. Reconstruction, very powerful right now for defenders, and Azami leading that charge gets banned. But Ash, that is interesting to say the least. I'm not sure if that's a target ban against someone on Shaheens because Ash, I
Attackers
mean,
need to locate and defuse bombs.
Zofia is just like Ash, right? At the end of the day, and
Mhm.
I don't know, man. I don't really know what's going on. As okay, anyway, I have no idea why Ash would be banned. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, folks. But yeah. Anyhow, let's go into the game. We'll talk about the Ash ban more later on, I guess. And let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. Okay, most of both of the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the set of Won't Stop Peaking, we had Cobra, and the rest are Dark Lord Mojo, Violet Versace, and Desmond, who are the four of which are, of course, here. Cobra, unfortunately, disconnecting, and no rehost request from Won't Stop Peaking, curiously enough. They had the time to do it, but they didn't do it. And, of course, from the side of the Shaheens, we've got Mighty Ali, Skywalker, Elmas, Caesar, and Doctor. And with that, and my continual confusion about the Ash ban, let's get this match underway.
Yep, let's get this match underway. Round number 1. Action phase is present. The players from Won't Stop Peaking are prepping their entrance all the way towards the first floor. Mojo, on the other hand, will provide some lines of sight all the way towards second floor window by breaking the barricade or not. Just a normal repel to see whether if he can catch one of the defenders peeking towards the window side of the attic. Now, the information will be given from the attacker's side with the help of the drones. The only problem is that since Cobra is having a lot of disconnection issues, Won't Stop Peaking will be forced to be in a 4v5 situation. Desmond, on the other hand, is definitely not wasting any time at all. He'll proceed with gaining control on second floor trophy. On second floor, yeah, on second floor trophy room. But you forgot about the player from main stairs. First kill and his doctor. Violet Versace will ensure to get the denial back. Breach will be done, and with it, Won't Stop Peaking. They have to push the site, but after having a lot of issues with only 3 players left, it will be a tough work for Won't Stop Peaking to proceed into the site.
That it will be 4v3 that they're playing, primarily due to Cobra disconnecting again. They're asking for a rehost, so we'll get into that once we finish off this round. As Dark Lord has spotted the smoke player inside of attic. Another breach is coming off, this time properly towards the bedroom wall this time. But Skywalker gets Dark Lord. That's a beautiful shot as well. Grenade is out. That should take care of the shield. Yes, it does. And a beautiful grenade to boot, finding Skywalker. But Caesar shuts down Mojo immediately. As it's all down to Violet, the last one standing right now. Trying to find anyone, through these peaks and other alt angles that are being held, the crossfires and so on and so forth. From the side of the defense, Shaheens are just sitting back. They know they don't need to do much, and that's the beauty of Oregon defense. You really don't need to do much. as Elmist will be the one to get the kill, finish off the round, and put round number 1 on the side of the Shaheens as they start things off pretty smoothly, all things considered.
Yeah, smooth way for Shaheens to succeed in round number 1, and I believe a rehost will be requested from Won't Stop Peaking's end. Apparently, there is a lot of problems coming in from Cobra's end, so yes, a rehost will be requested, which means that we are back from the caster's cam. I just cannot believe you have. I'm just still happy that I still haven't properly said my prediction yet, but I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. You know, I we should have just stopped there. I should have just, yeah. I looks
Hmm.
like I just played myself. It's just like
You did.
I just.
You
Well,
did.
anywho, first round itself on map Oregon, the results was quite predictable, mainly because of a major disadvantage that Team One Stop Peaking had. 4v5, Cobra had a lot of problems, in which Shaheens had no problems dealing with the push. And initially, Doctor was there present with the roam play all the way from second floor armory stairs. That he did ended up getting the initial pick, but there was a lot of grenade kills that we did get to see from Mojo's end. Apparently, it wasn't enough for Won't Stop Peaking to secure the win, and Shaheens eventually did secure round number 1. That's pretty much it.
I mean, yeah, not we don't really have much to talk about, right? All things considered. The one thing that we haven't really touched on so far is the Ash ban from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Because we all know, right? Won't Stop Peaking love playing the Ash. Kuntal in that roster loves playing Ash, and we've seen Ash come out from other players in that roster as well. So it's very interesting to me that Ash is the one they decided to ban. I feel like that's them just kind of using up a ban slot because they're gonna get access to other operators, like say the Lion, like say Dokkaebi, like say the Jackal, operators who get banned otherwise. They had a chance to keep them in play for Oregon, and they decided to go with it. That's why the Ash ban, because Zofia is just like she's just she's very similar to Ash, right? Add on the like 2 impacts instead of 3 breach charges. Both of them can bring breach charges or claymores. Both of them have extremely powerful rifles. Only one has access to zoom scopes. RIP R4C zoom scope. Um, but their overall utility and 2 explosive charges, right? So their overall utility is very similar. They can burn utility. They can destroy utility, burn, destroy utility. You get the point. Breach, soft breach, all that stuff. They can do all of that, right? Together, they're a much bigger threat than any single one of them. That is true. But yeah, the more I think about it, the more it just feels like a ban slot used up, wasted, quote unquote, because they just wanted to keep other operators in play. And knowing Won't Stop Peaking, we're probably going to start, as the rounds continue to go on, we're probably going to start seeing Lion and Dokkaebi and probably, Jackal every now and again as well as we continue on in the round. So, of course, Thatcher continually banned. I mean, he's got what, like a 49-50% ban rate in the Pro Series so far, which is actually all right. It's not as high as his ban rate when you consider the wider world of Siege and top ranked, right? Because then it jumps up to like what was it, 88%? No, 80%. Yeah, something like that. As of the last
Hmm.
seasonal graph. So, yeah, you guys got to stop banning Thatcher, man. Come on, what has he done to you? We had this discussion 2 years ago when they introduced the ban system. So,
I
yeah.
just got the info here, Jack. In Pro Series Summer Edition, Thatcher was
Hmm.
banned 81%.
Jesus.
81%.
81 out of 100
Thatcher ban
instances. My God.
and 81% ban on Valkyrie on defense. This was on Summer Edition. Now it's been slightly decreased in a way that it's now the Thatcher bans have been gone all the way down to 47, which is in fact a good thing.
Okay. Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
but for Valkyrie, it's still the same. We don't see any change at all. It's still at 88%. It's just
Wait,
it
it
is
went
so
up.
high. Yeah,
It
it
went
still
up.
went up. From
It went from
85, it's 88
81%,
now.
85 to 88. Whoa, right. Okay, even more players are banning Valkyrie now.
Jesus. Yeah.
I don't. I
And
mean,
that too on
does nobody like
15
Intel?
maps. I
Does
believe
nobody like
the
Intel?
reigning.
I guess I don't know. Does nobody like getting information? I don't
I
know.
guess they want to play according to roam plays and crossfire angles. That's exactly what's happening. I guess even with
Valkyrie can
Grim
do
being
that.
introduced into the game. Yeah, Valkyrie can do that, but the main thing about Valkyrie is that, especially when the site is on first floor and when you have Valkyrie as the camps, it could help you go in for C4 plays, right? And it's very efficient on certain maps like Villa. It's certain on maps that has soft floors right from below. So I believe certain maps on border, I think there should be some C4 spots that you can use on border too. Yeah, especially when the site being on second floor, but Valkyrie being banned, maybe you have some other defender ops. Like you still have the pulse with the cardiac sensors. Apparently, they'll just currently use that as backup most of the time, and Valkyrie isn't banned. But yeah, we've seen pulse mainly being on the rise, mainly particularly because of that. But yeah, let's just head on back into the game itself, folks. Team player on the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking, aka Cobra, has returned, which means we will proceed to round number 2 itself. But yeah, even I'm also still trying to understand why Valkyrie's been banned like most of the time. But on this match though, up against Won't Stop Picking versus Shaheens, we won't be seeing a Valkyrie ban here, Jack. So we might see Valkyrie being picked, especially
Oh
on the
yeah,
first
now
floor
that you
sites,
mention
but
it.
not a lot on
Locate
second
and
floor. Yeah.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Valkyrie is actually available for play, but I feel like we're gonna be faced with another one of the Thatcher situations, right? That teams are just so used to not playing Valkyrie that playing Valkyrie then becomes a question of what do we actually do? Like obviously some players will still remember where the cameras go and where, things are supposed to be and all that. And that's all well and good, but most teams probably won't have that same level of familiarity that was once enjoyed by Valk mains. And I think a lot of that has to do with Valkyrie
10
not being
seconds
able to
remaining.
throw her cams outside anymore. Which
Yep.
just begs the question, like, if
5
your
seconds to insertion.
overall playstyle depended on Valkyrie throwing her cameras outside,
Must locate and
then you can
defuse
just
the
find
bomb.
spots to to use the cams on other parts of the map, right? Like other extreme ends of the map where attackers could come from. It's all a read anyway, right? When you're setting something up, you're trying to read the attackers and trying to predict what they're going to do. A lot of defender setups are based off of that. Oh dear. Skywalker. I don't think Skywalker was able to stop that RCE Retero, and there is no mute, so that shield on Blue Elbow is going to be gone very, very early indeed.
Yeah, Caesar still has one more deployable shield, so if one doesn't work out, another backup would arrive at just the right time. But now the main question is whether if Desmond would use another explosive drone to remove it. And interestingly enough, we see two players on the side of Shaheens holding this angle. Doctor with the shotgun, that too with two ADSs. This will be a bit tough though for One Stop Peaking to be defending this heavy anchored side. It kind of feels, dude, I'm not gonna lie, this reminds me of a match where Fatah, we used to call this as Fatah stares a doctor, he might be able to do the exact same replica on exactly what's gonna happen here.
I mean, M870 is a pretty powerful shotgun, but he's got to wait for the right moment here. Wait, the sledge! The sledge! There we go, that's one. Unfortunately, one of the pellets took out the ADS as well. Here's going to be a flash and pistols out. Another flashbang. He's just going to fall back as a result. Doesn't want any part of what's being thrown his way. Doctor fully recognizing the fact that the attackers do still have superior guns at most ranges. Gets shot up a lot. Tries to contest but decides to fall back because the OSA with the PDW, again, at that range, has a much, much bigger advantage. But 65 seconds on the clock. And Won't Stop Peaking still haven't really made much headway about getting into the actual site.
In fact, they're taking the sweet time to proceed in towards the stairs. Now that they have control over that particular spot, gotta say, Doctor has done a lot of work on wasting a lot of time all the way towards the main stairs. They even haven't opened up the blue bunkers yet. So this is very concerning from One Stop Peaking's end, mainly because they're heavily focused on meetings ways. But Desmond finally found out the opening, and second one too. Immediate control, and now the drop down is present. Elemis needs to figure out a way to bring this back. 3v2 situation where Desmond, when they find out the opening, Shaheens' defensive hold decided to just fall apart. Now with One Stop Peaking getting the advantage in control, Shaheens are currently struggling on this place. Cobra not working out too well in his favor, and now it's a triple kill from Desmond as he succeeds in one. 7 seconds. They've got to go in for the plant. Desmond is still present with the support, but it's not working out. Caesar, he might be able to get the clutch, and he will do exactly
my
that.
goodness.
2 kills. And Shaheens will respond back with a 1v2 clutch. And desperate attempt for Team Won't Stop Peaking. They've made such great push all the way from the side itself. They even removed 2 players thanks to Desmond. The main problem was Desmond was so low on HP, he couldn't get to control the sides properly. And Cobra, while he was too busy placing the bulletproof shield, the alibi denied that too. So because of that, Shaheens did ended up winning out that round number 2, putting themselves in a really good lead here, 2-0. And now they'll be switching off the sights all the way towards first floor meeting/kitchen.
Meeting kitchen, the site that you go to when you've won 2 rounds and can't go to either second floor or basement site. But of course, even if it is the unfortunate third child of sites in Oregon, it's still a pretty decent site in its own right. You just got to make sure to mold it accordingly, and you will be having a fun time with this site. You know, hanging around with it, doing the usual defender stuff that you do, reinforcements and all that. Setup on second floor is very important, though. That is very true. As the castle has already gone up top to try and take care of that, there will be another castle bracket deployed down below, I think, maybe on the meeting split. Yes, there you can see it on the right side of your screens. The castle has just deployed that one. And of course, the final bits and pieces of rotations and, you know, lines of sight being put into place by Skywalker with the smoke shotgun. They don't really have an extension into dining room. There's only a shield that's overlooking dining. So dining might actually be a place that Won't Stop Peaking tries to take. Now, about the last round and the way that they played in round number 2, that is, Won't Stop Peaking, they honestly should have had it. It was a big lack of intel moment as Cobra gets the first kill. Big drop. Wait, that's Skywalker. That's the smoke. Oh, I think the smoke was busy peeking the shield and got caught out. That's unfortunate, as that's a very, very good early kill for sure. Castle barricades are being pinged. Mighty Ali knows that there's somebody right across it. As we've got a breach, this looks like they're gonna try and brute force into kitchen. I'm not sure how advisable that is given the number of people on second floor. And yes, they are going for roam clear now.
They even have strong control of that too. Second kill from Dark Lord. Caesar's down, and now you see Won't Stop Peaking making their full effort all the way towards second floor, but he gets caught out while focusing on that. Good distractions being made to try to at least focus on removing one of the players out, but Mighty Ali immediately gets back control on second floor. Which means in a 2v2, Won't Stop Peaking's attempt of using that distraction did eventually put Won't Stop Peaking in a very bad spot, especially with the brute force attempt being made all the way towards first floor kitchen. And now the breach has to happen, or should I say Won't Stop Peaking, at least one of the operators should go all the way towards White Stairs to deny Mighty Ali. Or they could just go all the way towards meeting and do that. Violet gets to take out LMS, which means that Won't Stop Peaking has another way to proceed in towards the side, but you got to worry about the hatch, and Mighty Ali is still present. 1v1, and it's Cobra who needs to figure out a way to get this back. A bit more afraid of the hatch, and now he'll just sprint all the way towards the safe spot. He could go in for the plant. Does Mighty Ali know about his presence? No, he does not, but he also has good angle. No, he does not. He has no idea where Cobra's presence is. Now he does. 40 seconds. Mighty Ali, he might be able to bring this back. Give Shaheens a 3-0 lead. But with Cobra having the PDW in hand, you have a lot of bullets that you need to be careful about. And you only need one shot to the head to confirm the kill. Oh, Cobra. He's fast. He knows exactly what's happening. And in the end, he'll be able to get the kill, giving the win for Team Won't Stop Peaking 1-2 in round number 3. A very close round for Won't Stop Peaking, as they immediately lost control on second floor, mainly because of Mighty Ali holding his ground. And now, round number 4, Shaheens. They are very confident in winning both of the major sites, second floor kids and basement on basement laundry and supply room. But on first floor meeting room, I believe in the end of the first half, this could end in a 4-2 scoreline unless and until Won't Stop Peaking decides to, adapt to the sites that Shaheen have been, doing their setups for the previous 3 rounds.
I mean, we'll have to see, right? Round one, of course, was a little unfortunate for Won't Stop Peaking, so we can't really draw too much of a conclusion based on what we saw in round number one, because Cobra disconnected, of course, and that left a rather large hole in the Won't Stop Peaking's side. So it is what it is. As you can see, nothing too particularly special in the early scoreboard. Of course, round one's data is, not exactly there because at the end of the day, round one was rehosted. Like we did have a rehost after round one. So we'll have to see about going into the next few rounds and see exactly what these teams have in store for us. The Aruni seems to be favored by the Shaheens as well, looking at it, right? Because we're seeing a lot of Aruni from them. Elmist, to be specific, has brought out that operator twice now. Elmist had a different operator in the meeting site, but that was, of course, a necessity because that site has a completely different flow to it overall. Doctor down on first floor towards the kitchen side. No real surprises there as that roam is necessary. What I'm more interested in is Caesar all the way out in tower. I'm not sure if Won't Stop Peaking are even going to, excuse me, are even going to bother with an attempt on a tower and into attic. They might, given everything. You should when it comes to attacking the tower, attacking kids' dorms and Dorman Hall. Attic wall becomes kind of important, so you got to make sure you got all your breaches ready as we have the breach on bedroom slowly but surely being set up.
Slowly but surely, won't stop peaking. On the bright side, they haven't lost one of their operators just yet. They've even made sure that Doctor wouldn't make another attempt of, getting an early pick, just like he did all the way from round number one, where he just showed his presence from the armory stairs. Flashbangs being used to destroy the Surya gates, and here comes Caesar. Starts off with the first initial pick, and it's Desmond who gets picked out. The Nomad won't be available to engage in this execute. You still got to worry about the rest of the 4 players on the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Interesting use of the bulletproof shield from the Osa, because it's all the way from right outside, and 2 of the impact EMPs are still present, which means that the defenders on the side of Team Shaheens hasn't made a decision of bringing in any denial operators like the Mute or the Bandit. Even more so, they didn't even bring in the Kaid, which means that the breach will be opened up quite regularly on both the sides, and they have to make do with certain utilities like providing a lot of protection from the deployable shield. Doctor, oh what? He just snooped away easily from the window side, and he picks out Dark Lord just by seeing the red cap that the alibi had. But once stop peeking, man, they're currently stuck. 30 seconds. They've succeeded in opening up the hatch, but they're not getting any kills whatsoever. Skywalker comes back with the SMG-11. Mojo goes down, and with it, Violet, down and out it is at the hands of Doctor, and another kill to secure a flawless round. Just
Ultimately,
push happened.
very shaky, I think that's
Yeah,
what
just
we
breach
can say.
happened. They removed the windows and they just stood there for more than a minute and a half.
Yeah, they were trying to go for some sort of clearance, maybe isolate a couple of gunfights, maybe, but unfortunately that didn't quite work out. 3-1 to the Shaheens as they clearly have an iron grip on this map already. And won't stop peaking. They will need to pick themselves up very, very quickly if they want to turn things around here. That is for sure. Shaheens, well, like we said, they've got a good hold on this match so far because won't stop peaking. Sure, they're going defense second, right? But say in the worst case scenario for them, this goes to a 5-1 first half. Well, you know, I would say that even if you are going to the advantaged side on the second half of a map, if you're 1-5 down, the chances of literally anything going right after that point becomes very, very little. And I don't particularly think that Won't Stop Peaking, if it goes to 5-1, will have much of a chance of making a comeback on Oregon. They'll have to look at Chalet with a little bit of desperation and a lot of pressure on them. I mean, the pressure's already on, right? And they're trying. Won't Stop Peaking, that is. They are trying to win out these rounds. but it just doesn't seem to be working out for them as Mighty Ellie finds Dark Lord. That's your Nomad gone, and it seems like it was on the rappel up to second floor. Skywalker getting a bit cheeky there, peeking out of the elbow of blue. Is going to get shot up a little bit, but not a whole lot. Plenty of aggressive drones that the side of Shaheens exiting Won't Stop Peeking have, right? They've got the Rotero, they've got the Twist drone. But the problem is, they need to get these bodies cleared first before they do anything else.
Oh no.
Are you kidding me?
No, Mojo.
Mojo.
No. He thought he could have aimed for the railing of the stairs, but now he can't get up.
Nope.
Now he can't get up.
He's fallen, and he can't get up.
You know, we had
Yeah, somebody's
4
gonna pick him up.
TKs.
Yeah, there we go.
We had 4 TKs in the previous matchup between Kira and Phalanx,
3.5
right?
actually, yeah.
3.5.
I say 3.5 because we still don't know who actually downed the Malusi on Blue Stairs in Clubhouse. But yeah, like that one's sus.
But all in all, Won't Stop Peeking. Oh man, this is not looking good, man. Especially on this side. Mighty Oli, on the other hand, just when he got the initial frag out, they continue to do even more. Desmond gets down and get confirmed from Doctor all the way towards first floor garage. And now with 2 players gone, Shaheens, they are yet to lose a single player on the side of defense. They had a flawless win on round number 4, and in round number 5, this could be the same case. Meeting is currently a bit compromised, which means Doctor's location is still unknown, which means that Won't Stop Peeking can get removed if they are not careful on the entrance side, and maybe that can be a possibility. Oh no! Oh, I should have been careful when that garage was present, and Doctor, he is still present. He could still remove the twitch. No, Mojo is down, and now it's Cobra. Peeks again with the MX Force Storm. He's trying to reload the F2, and Doctor gets it to yet another flawless round. Oh no! Oh no! No! Won't Stop Peeking. No. I think here's what's happening here, Jack. I think here's what's happening. Back when spring season, and yes, I'm talking about Pro Series Spring, whenever you make a push on Oregon, you'd expect a lot of denials from the reinforcements walls, right? That's the main reason why it takes a lot of time to breach one certain wall and then head in towards the site. But now, since the meta has been changed, mainly because of huge changes and the introduction of secondary EMP charges, you see Shaheens, they don't particularly care about reinforcement walls anymore. They just focus on giving a lot of protection from the deployable shields and also making good amount of crossfire angles, which is difficult for Won't Stop Peeking to get into the site in the first place. And let's not forget, grenades are still present, but it's very limited. And the only grenades that we did get to see from Won't Stop Peeking has to be either from Sledge's hand, from Mojo. Currently, he's not having a good day at all when it comes to the grenade peaks, or from the challenging gunfights that he had to deal with either from Doctor or LMS Zen. So now we got to wonder. Now, since you don't have to worry about reinforcement wall being heavily protected, you still need to focus on the site. You still need to focus on the attic, in which Won't Stop Peeking, they just breach one of the site, didn't thought about removing attic, and they just blindly went in. The same thing happened on basement side too. Even with Doctor getting the initial frag out, Won't Stop Peeking had no idea on where Doctor was. It's just I'm still trying to understand what is happening on Won't Stop Peeking's head right now.
I think that's exactly what they're trying to do as well, given the timeout that was called by Won't Stop Peeking, of course. And that gave them 2 minutes to really talk about and think about what's been going wrong for them, and they kind of need it, right? They kind of need this timeout to figure out what are they even up to, right? Because they have lost 2 rounds flawless back to back. And we are now headed back to first floor meeting and kitchen, the only site that Won't Stop Peeking won, yes, but remember how they won it. It was a 3v5. Shaheens then turned it into a 3v3, 2v2, and then 1v2. And it came down to that's 1v2, right? And it was very nearly a win. Mighty Ellie, who was playing the Malusi that round, very nearly won it out. And they've got the same defender set up this time around, so they're very clearly confident, Shaheens, in this defense. Won't Stop Peeking, on the other hand, while they've picked pretty much the same operators set for the last few rounds now, I'm not sure if they are actually all that confident in themselves and in this play that they're trying to make, because you see their gunfights, right? They keep losing them, but more than that, even when in a one-to-one gunfight, they seem so unsure of themselves. They seem so like not confident at all. Their confidence seems like it's at an all-time low, which of course is a bad thing for them, because it's pretty much the only reason they're losing the gunfights in as many ways as they are. They can't afford to do that, and they'll need to pick themselves back up, but to do that they need to win a round somehow. And maybe this round is the round they do it. Maybe they might be able to give themselves a little bit of a breather after this, going on the defense, but they're going to need something to go their way stat. Otherwise, I fear that it might not be all that good for that attacking team right now.
It really isn't. Especially how Won't Stop Peaking just lost their confidence on site basement laundry and supply room. They had no control on the situation from both the roamers side as well as the anchors who are currently holding down the main on the site itself. It is difficult, but the side on meeting and kitchen might at least give some hopes for Won't Stop Peaking to get a good win on attack, and this time they'll be doing the same thing once again. Make a lot of distractions on the side and then suddenly see whether if they can get an opening pick or two all the way towards the windows side of second floor. Now you have two players from upstairs, one of which is Doctor, who's currently from Kids Doms, and then you have Mighty Ali, who did get that double kill to immediately get back the control on second floor. So everything is set in motion. Won't Stop Peaking. They still have a lot of work that needs to be done, especially with the bulletproof shield that's been given a lot of information on the player's whereabouts, and Cobra, he gets away with a kill.
That's a pretty nice kill to have, that is for sure. And it's one of the things that I mentioned that needs to go their way, but Mighty Ali will not allow that to sit for too long. The Sledge now trying to go for a big peek right now. Should have seen the Malusi approaching, and it's a trade. Mighty Ali and Mojo trading, making it a 3v3 between these two teams right now. Skywalker trying to just stall the attackers for as long as he can, as Dark Lord gets another big one in the meanwhile. As Mighty Ali unfortunately down, so is Doctor, and so is Caesar. It's all up to Desmond, Violet, and Dark Lord to somehow secure the round. They've been here before. They've been at an advantage like this before, but they need to make sure that they don't end up somehow giving it away. Skywalker, beautiful shot right there. On to Dark Lord. That makes it a 2v2. They're going for a breach on the front side. Skywalker's got eyes on this. Sees one, sees the drop as well. Isn't able to get the kill. Trying to approach, but unfortunately goes down. Here's the castle with one. Trying to stall that player from planting the diffuser. Gotta be careful, Elemist. Going towards the breach, and Violet will go down as well. Close, messy, absolutely. But Shaheens will walk away with a 5-1 first half. And that means Won't Stop Peaking's chances of making a comeback here just got all that much slimmer.
1v1. It was the same situation that they had been in round number 3. They didn't change any strategies at all. They didn't even, thought of having at least one of the anti-roamers to push all the way towards first floor garage, see whether if they can remove Doctor out, because mainly was playing at the 90s angle on the first floor, right? And since Won't Stop Peaking, they didn't do that. They'd usually pushed in all 5 players towards construction. Both of them were currently holding an angle all the way towards the window side. Yeah, the end result didn't look too good from Won't Stop Peaking's end. 5-1, 5 in favor for Shaheens, 1 point on the attack in first half at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking. And now they're the ones on defense. Now you get to see the setups which is being made from Won't Stop Peaking's end, a bit different from Shaheens. With Mojo bringing in the mutes jammers, more gas canisters, which are still very important. And also you have the Legion goo mines from Cobra. No alibi, no castle, which in fact will be very helpful on the first floor side. But you still have the Jaeger 2 with the ADSs as well. So let's see whether if Won't Stop Peeking can succeed in winning all 4 defensive rounds back to back. And for Shaheens, all they've got to do is just win 2 attack rounds. Although saying win 2 rounds might be easy, but once you're in the situation 5-1 and you're on map Oregon, there are so many situations where One Stop Peaking could equalize it to a 5-5. And to start it off, we will see Dark Lord succeed in his first initial gunfight as he removes Caesar.
Massive first drop right there. That's your sledge gone. So any and all soft breaching and use of those grenades will no longer be in play, as the secondary EMPs from the doctor should allow, from the line, excuse me, should allow for the breach to go off. There we go. Unfortunate for Mute. Those jammers can only be useful for so long until and unless, of course, Lion pulls out the EMP softball. As they've gone into the bedroom side of things, Shaheens once again. Mostly a one-track push, really. One player seems to be... No, that's a defender who's all the way inside of Attic. Nobody trying for any Attic breaches, Attic pushes. But Doctor's going to find Dark Lord nonetheless. That's a massive drop right there. Smoke canister thrown towards the breach once again to try and stall for time here. Violet and Mojo, the two SAS brothers here, trying to just hold off this incoming wave of attackers that's bound to hit them very, very soon indeed. As the scan goes off, E1D is in. It has tracked one of the players, but that's inside of dorms, which means, of course, there's no way to actually tell whether or not that player can be taken out just now. Just a little bit of position revealing going on, as in the meanwhile, they're going to have to try and hold this down. Again, the defense is pretty solid, all things considered. They're not really having too much difficulty. But the problem lies in whether or not they're going to be able to win their gunfights. Here we go. The smokes are in. The push is in as well. Shots are fired. Mojo C4 finds Elmas. That's the diffuser drop. Skywalker walks in, but the Goomine is there. That's stopping him from doing much about this. And there we go. Mighty Alien Doctor finding a couple where Cobra comes back with a trade. And Cobra once again towards the white stairs. The Legion, unimpeded in their play, allows for Won't Stop Peaking to put a round on board after such a long time. Round 7 goes their way. It is 2-5, still heavily in favor of the Shaheens.
5-2, Won't Stop Peaking. Incredible defense with the help of smoke gas canisters, the Banshee to give vital information even with the smoke gas canisters which had been used to block certain lines of sight. Apparently Shaheens also... Oh no.
Oh god. We've... Okay, Won't Stop Peaking. I'm just gonna say this. Don't pull Akira Esports, please. With these team kills. We've seen enough for one day.
Oh man, this has got to hurt for them. By the time he spawned in the round, Violet decides to accidentally left click. It happens. It happens most of the time. We've been in those situations where we'd accidentally click left click by the time the game's been loaded, and you end up team killing your own team. Unfortunate, but this is not looking good. 4v5, Desmond is already gone, and the only thing that Desmond can do is just give information. And Shaheens, on the other hand, they just have to focus on entering into the building itself. Doctor, the attack drones, usual info all the way towards basement bunkers. And you also have the smoke gas canisters initially being used from Violet. One of them will be used to block an entryway all the way towards blue bunkers. The only difference is how you'd see Violet use those smoke gas canisters. If Violet uses it too early, then it will be very crucial for Shaheens in late rounds. Their main goal is to make sure that they waste a lot of gas canisters so that Shaheens can just have easier access in towards the site. And apparently we'll see Violet just reinforce it immediately. He'll just save it for the mid rounds, and you have good crossfire angles from both Dark Lord and Mojo. All they've got to do is just ensure that they wouldn't get picked out in the process, because if they do, and if Shaheen gets the better end, especially with them starting off with a 4v5 disadvantage, then things would not look too good from their end. Doctor's location will be compromised from the Banshee deterrent, and Dark Lord gets away with the kill, equalizing it to a 4-4.
All right then. 4v4 situation. The Lion is gone. So that, of course, will help a lot. SR-25 from Skywalker. As we all know the sounds of that DMR from Blackbeard, who is the co-owner of a gun like that. But thankfully, there's no Blackbeard in play for now.
Attackers.
Skywalker's just holding down Blue from outside in the barrel. Caesar coming down to Boiler Stairs, trying to find a kill of their own. This angle is, of course, being watched over as Caesar will take the Guma into the shin. Just waiting to try and, find someone. Maybe 1, 2. There comes the SR-25 wielding Flores as well. Dark Lord, this is a big angle and gets Elmist as well. Very smart play right there. Top of white, opens a wall, finishes off. Cobra finds Skywalker, and it's now all down to these final two, Caesar and Mighty Ellie, as they're caught in quite the precarious position.
Yeah, we see Mighty Ali still with a good headshot all the way towards Boiler Room. A nade attempt which would force Melusi to fall back, but he still stays alive. But in a 2v3, things will not look too good, especially with the shot that Violet had made. Removing Caesar out, which would force Mighty Ali to be in a 1v3. No information on players' whereabouts, crossfire angle. Dark Lord gets the final kill, and with it, we will see Team Won't Stop Peaking secure round number 8. Ending things off on a 3-5. Shaheens currently having a lot of problems on both the sides, second floor kids dorms and basement laundry room. So the only side where they have a lot of control has to be on kitchen and dining hall. Kitchen and dining hall is one of the sites where it's favorable for the attackers, unless and until if it's played right from the defenders, ensure that they have good control on second floor and forcing the attackers to lose a lot of time. Then Won't Stop Peaking will be the one who will have the advantage. Shaheens, on the other hand, all they've got to do is just ensure that they won't lose a lot of time by removing players out, especially from the roamers, so that they can just easily enter into the building and proceed with the official post plant. Let's not forget, the site is on dining, not at kitchen and meeting rooms. So Shaheens have a lot more closure, mainly because they just have to enter all the way towards construction entrance, in which it'll be easier for them to just plant the diffuser then and there itself. But for Shaheens, they couldn't get to secure a single round of attack in the second half, which means that this is 3-5. Shaheens requires only 2 rounds of attack. And since this is Oregon, we get to see the finest example of why Oregon is popularly known to be defender sided.
I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see about that, right? Oregon's defender set nature definitely helping Won't Stop Peaking quite a lot right about now. And Shaheens are feeling the full brunt of that, as their last 2 rounds have been, let's just say, less than stellar. Now, first floor, one of the first floor sites will come in from Won't Stop Peaking. Shaheens can pull ahead once again because of it. First floor sites, of course, not exactly the best, all things considered. So, for defenders, that is. But for attackers, I mean, they're pretty good to attack. Again, you have to set things up properly, get a bit of clearing done, and then you're straight in there. And it takes a little bit of patience to hold down as well. But outside of that, it is still a pretty good site, so to speak. So again, Won't Stop Peaking could pull ahead, make it 4-5, make it equalizer even in a couple of rounds. Shaheens, in the meanwhile, well, they'll have to delve deep to try and figure out what's been going wrong, and that's probably why they took the pause, right? Maybe it's a tactical pause. Maybe Doctor went somewhere because Doctor hasn't even selected their operator yet. But we'll have to wait and see about that. So, map point could come out, and it could come to them very, very soon. But again, it all depends on the when, where, and the how of this next attack.
Yeah, this next attack from Shaheens, they have to win this, or else if Won't Stop Peaking gets the better end of winning most of their defensive rounds, this could usually go all the way to the overtime, which it can happen on round number 13 itself. That's the main reason why Oregon is so heavily defender favored, especially when you have those two normal sites of second floor kids' dorms and then also on basement laundry room. So for now, we just got the ready confirmation on the side of Shaheens, which means that we are proceeding to round number 9 without facing any issues. Doctor has given the ready confirmation. So does Team our doctor hasn't just yet, so we just have to wait for the players to see if they are ready, and once they do, we'll be able to jump in on the round and see what kind of plays does both Won't Stop Peekings and Shaheens will be doing in this situation.
Just waiting on the Shaheens is ready as well, as they've all got their operators, and maybe there's just some minor, network inconveniences, maybe some packet loss happening. I'm not entirely certain, but where it is, hopefully they resolve it quickly and get their pep talk done as well ASAP. Because okay, yeah, looks like we've got the ready confirmation as well. So yeah, we've been just kind of going back and forth on whether or not we're going to stay here or go back to the caster's desk. But it looks like we're going live, folks. 5-3 is the round count right now. And yes, we are going
Attackers
live,
need to
not
locate
going
and defuse
liver.
bombs.
Thank you for that, production. As round 9 will see us go to first floor, kitchen, and dining.
Kitchen and dining. The site where the attackers have a glimpse of hope to secure their attack round if both the sides didn't, favor them a lot. But let's not keep One Stop Peeking out of the board just yet. They just won 2 defensive round, and with the amount of motivation that they require to succeed on the first round, high likely a chance that Won't Stop Peeking can secure this round and put things off on a 5-5 equalizer.
5
But
seconds left.
whether or not this would happen or not, we'll get to see it in the action phase itself. Dark Cloud bringing in the Valkyrie. The scams would be very efficient on some certain places, and also for the attackers when you have Doctor who's bringing in the Lion once again, the EMPs, and also the the EDD, which can give ample amount of information to see if they have some players' positionings. Deployable shield will be present all the way towards the showers' side, which means that Shaheens needs to focus on 2 lines of sight. And I believe one of the player had a no man. For a moment there, I thought one of the attackers had a shotgun in the hand, especially from the crosshair that I saw. But it's just never mind. I think I'm having hallucinations. But all in all, focusing on the round at hand, round number 9, Shaheens. They've got to secure round number 9, or else Won't Stop Peeking. They'll get the better ends of it, and most likely higher chances for Won't Stop Peeking to equalize it 5-5.
That is, of course, all down to them winning this round. If Won't Stop Peeking loses this round, well, they might not actually be able to equalize it, because then equalizing means to go to overtime. But Mojo's going to find Elmas. Wait, that's the breacher gone. Big drop right there, as the secondary EMPs will now all amount to nothing. They cannot breach the main wall on the side of dining, which means they'll have to go from elsewhere. White stairs, going for a clear on second floor, verticality, all that stuff. But they don't even have too much of verticality in terms of saw breach either, because you've got yourself quite a few, how should I put this? Quite a few throwables. But in terms of saw breach, the sledge is the one who has to stay alive. Caesar needs to get in there, needs to get a clearance as well. That's where Mighty Ali and, of course, their Skywalker come in. They need to give him the clear. They need to get into that area. Grenades are going to go out. In the meanwhile, as Desmond finds a big one, Skywalker gets the return fire on Desmond. In the meanwhile, another player is spotted by the E1D. The problem is, you can see, with the breach not being done, is how do they really push this? And Cobra finds Doctor and another one as they both jump in through that same window on the bottom of white. Now Caesar's left in a 1v4 that he's not going to win. That means Won't Stop Peeking actually are now on a very, very feasible chance of getting a 5-5 equalizer here.
All 3 defensive sides from Won't Stop Peeking secured. And now they've got to do it all over again. And to start things off, it will be on second floor dorms in Dom's main hall. And oh boy, for Shaheens, this is not good. All the way from 5-1 in the first half to 4-5 in the second half,
Defenders,
with
protect your bombs from being
Team Won't
defused
Stop
by
Peeking being the ones on defense. Now, the main cause of the problem has to be the deployable shield placements and the smoke gas canisters, which has been thrown all the way towards second floor kids' dorms. And you always have one of the player holding down all the way towards white stairs. So How will Shaheens deal with this? Would we see them have Caesar or maybe Doctor see whether if he could provide a lot of distractions all the way towards first floor, maybe have one of the attackers push all the way towards construction,
Seconds left.
and when the timing is perfect he could be able to remove Dark Lord out,
Seconds left
especially
before
when he's holding down from wide stairs, but it requires timing. Or maybe they could use a cook grenade from Caesar and Doctor. I just realized that Doctor had changed his attacker all the way from Lion to Sledge, so having this could definitely help him a lot. No EMPs, secondary EMPs from Shaheens, which means that the ADS will be very powerful on this round. Destroying deployable shield will be a lot of tough work for Shaheens to deal with those certain situations, but you still have, the Zofia, so concussion and impact combo should be more than enough to remove one of the places. Information from ITLE's attack drone, which can give them ample amount of information, but since they've got to deal with the mute jammers, knowing that they don't have a secondary impact, yeah, they don't have a secondary EMP from the attacker, so this will be a bit tough. But since you have the Maverick, interestingly enough, from Mighty Elise, and you'll be able to make a slight hole, use the flashbangs, grenades, the usual stuff you see from the breach, and open up certain lines of sights.
Well, there goes the grenade to try and take care of the mute jammer on the main wall. They don't have secondary EMPs this time, as they're not bringing the Lion or the Dokkaebi or anybody who has those, who has that specific gadget. Ooh, beautiful shot by Caesar. That's such a tight angle. Gets a beautiful kill right there. Here comes the smoke grenade, and the Ana has to get out of there. Violet's going to find Skywalker in the meanwhile. Once again, this is the thing about Oregon, right? As a defender, you have such an inherent advantage on this map because you can make flanks like this. You can hold longer, wider angles because you've just got cover. The map naturally gives you this cover to work with. And of course, that flank that I just spoke of was the Jaeger Desmond coming around the back, killing, as in finishing off Doctor. As Caesar now tries to push in, trying to clear out the White Stairs landing. But to no avail. They've tried everything. The Mute taking damage right now, but Caesar's going to go down nonetheless because Dark Lord was watching from the other side. 2v4 now as the smoke grenades are going off. Elma's taking so much damage right now, trying something or the other, but to no avail. Violet and Dark Lord will finish off both of the final attackers. And that, of course, means round 11, folks. We are at an equalizer, 5-5.
Jack, maybe we should call this as an Oregon curse. Most of the maps that we've seen on Oregon.
No. You know what we should call this? Another win for the Baba Gusta prediction book.
Many bombs as they can.
Nah. I said that the
Hey, you said it
first half
yourself.
would end up on.
Yeah.
Look, I said the first half would end up on a 4-2.
Yeah, I know.
I said it would end up
You
on
didn't exactly
4-2.
get that one right. You didn't exactly get that one right, but you got this one right.
Uh-huh.
You got the more extreme prediction right, because I said 5-1 and it went to 5-1, which I'll happily take, right? But
And I said
you
this would
said
go OT
that
on
if they
second
win,
map, not on first.
yeah, I know, but we haven't even gotten close to OT yet. You never know.
The main reason why
I'm
I
just
want to
saying.
say this is an Oregon curse, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The
5 seconds
main
left
reason
before
why I'm saying this as an Oregon curse is how many times have you seen the defenders went 5-1 in the first half and eventually ended up equalizing 5-5? There is a lot of examples that we
Honestly,
could talk
too
about.
many
I could even
times.
include it too many times, mainly because of how powerful the defensives hold are. And this is the main reason why Oregon is more likely one-sided, because it heavily favors for defenders. For the attackers, not a lot. So now you could think that map Oregon, definitely not a good way for Shaheens to be going out like this, because it's usually the coin toss, right? Whoever gets the attack round first is the one who loses in the second. That's usually how Oregon works. I don't know how it would work on the NAEU or the LATAM regions, but in C's it's quite the same. It's predictable. You can literally know what exactly is going to happen in the second half. And Shaheens, they haven't won a single round on attack. Not a single round yet. Won't Stop Peeking has won only one round on attack.
I mean, at least they got one round on the attack, right? Oh boy, Doctor's gonna go down in the meanwhile. Desmond scurries up the stairs, gets a kill, scurries right back down the same stairs. Shaheens, they seem to be at a bit of an impasse. They just can't figure out what's going on as they continue to lose rounds, almost hemorrhage them. But Skywalker fires back, finds Mojo. Equalizers are common between these two teams. The problem for Shaheens is actually getting in the site, actually doing anything once they have their setup done. Like right now, the setup is made. They've got themselves a potential entry point, but they haven't been able to do anything after that. They're still stuck on the stairs. They're still stuck on the hatch. And of course on Blue Elbow. Skywalker's gonna walk into Blue. He's gonna be DBNO and killed as a result of Desmond. They're now trying to pretty much force their way into the site, or at least as close to it as they feasibly can. Skywalker is coming in to support Mighty Ellie on the boiler room side of things, but again, the crosses that are held are just too strong as the Hibana goes down to Dark Lord. There might be another kill. No, there won't be. Almost was for just a second there. It's a 3v2. Still could potentially go the way of the Shaheens if they manage to pace themselves properly this time. They need to find one of these players, but never mind. Dark Lord shuts down Mighty Ellie, and Skywalker, now left alone in a 1v3, knows where the Legion is at the very least. Trying to swing on the Legion, but can't quite. Flashbangs is out, but nope. Skywalker finishes off the Flores before any damage could be done. And folks, in what is probably one of the biggest turnarounds of my recent Rainbow Six casting memory, Shaheens have gone from a 5-1 first half to a 5-6. Won't Stop Peeking are the ones on map point. They were 1-5 down. They are now 6-5. They could win map 1, go to Chalet with probably the highest that their spirits will ever fly for a comeback like this, and Chalet's their map. This is Shaheens' map. And I've said it time and time again, going to Oregon as a team trying to win is an interesting decision and not the best one, because Oregon is an SA classic. Every team in our region knows this map like the back of their hand. They know this map like the cheat sheets that I used to use in high school. And I knew those, like the back of my hand. Okay? So, the point notwithstanding, and yes, I just ousted myself for cheating on exams, but hey, at that point, who doesn't? But that point notwithstanding, Won't Stop Peeking clearly know Oregon. They clearly know Oregon defense. Shaheens had such a huge advantage, and yet here they are, desperate to equalize, to push it to overtime, to have a chance of winning.
You know, if you use cheat sheets, I actually use the next guy who's writing the same paper. I just usually check on his paper.
Oh, no. I mentioned cheat sheets because that's the first thing that came to my mind. I've used everything.
Anywho, match point for Won't Stop Peeking. They haven't lost a single round on defense. Can you imagine, Jack? Not being able to lose a single round of defense in the second half is in itself an achievement for Won't Stop Peeking on map Oregon. You'd usually at least lose at least one round on the first floor side, right? And Shaheens, they couldn't get to secure that too. And now, knowing that Shaheens are back in the same site, first floor kitchen and dining, the biggest question is, will Shaheens secure this round and put us to overtime? That's the biggest question. Information from the attack drones, they know exactly where Vamai is, and with the help of bulletproof cams, they could at least be able to remove some certain lines of sight. Cooked grenade from Skywalker gets caught out from the Vamai's magnet, and the Vamai will be forced to fall back. Or would he though? No, he's still staying strong. Both of the grenades being used, the whole showers has been forced. The defenders no longer gets the good angle from that. And now we see Shaheen slowly pushing towards the first floor dining. Information is a lot being given from Won't Stop Peeking, especially from the bulletproof cams. The attackers, they are currently still stuck, and Mojo gets away with a kill without a trade from Shaheens. This is not good, especially from Shaheens' end, because even though if they lose that majority of that gunfight, the trade also aren't looking good, but this time Caesar gets away with that. Mojo gets one, so does Mighty Ali, who gets to take out Dark Lord. 3v4, and won't stop peeking, since they lost control on first floor dining. Shaheens, they cannot proceed to post plant.
Post plant indeed. That smoke grenade was a little bit too late, but Desmond shots still find Elmist. Nonetheless, one kill is done as that Osa is going to be such a pain in the backside. Doctor finding Violet. Cobra has to check his corners. Now knows that there's somebody over around that area. Sees the Nomad, can't quite get the kill. And there we go. Doctor as well will turn around and shut down the defenders. This time, of course, having the Breacher alive. That's why Dining is such a, non-pick site, because a Breacher can do so much damage. But folks, we'll talk about that in just a second. You know what time it is. It is round 13, 6-6 equalizer. So say it with me and brace yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, it is round 13, overtime!
Let's go, folks. Round number 13.
Attackers
Overtime.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
Did you expect this to happen, Jack? 6-6?
No, actually. I honestly didn't think we'd be going OT on map 1. But I guess that just speaks to both of these teams and how close they are in terms of their skill level, right? So,
You know, we need to add like a rule book for Oregon. You know?
okay.
It's like rule number 1. We do not talk about Oregon. Rule number 2 is we should not talk about Oregon.
Attackers objective
See,
to locate a bomb.
You know, I said that
feel
wrong,
like
but
that. No. I feel like that analogy would have worked better with Clubhouse. For those
Yes,
who got what
it actually
Bob was
does make
trying to
sense.
reference. Yeah. I mean, hey, nice reference though. I always love myself a good movie reference, right? So, hey, I'll give props where props are due. Right now, won't stop peaking. Need a couple rounds going their way because they are attack first on OT, which is a little unfortunate for them because attack just never really seemed to work out for them, and they will have to play out of their minds to be able to push for a round win here. And I say to be able to push for it. It's not like there's even a guarantee that they'll be able to, even if they play out of their minds. They've got the Nomad, they've got their flanks covered and so on and so forth. But again, they've done this before, and we've seen the results of this, attack that they go for here. So it's really all down to how Shaheens' defense once again tries to counteract them, that this round will go one way or the other.
yeah. Okay, Skywalker. He starts off the headshot with an SMG-11. There goes Mojo, and that too, his possibility of using his grenades to destroy that deployable shields. But now, on the bright side, they've at least succeeded in removing the breach all the way from second floor, but they're losing a lot of bodies. Doctor starts away with yet another kill. Doctor does the same all the way from the from the rappel being made from the window side. Explosive drones, which will be very important to destroy those deployable shields. Knowing that they don't have the Mute's jammers, it will be used to destroy one. And now it's problems for Shaheens. Now, since a lot of control has been dwindled out, Caesar is still present from the first floor to give a lot of protection from the wide stairs. But the main problem of it is that they're losing a lot of time. Won't stop peeking. They've just got their minor breakthrough of destroying that deployable shield. But would it be more than enough to guarantee the success on this side? How can they remove the players from the side? How can they focus on getting control on wide stairs? Not a lot of protection has been given around, and Shaheens, they're just patiently waiting for the attackers to make their play. What will it be? It will be Mighty Ali to start things off. The second, and a team kill from Violet. Not a good way for team Won't Stop Peeking to be losing out on overtime round number 13. But in the end, Shaheens, they will secure overtime match point in round number 14. And if you want me to predict this, Jack, I'm telling you that Shaheens is going to win on round number 15. Mainly reason why that they'll be on defense.
Oh, you're saying we are going to round 15. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
So that's
we are
two
going to round
predictions,
15.
technically speaking. Two
Hmm.
predictions, technically speaking. We'll have to see how the Shaheens decide to attack on this round. Round
Attackers need to
number
locate and defuse bombs.
now 14. The thing is, right, even if Won't Stop Peaking loses this, they will still be pretty happy with their performance because they went from 1-5 down all the way to overtime. And sure, after a point, one could say that picking dining might not have been the best idea. They probably should have gone for meeting, upstairs hold, and all that stuff. Yes, I do actually kind of agree with that. That pick on round 12 should not have been first floor dining. It should have been first floor meeting, meeting kitchen, that is. Because with the castle, you can just hold that site so much better. And the other issue with their defense on that site was that nobody was holding small tower, right? You need to hold small tower because small tower second floor has a massive soft ceiling, or soft floor, I should say, which allows for a ton of verticality into the site itself. So that was a couple of mistakes that Won't Stop Peaking made that they'll have to be wary of next time around they go to that site. But for now, they're on the defense. They've chosen dorms as is normal for any given team on this map. But the question is, how far can Won't Stop Peaking push this? Can they take us to round 15 overtime? Can we see a 7-7 and then a finish? Because honestly, Won't Stop Peaking's story in this map alone has been amazing. And they are definitely looking to, take it to its proper conclusion.
Well, like at least I've got to give props to One Stop Peaking. They had won 5 defensive rounds back to back in the second half, what mostly would have been favorable for Shaheens. But since Shaheens also had a lot of problems on attack itself, it's definitely wasn't looking good from both the ends on attack, especially on a map like Oregon. So One Stop Peaking, you got to be careful, Mighty Ali. The stairs, Desmond. Oh. Not a lot of information, and Mighty Ali gets away. Desmond gets away with a kill from the second floor armory stairs. This is quite the unfortunate circumstance that Ali had to be in. 13 kills from that man. And now Desmond, he's got to be careful about it because he's in towards the armory and in towards armory building. Skywalker doesn't have any information on players' whereabouts, but he still gets it anyway. Good flick. At least makes it into a 4v4, but does he know the Jaeger's whereabouts? Currently, he's still patiently waiting on armory. But if the timing is right, he might be able to get a kill or two. But if he makes risky decisions like this could favor for Shaheens if he's not too careful about this.
You've got to be careful about these peaks. And Doctor, unfortunately, the angle of that peak wasn't quite in his favor. Violet finds Caesar in the meanwhile. There's one more approaching on the armory corridor, and the Twitch will get that kill. Skywalker at least gets the refrag onto Desmond. But Skywalker himself is low on HP. The diffuser has been dropped as well. That's inside of Attic. And you still have the mute down below with the C4. Or at least the C4 that's not in his pocket. He's probably got it deployed elsewhere on the map. Shots are fired. I don't think that was the right time to go for a reinforcement right there. Skywalker will shut down Violet as a result. The push is in, and they're going to try to go for the plant. Mojo needs to come in, needs to stop these players here and now. Cobra is aware that somebody could be on the dorm side. The sounds out there. He sees him. He sees him. The plant is actually happening inside of dorms. It's the Twitch taking care of it. Shots are fired. Elmist gets away with a kill like that. It's all down to Mojo now. The last one standing. One kill is confirmed. It's a 1v1. Both players on full HP. There are pings on the mute's location. He wants to go in. He could potentially. There we go. The sound cue is there. He needs this kill here and now. He's got the SMG-11 out as well. Gets the shot, gets the kill! Mojo in the 1v2! And a counter defuse with plenty of time to spare. As we will be going to round 15. Maximum overtime, ladies and gentlemen. It is a game and a half that we already have. Map 1 has gone this far. I can only imagine what's going through the players' heads right now. As we will be headed to round 15. Max OT with Shaheens on defense. Won't Stop Peaking. Back on the attack. And the site, basement, laundry, and supply room.
What a clutch from Won't Stop Peaking. Man, that 1v1 was a lot to take in, especially with the good bait that he did from that rotate, and then
Attackers need to
forcing the
locate
Twitch
and
to
defuse
make
as
a
many bombs
very
as they
huge
can.
peak that it ended up being his demise. And now we are going all the way to the distance, folks. Round number 15, the final point, 7 to 7 in the first map. Round 15 is the final round to determine whose team will get map number 1. Will it be Team Won't Stop Peaking or would it be Shaheens? The site will be on Basement Laundry and Supply Room. What a close round
10
from Team
seconds
Won't
left
Stop
before
Peaking.
insertion.
And talk about the scoreboards. We will get to see
5
My
seconds
Dear Lee
left.
with a total of 13 kills, Dark Lord with 11, Desmond with 12 kills,
Attackers
and
need
of
to
course,
locate a
we
bomb and
have
defuse it.
Doctor, who's just secured 13 kills with a span of 14 rounds.
Attackers bomb
And
diffuser
now with this
acquired.
final round, it's interesting
Attackers
to
will
see
cover the
Doctor
diffuser.
bringing in the smoke gas canisters, and My Dear Lee still back with the Wamai. With the action phase coming in play, the bulletproof cams giving ample info all the way towards Boiler's room. Everything is set up. I don't think Shaheens are going for a for an attempt of a spawn peak, so they're just gonna play it safe for now. See whether if they can catch one of the attackers off guard, and then just fall back safely. That's exactly what the plan has been for Shaheens for a lot of rounds, and it did help them in succeed most of their rounds on defense. But since pressure is on to them, because it's round number 15, this round will determine whether if Shaheens could get this map point or would it be Won't Stop Peaking. So everything is on the line, and for Shaheens, this round would be it for them.
Yeah, it's really just down to this one final round. We've gone past regulation, we've gone past every possibility. Exhausted pretty much all of it. It could have ended as so long ago. Shaheens could have turned this map
Attackers
into
drop
their
diffuser.
playground. It
Attackers
could
have
have
recovered their
possibly been a
diffuser.
7-2-7-3, but the Shaheens
Attackers have
simply
located a
were
bomb.
not able to do that. They simply were not able to close it out when they needed it the most. And thus they find themselves here at Max 02. We've got a couple pings coming out. Mojo, that's a big first kill. Skywalker down. That's the Malusi as well. Grenade is out to clear out more of that area. Wait, is that actually Cobra? I think that is, yeah.
It is.
But no, Cobra's going to go down nonetheless. Shots fired by Elemist. That, of course, is one done. Doctor finds another. Desmond goes down. Elemist looking for yet another as Mighty Ellie takes a bit of damage right now. More shots are about to be fired. The Nomad crossing into the side. What are you guys doing? Won't stop peeking. You guys can't afford to play like this at a crucial juncture like this in the map. Where is blue clearance? Where is your RC Reteros? Where is the use of utility? You guys didn't clear anything.
Attackers have dropped the
After
bomb
that
diffuser.
beautiful fight back, you're telling me this is how you go out? Shaheens win Oregon, and I have nothing left to say, folks.
Well, there you have it. Map number 1. Shaheens are your victors. 8 to 7 on map Oregon. And now map number 2 is where we get to decide whether if Team Won't Stop Peaking can secure their own map pick on Chile, or would we get to see Shaheen secure it on map number 2. But Won't Stop Peaking, where's the utility in the last round? Like, where is the explosive drones to destroy the deployable shields? You guys do know that there is 2 crossfire angles that you have to worry about: Freezer and the breach. If you cannot handle the breach, you could just gain control on Freezer. You could have just gained control on Basement
I
Laundry
want to
stairs.
point out, two specific plays I saw in the round that really, tipped me off as to exactly how that round was going to go. First of all, the Iana dropping down meeting hatch, right? Odd play, I'll give you that. But then you go and crouch next to the head level line of sight that oversees the corner plan spot off site, and of course has a slight angle into the freezer door. You then proceed to die to that angle before your teammates can even set anything up. And the way Won't Stop Peaking was moving, I don't think any of them expected to actually be in that position to begin with. Let's go into the highlights. We'll talk about that more as we talk about the highlights. But yeah, that one. And then second one, when the moment I realized that one, the Nomad just walks in. There's a big open hole in that same singular wall, right? That's right next to the site, or in the site that's opposite of the shelf in laundry, right? Laundry supply, excuse me. And Nomad just walks in, right? No clearance, no nothing. There's a player in blue. There's a player prone next to the blue rotate. There's one in freezer. There's three people watching that exact cross. And Nomad just walks in. Then I see Flores in boiler, right? Somehow Flores has crossed into boiler without having cleared blue shield. I don't know how, I don't know when, but blue shield wasn't cleared. Nobody even tried to push blue. When we go to the highlights, I will probably be able to see Flores at the end of the round, right? So we'll determine whether or not there was a Rotero remaining. If there wasn't, then how do you lose four Roteros to a singular smoke sitting inside of blue? That's my question. And if there were any Roteros remaining, where was the coordination to clear blue shield? Literally anything, like literally anything at that point would have taken it out. You needed a couple flashbangs to burn out ADS and keep the smoke off of it, and send the Rotero in conjunction. Have somebody watching your boiler door, maybe on the stairs. That is standard play, guys. And I'm harping on them so much. They played so damn well to not only make it 5-5 from 1-5, they made it to 6-5. I'll give them first floor, the first floor kitchen dining site. That site is awkward to play and rather weak to defend. I'll give them that. And today's Oregon has been entirely different to set. I'll give them that as well. But that last round, compared to how they played throughout the entire game, that last round felt inexcusable. And I know some people will probably say I'm being very harsh on them, but that's because I've seen such a good level of siege from them today, only for that to happen. And that's in the middle of two team kills in this map. I don't know what happened to Won't Stop Peaking, but they completely fell apart.
I mean, you could say the same thing to Shaheens too, right, Zach? I mean, even Shaheens
Yeah, Shaheens
had
have had a
problems
very
on attack.
bad second half. Very bad second half.
I mean, I could even include that on first floor side too. It was still the same. First half 5-1, second half 5-1. The only difference was Won't Stop Peaking won 5 rounds on defense. Shaheens also won 5 rounds on defense. And when it comes to the attack, Flores isn't the only operator that could remove the deployable shields, right? You have
I'm
tons
just
of
talking about
utilities.
the
You have a
Flores.
lot of operators. Yes, I
No,
I
no, no.
I, I did check the ward back. I did check the ward back,
Mhm.
and I saw Desmond had 3 explosive drones left, but
You're
he
telling me
did
they only
get picked
made
out
one
early.
attempt.
And Doctor picked him out very early once he used the first explosive drone. That's what happened.
All right. All right.
So I
In that
believe
case, fine. Flores was gone
he
early.
was in blue bunker. Desmond was in blue
Hmm.
bunker. So apparently, once
Hmm.
he did complete his explosive drone, he decided to push aggressively, see whether if he could remove the smoke out. But Doctor did ended up winning this, winning the gunfight, removing Desmond initially. So I believe that's exactly what happened at that moment. But taking a look at the match summary itself, Desmond with 12 kills, 70% 73% cost with 2 initial fragouts, and then Dark Lord with 10 kills, having 60% cost rate. On the side of Team Shaheens, we have Doctor with 18 kills, Mighty Ali with 15, with 73% cost, with having 2 initial kills. So I believe that's exactly what happened in the last round. Desmond was just usually about to use his explosive drone. Since it didn't work out, he decided to challenge the gunfight from Doctor, but
Was
he
there
ended up
anyone
losing
with
that
Desmond?
gunfight. So yeah, no,
We'll
he
talk
was all
about
by
that in
himself.
a bit, but yeah, no, we'll talk about that later. But of
Hmm.
course, all things considered, well played by the Shaheens for a good part of the map, and the fact that they pushed it to overtime and brought it home at the end of the day. Very good stuff. Won't Stop Peaking, I gave them a lot of. I harped on a lot about that final round, But that's not to take away from the fantastic second half they played. Sure, it's a 5-1. Sure, it still went to overtime. But they played a fantastic second half, and that bears repeating, folks. Their performance today was absolutely incredible. Just the last round could have been just a bit better, guys. Other than that, okay, I'll take it back. I was a bit too harsh on them, but still, you know, their performance today was very good. And that is, of course, what really matters at the end of the day. They can take it as a positive. Sure, they lost the round. Sure, they are going to be going 0-1 down into map number 2. But they can still take it as a positive as against a team like the Shaheens. They still played a fantastic game of Siege. I mean, overall, their scorecard's pretty balanced, right? Darklord at 10-12, Violet at 9-13, Cobra at 9-10, and Mojo at 8-10. They all shared a good number of kills. Desmond pushing out a little bit ahead, 12-14 with 73%. So overall, not all that bad from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. 8-7 on Oregon to the Shaheens. Chalet, which is Won't Stop Peaking's map selection, will be going into that one in just a short while, folks. Chalet should be pretty interesting. It is an attacker-sided map, and I do believe that Shaheens are going to be the ones going attack there, unless... No, Shaheens are going defense there, right. Won't Stop Peaking our attack on all maps. I forgot for just a second. But yeah, Won't Stop Peaking our attack first, and we'll see whether or not they're able to turn things around on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta, as we are back once again for the lower bracket second semifinal between, of course, Won't Stop Peaking and the Shaheens. We just got done with map number one not too long ago on Oregon, which was, of course, Shaheens' map pick. And they went 8-7 to the victory. Won't Stop Peaking brought it back from 1-5 all the way to 6-5, then to 7-7, but unfortunately could not quite seal out the map. And we all know what happened in the last round at this point. It doesn't really bear repeating, but they kind of fell apart. So they're going to need to try and avoid that going into Chalet in map number 2. It is their pick. They are attack first. So they'll have a tough time on that second half. Shaheens have made a smart decision. Again, because Won't Stop Peaking got the map pick, Shaheens got the side pick, and Shaheens have picked defense first, which means they're playing the long game. They're going to make sure that they are able to do as much as they can in the first half, in the second half, while keeping things as much on the down low, keeping Won't Stop Peaking suppressed for the first half as much as they can. Chalet, it is an attacker-sided map. Won't Stop Peaking might get a lead here, but still it will be difficult for them because they're already 0-1 down.
Won't Stop Peaking, they've almost had it under the bags on Oregon, 7-8. Unfortunately, on round number 15, Won't Stop Peaking couldn't secure their win, which it led to being in favor for Shaheens, mainly because it was the final round nonetheless. And now they're here to fight and ensure that they would get their mojo back on map number 2, Chalet. Mojo mainly because, you have Won't Stop Peaking with Mojo, that's the reason why. But Chalet, Won't Stop Peaking, attack rounds, I want to see the best performance on attack from both the sides, from both Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking. On Oregon, it wasn't a good way for both the sides to, just push on one particular angle and then ended up getting picked off in the end rounds, which none of the actions happening on both mid to late rounds itself. It was just the usual early rounds. You get into the place, you open the wall, and next thing you know, you're just stuck in that place because you have no idea how to proceed into the side. Well, I don't want to see that. I want to see on map number 2 Chalet, where we'll see tons of changes, a lot of challenges when it comes to getting those initial picks off from the mezzanine stairs. And Chalet, there is a lot of opportunities for both the attackers as well as the defenders to figure out a different way to get those initial kills. And I'm going to say map Chalet will be an interesting match to look at, folks. So let's just head on into map number 2. Won't Stop Peaking on attack, Shaheens on defense. And let's just start off with the ban phase itself. And with Won't Stop Peaking not securing their first map, they're currently in the danger zone, because if Shaheens win map number 2, then Won't Stop Peaking might have to say goodbye and, at least on the bright side, secure 2 points in the series.
And that, of course, will help them go a long way in terms of qualifying for the Nationals qualifiers, folks, which is, of course, what all of this is for. But right now, the bans are going to start up. And of course, as usual, Thatcher will be banned outright by the side of the Shaheens. They just don't want to deal with that operator at all. Once again, the Ash. So, yeah, I definitely am now thinking that Won't Stop Peaking are banning the Ash purely because they just have other operators they want to bring that they don't want to see banned. And that's why, because most people, they go for Jackal bans or Lion bans or so on and so forth, right? Osa bans even. But none of that's happening today. Flores as well, a normally banned operator on this map, but not to be. Azami, in the meanwhile, as well, will get a ban here. As, of course, site reconstruction, portable, bulletproof cover. It's just a very powerful operator in general. And a 9x19 VSN, which, while not the most hard-hitting gun in the world, is probably one of the most stable defender SMGs in the game. And finally, a mute ban from the side of the Shaheen. So that's going to be interesting because that helps attackers more so than anything else, which could mean that Shaheens are definitely playing for the long game here.
Yeah, but the long game is exactly what Shaheens will be heavily focused on. But let's see how well that they'll be able to perform in the first round itself. The site will be on second floor, master bedroom slash office, with some certain operators being brought into play, especially Dark Lord bringing
Defenders,
in the
protect your
Nook.
bombs from being
So
defused
this
by
attack round
attackers.
will be interesting to look at, especially knowing that you have some certain operators which have a lot of avenues and a lot of chances to pick out the pick out the players inside of Shaheens. The same thing can be said to the defenders too, especially when you have a heavily mechanical skilled player like Doctor, who could have the highest chances of eliminating a lot of great shots. And also you have on the side of Won't Stop Peaking Dark Lord, who is in fact haven't shown a lot on Oregon just yet.
10
Maybe we
seconds
could
left
see him
before
perform a
insertion.
lot on Chalet itself. When it comes to the operators picks on Shaheens, you have
5 seconds
Caesar
left.
bringing in the Aruni and also the Valkyrie with the cams. So
Moving out to
with the
locate a
action,
bomb.
with the preparation phase coming to an end, action phase will come in, and Won't Stop Peaking will be spawned on their respective locations so that they could proceed on focusing on getting control on library and then slowly making their way towards the site to open up those important breaches.
Here we go then. We've got the lines of sight, and this drone from the ace right here, Violet, is definitely going to be very, very important as it's given away the location of Doctor, the alibi inside a kitchen. Desmond's coming in slowly but surely. There we go. Doctor, unaware of the fact that he was being pinged all the way to Kingdom Come, and Darklord's grenade will find a second kill. Skywalker goes down. Ideally looks to find one on the bathroom side. They're trying to get a kill here, and Elmist will get one. Beautifully shot. That is Cobra the Twitch taken care of. One kill in return for two. Not all too shabby, knowing the Shaheens. They got to get a couple more. The Zofia watching the cross right now will not allow for any sort of shenanigans from that Aruni. Caesar knows this, has to fall back, and goes all the way back to second floor to stay safe for now.
A long-range angle from Caesar, and Mighty Ali, on the other hand, succeeds in downing Desmond all the way from Solarium stairs. But he will get picked up from the attackers, and he will respond back. But he will at least get himself back up to 20 HP at least. But Ali, on the other hand, he doesn't want to get away from the breached wall, and he gets away with a kill like that. Equalizer it is, 3-3. Attack drones not being able to detect exactly where Ali's location is. But it's still alive, which means that they'll have ample amount of information on that particular site. And for a moment there, I thought Dark Lord might have, downed himself. But in the end, he will repel all the way back to the same place and won't stop peeking. Losing a bit of time here. A minute left. And Shaheens, they have managed to equalize this 3-3. A lot of defensive maneuvers being used, especially from the magnets. And a grenade kill from Mojo will confirm its kill towards Mighty Ali. That's a good cooked nade. I believe that happened all the way from below. Not a help of those ADSs. I mean, even with the magnet nades, he didn't get a lot of protection from below itself. Elemist, on the other hand, gets one. Caesar gets the second. And now it's Violet left in a 1v2. 30 seconds left. They don't have the exact information on Violet's whereabouts, so he could use it to his advantage. There you go. Headshot. Now, with the location being compromised, Elemist will end up getting the frag and give Shaheens a round victory on defense. And I've got to say, this is a really good attack coming in from Team Won't Stop Peaking. This is a really good way to push him from the side. Mojo all from below, using the cooked nade to take out Mighty Ali with some perfect information being relayed from the attack drones. This was a very good round coming in from Won't Stop Peaking, and Shaheens, gotta say, good hold from Elemis, as he did ended up winning that 21 gunfight.
There were some
Attackers
very
need to
good moments
locate
in
and
there, I will
defuse
agree with
bombs.
you, from the side of Won't Stop Peaking and from Shaheens. But I think ultimately Shaheens won it out once again because they were able to just bunker down into the site and really entrench themselves in there, right? To the point where it was very hard for Won't Stop Peaking to get a consistent handle on where these defenders even were, unlike the roamers, like, say, Doctor, or like, say, Skywalker. Those two went down first, right? And they were out on the roam or on the prowl, whatever have you. And you could have drones watching them, right? You could have drones in important positions to catch them off. That is exactly what Won't Stop Peaking did, and credit where credit is
5
due.
seconds left.
But they needed another,
Attackers are moving out to locate a
another
bomb and
kind
defuse it.
of play like that, another well-coordinated play like that, to be able to turn it around and give themselves another round, another advantage in the round. As in the meanwhile, Cobra unfortunately seems like they're doing the moonwalk right now. And that, given that has been happening for this long, yep, there we go. I was gonna say it. Cobra has disconnected, which means there will be a pause between rounds. Probably even a rehost, given what we saw in the last map as well. Really unfortunate. Probably some internet disconnectivity from Cobra coming out as Desmond now with the RCE Verteros trying to take care of the shield on top of Library Stairs. There we go. Should be able to do that nice and cleanly, get that cleared out. And now they're going to be looking for their first kill.
First kill hasn't been done just yet, but Desmond, on the other hand, he doesn't want to stop his explosive drones. We're able to get some ample information, but in the end, the explosive drone gets destroyed, which means that Won't Stop Peeking will have a good certain amount of information regarding on players' whereabouts. They're having a lot of issues entering in towards the building itself. Although it would be a bit easier though. Desmond starts it off with eliminating Skywalker all the way from the windows of Piano. Not quite sure if that peak did ended up favoring for Shaheens. But now, at least on the bright side, Won't Stop Peeking has equalized this to a 4-4 situation. Now, the main problem has to be the mezzanine hallway, the place where Ali is holding a really tight angle, and Caesar knows exactly where one of the players are making their push. Explosive drones once again to give them ample information. This time he'll be able to destroy the bulletproof cams. Less information, which means less chance of getting it out, but did ended up, Doctor getting those kills. Violet, on the other hand, gets one more. Doctor still present, shown onto a second floor, and Shaheen immediately tries to get control on the side, but ended up being, taken down in the process. 50 seconds left, and Won't Stop Peeking have at least secured a 2v2 equalizer when it comes to man count, but they don't have the diffuser yet. They're losing a lot of time, and plus they haven't figured out a way to remove Doctor first. And this will be a lot of difficulties in the late rounds if Doctor arrives at the scene at the right time, but you don't have to worry about it. Violet gets away with a kill, and now it's Elemist who needs to deal with his 1v2 clutch.
A 1v2 all down to the Mira, the last one standing right now. All eyes on the Mira player as well. Where are they going to go to try and win out this clutch? Here we have the Giannis Gemini coming in to try and figure out where the Mira is. Position will be given away. The drop is seen, but no, Elemist unable to catch the drop from Violet, will get shut down by the Japanese attacker. That means that, of course, the side of Won't Stop Peeking will equalize early on in the match, going up to 1-1. As the early game equalizer is in round 3, and we're going to be headed over to Basement Wine Cellar, it seems. I was going to say back to first floor bar, but of course the site changed before I could actually get those words out. Wine Cellar's home little garage, the basement site is now in. Once again, a site that I still don't really agree with when it comes to Chalet. I feel like this side has a lot of weaknesses, especially on the trench big garage hallway side. Once that gets compromised, holding down Wine Cellar becomes so much more difficult. Add to that, if it's a double breach setup and attackers can also get the front wall open, then you're looking at a very, very difficult site to hold down. So I'm not sure what the thinking is from the Shaheens, but they have proven that this site is defendable. So we'll have to see as to how they go forward from here.
Let's see. Some changes to attack we have to breach operators, Mojo and Violet. The Excalibur pellets will be helpful for, opening up the walls all the way towards basement wine door. The biggest question about here is, will Won't Stop Peeking make an attempt of using the basement snowmobile garage as mainly a distraction, in a way that the defenders will be heavily focused on one particular angle, and then use another angle all the way from basement wine cellars to get away with majority of those kills, in a way that if just by opening up two angles would force Shaheens to be at a very uncomfortable spot, in a way where Shaheens would have a lot of problems denying the plant too when that breach happens. So let's see how well it would work out for them in this side, where the action phase is already present. No change in the operator picks on the side of defense, except Elemist, who has a Thunderbird, and also the Alibis Prismas, which can give them useful information on the attackers if they catch the bait. Desmond, on the other hand, will just remove the barbed wires so that the Hibana could have easier access towards the wall. See whether if there's any mute jammers or some certain utilities that could not allow the attackers to remove it. Nonetheless, Desmond needs to go away, make sure that the Exparus propellants is present. Attempt of a peek from Skywalker, and he ends up getting that kill. Cobra ends away with the second frag. Quite sure exactly what happened. He was too busy placing the claymore, and it did ended up getting a kill like that. But you know, all's well that ends well. 4-4. It's still equalized, and now won't stop peaking with them succeeding in the breach. Now they just have to focus on the plant.
First off, they've got to clear out Elemist from this cross angle here. But it looks like Mighty Ellie's got other plans, finds Mojo. And that is, of course, a massive drop right there. Here comes an RCE Rotero as Caesar will just fall back towards the other shelf. The Thunderbird definitely doing a bit of good work here. Caesar's got to get healed up. I don't think they want to just yet. As they'll just wait for, there we go, the two little pucks, as you could call them, from the Thunderbird's corner stations, healing up the health on the Jaeger, meaning that, you know, you can take more bullets and you can probably give back a few more as well. An impasse has been reached as the Osa will be spotted, position given away, but of course that's not really going to do much because of the deployable shield that the Osa has, giving so much protection. Won't Stop Peeking have literally stopped in their tracks. Desmond finds Doctor. That is one kill. The alibi is now gone, but they still need to actually do anything about the site, and it looks like they will be. There's a plant happening, but the C4 is thrown in. Oh my goodness, that could have gone so badly so quickly, but Violet and Desmond find a couple of kills, important ones at that, and Violet on the cross finds Caesar. That Osa would have gone down within a heartbeat had the Jaeger not missed their shots, and of course, had Violet and their teammate not managed to find the other two on the cross. 2-1, Won't Stop Peeking take the early lead.
Yeah, a wonderful hold from Won't Stop Peeking, especially those two angles with the help of Osa's bulletproof shield, which definitely did help them gain the extra angle and also information on players' whereabouts. And Cobra was very safe, knowing that he doesn't have to deal with C4s and smoke gas canisters, mainly because Shaheens, they didn't had it, right? They only had, how can I call this? They had the Kono station, even the Thunderbird was gone, so the denial wasn't present. All they gotta do is just ensure that they could watch some certain angles, and Won't Stop Peeking, they ended up with a victory on that side. A job well done for the attackers, especially for Team Won't Stop Peeking. And now they just have to focus on the same site, second floor master bedroom / office. The sites where Shaheens had recently won their 1v1 gunfight with the Elemist, ended up getting that trade-off. I'm pretty sure round number 4 would not have the same repeat. It's not going to be a trade if something else goes south from Shaheens' end. So they've got to be careful. They've got to be prepped and ready with whatever counters that they have. And what's more interesting about it is that they have ample amount of information, mainly because they have 2 bulletproof camps. Skywalker and Caesar, both of them has major information on some certain places. Maybe one of them is on mezzanine, and one of them has to be in towards the site itself, giving some major information. And what's interesting about it is Won't Stop Peeking on the side of the attackers. They just destroy the barricades from second floor master bedroom, but they don't make a decision to rappel on either of these buildings. The same thing can be said from both Solarium window and also on second floor master bedroom window, which is always an interesting fact. Mainly because Won't Stop Peeking, they don't rely on inverted gunplay. They just focus on horizontal challenging 1v1 gunfights, in which they usually ended up, those 50-50 being in their favor most of the time. But once you've got to worry about Doctor, who is an excellent in challenging those heavy gunfights, how will you deal with Doctor? He currently has 2 kills as of now. He's not currently playing as the alibi as of now. He's just playing as the Frost. Those Frost mat traps will be efficient if the attackers are heavily worried on the side, but not on the Windows place. So They've got to be careful as we get to see the utilities being thrown around on some certain locations. The breach is done, and now won't stop peeking. They've got to focus on the kills.
Breach done, line of sight made, and of course the Roteros unable, unfortunately, to, you know, unable to take care of those shields, which is a bit of a downside, but they're gonna have to just roll with it. That is to say, there's the both side of won't stop peeking. Shaheens are pretty much hunkered down into the site, and excuse me, rather, hunkered in the site and waiting in the wings for a couple of heads to pop up that they can finish off right now. And it's really going to come down to a very bloody final 30 seconds. I think that much is a given. One peek on the window is about to come out. No kill. Violet's been downed. How did that happen? Somebody must have approached the breach real aggressively. Desmond as well taking damage. Desmond's going to go for the revive onto Violet. Dark Lord finds Elmist in the meanwhile. That's a big drop right there. Mighty Ellie taking damage as the entrance is coming in. Pings are there. As Doctor finds Violet, huge drop right there. That's an uncooked grenade caught by the one my magnet. Cobra finds Mighty Ellie on the door, but Skywalker finds one, and the down on the other. There are two downs going on, and Cobra goes down as well. Doctor gets that kill, and Shaheens beautifully held as they will take another round, another equalizer, folks, as we are now up to round 5 in the 2-2.
2-2 is the scoreline, folks. And although we didn't get to see Doctor a lot, I believe he was all the way towards mezzanine stairs, which he did ended up getting a lot of kills, and he even downed a lot of players on that execute. So job well done from Shaheens, as they will at least equalize the score count to a 2-2. And now they're gonna shift the side where they initially decided to go to basement, snowmobile garage, and wine cellar. And now they decided, you know what, I think basement is not a good idea, so we'll just head off and defend on kitchen and dining room instead, mainly because we have a higher win rate chance of defending that particular spot. It's kind of funny, mainly because when Chalet was, you know, when Chalet map was reworked, basement, snowmobile garage, and wine cellar used to be the most picked defensive side in the history of Rainbow-Six-Siege, and now it's been reduced in such a way that many of the teams would prefer going on first floor bar and gaming room, mainly because you have this one room, this one, you know, long room where it's so powerful for the Mira mains out there, for the Frost mains, that they could hold both the side as well as the library hatch. That's the main reason why bar and gaming room is so strong for defenders, mainly because of that one particular chokehold. So, since Shaheens have already succeeded in bar and actually, no, they did not. They actually lost round number 2. They could have bought bar and gaming room, but instead they will opt out bringing in kitchen and dining room instead, which means that second floor control is a necessity for the defenders and ensure that Won't Stop Peeking wouldn't have immediate control on that side. Because once they do, and when they have a lot of time to open up lines of sight, then Shaheens will be in a lot of trouble. So they've got to defend it. And defended would be at the hands of Skywalker and Doctor, in which both of them will be defending side by side and providing protection.
Kitchen being the side of choice, of course, requires a very heavy amount of second floor play. The drones are giving away a ton of information about where Skywalker is and where the other, you know, defenders will be here. Grenades are out, and that Caesar gone. Massive drop right there as that castle, unfortunately, will not be influencing the round any further. Caesar having a pretty quiet map number 2 so far, going 1-4 in this map. For now, we'll have to see about these other defenders that are up here as well. There's 2 defenders to be specific, of course. You have Skywalker, and then you have Doctor. Both of them are looking to, once again, eliminate as many attackers as possible, waste as much of their time as they feasibly can, and that is exactly what's going on here. Shots are fired. Doctor finds one. Darklight, in the meanwhile, fires back, finding Skywalker, and the Frost goes down. And on good time as well, it's a 4v2 with only 60 seconds remaining. I say only, that's still a long time by Siege standards. So they can do verticality and get their approach sorted on the site. All they have to do is make sure to not lose bodies weirdly. And Violet getting down on, getting the kill, on Mighty Ellie means that it's once again all down to Elmist. These first floor sites seem to really prefer having Elmist be in these clutch positions. Position is now given away, The Mira. Ooh, dear me. I don't quite think that C4 toss was all in the right places. Yes, the Zolfia, though, has to be careful about all of these attackers that are slowly approaching. Violet will be the one to shut down the Mira. And with that, Kitchen goes to Won't Stop Peeking, who will reclaim the lead, making it 3-2.
3-2. Won't stop peaking. I'm gonna have to say a quick control on second floor, especially with the initial frag that Mojo had thrown. Didn't expect that it would go all the way to remove Caesar. And I believe that was three players from Shaheens who were holding out second floor. They had good setups, right? They even had the outer panel. They even had
Defenders, protect
they
your
even
bombs
had
from being
great
defused by
reinforcements. They even
attackers.
had certain line of sights too. But when they started to lose their ground, when they start to realize that one of the player had been eliminated, Doctor and
Bomb located by
Skywalker,
attackers.
which both of them were playing as Frost and Alibi at that time, they had to focus on ensuring crossfire angles, and they wanted to make sure that the attackers wouldn't set foot on that place. But unfortunately, when you saw one stop peeking, with one of them pushing from office entrance, one of them already, vaulted in from the windows of piano, and then the third, who
10
had
seconds remaining.
who already had control on library, moved in towards mezzanine. When you have
5 seconds
three
left.
players on the side of one stop peeking, contesting with two, which one of them
Attackers
had a proper
objective is
crossfire
defuse the
angle,
bomb.
one stop peaking, they did ended up making an entire clean out on that particular place in towards second floor. Although some damage had been dealt from Shaheens' end, they couldn't succeed in. I mean, here's the thing: they did succeed in wasting a lot of time, forcing themselves to be on 50 seconds. But the man count, that's where it didn't look too well from their hands. It was a 2v4. Both of them had C4s in their hand, but couldn't be able to succeed in defending the vertical lines of sight that One Stop Peking had. So that's it's unfortunate, but Shaheens, I gotta say this is a good progress coming in from them. But on round number 6, let's see what will happen with the side being on bar and gaming room, with One Stop Peking doing the same exact push like they did on round number 5. They know what they're doing. They already made a push from piano, and now with the help of the information, they'll be able to succeed at destroying the deployable shield as well. And I just realized Mute has been banned from Shaheens' end, so Flores will be even more powerful on attack. So yeah, let's see what will happen here in round number 6 with the mid phase coming in play.
Right now, we're just waiting to see how both of these teams are going to react and get these first kills, because they need those first kills. As we all know, when it comes to sites like these, a couple of entry frags will take you a long way against both defenders and attackers. But again, it all depends on how hard both these teams are able to impact with these first kills. They need to make a big splash here, as Mighty Ellie, caught on the cross, will be found by Dark Lord. Big drop right there. Mighty Ellie, just like Caesar, having a very quiet game. Speaking of Caesar, there he goes. That's another massive kill. Skywalker as well, caught trying to return to the site from the player on the stairs. And once again, a full defensive collapse here from the Shaheens has left them reeling. And a 2v5, Walnut, a Doctor, and Elmist. As the Mira's position given away, Doctor trying to play around the front side. How far can they really push this here? That is the question. We need to wait and see. Verticality is there. And man count advantage, I mean, it's something else. The kind of man count advantage that the Shaheens have right now. And that, of course, again, a quiet moment here at the last 30 seconds. Drones out. Final droning bits and pieces. Don't stop peeking. Need to go for this, but no! Nobody watching the main stairs. Doctor finds Violet. That's diffuser dropped inside the site, and now it's a scramble to recollect the diffuser or find these final players here. Grenades are going to go out to try and clear out the Mira right now. Flashbang is in as well. They need to go for the plant, but no. Elmas finds one. Dark Lord gets the returning fire kill onto another. Doctor wise to not go for that gunfight any longer than he needs to, but Dark Lord will find the kill nonetheless. A moment of panic and a moment of hesitation for Won't Stop Peeking, but they will still make it 4-2 in the first half as we go to round number 7, and the sides have now switched.
Role swap. One stop peaking. They ended up their first half on a 4-2 score line. Gotta say that the attack was really good coming in from them. And now with Shaheens only being able to win 2 rounds on defense, it's a good start for them in the first half, especially winning both of the sides. Actually, no, it's just one set that they had won twice. So on second floor master bedroom slash office, that's the only side that Shaheens had won on defense. The rest of the sites, well, not too much. Barn gaming room, although there was some chances that Doctor would have ended up securing that round, especially when he did ended up getting the initial frag. The diffuser was already dropped. It was a 2v4 situation, and Shaheens, they could have almost got away, but One Stop Peaking realized what had happened. It was uh, it was best for them to recover back the diffuser and plant it on the safe spot. But when it comes to man count, Shaheens, they had lost almost all of it. Every single round that you've seen from Shaheens always ended up on a 2vx situation where they couldn't succeed on the sites on first floor and basement. This had even happened when they went on basement, snowmobile garage, and wine cellar, right? It was a 3v4. They even had the help of Thunderbird, in which 3 players had to, get in towards the corner station to get themselves healed back, which means that once they went back for their healing place, that would mean that they have given up the control from the hallway side, which connects from the blue stairs, right? The blue stairs 90 place, that I'd like to call it. So once you go towards the connector side where you get your healing back, that means that you've already given up the angle, but the attackers, they don't know it yet. So all they had to do was just give an angle for Cobra, like place a bulletproof shield in a way that one of them will be holding on connector, the second one will be holding on another back, and Cobra would be the one who had to go in for the plant. And the crossfire angle worked in such a great way that Shaheens had no idea on how to counter that. Sure, they had C4, sure, they had great angles, but once the attackers have control on basement wine cellars, especially with those 2 walls that they had to remove it, plus they didn't had smoke gas canisters, which could have at least helped them, but in the end, it just ended up engaging in crossfire gunfights, which in the end failed from Shaheens' end, and One Stop Peaking did ended up being the victors. So the only round where they got away was on second floor master bedroom, and that was twice. But all in all, I have to say, from Shaheens' end, it's a good hold from the first half, mainly because One Stop Peaking's attack coordination was looking really good. The drones were working to perfection. Even they've secured on removing one of the important roamers, and once they got into the site, they had great control. I have to give them that. So on second half, with the role swaps being in play, One Stop Peaking. Can't wait to see them to perform on defense, and the same thing can be said for Shaheens too, knowing that they have to get 2 more attack round wins to ensure that they are back in the game.
That's the thing, right? We've got the ready confirmation in from the side, from both teams actually. So that means we'll be going right back into the map. So here's the thing here, folks. We've seen, Won't Stop Peaking go 4-2 on their first half. Shaheens have a bit of an ask in front of them, absolutely, seeing as they have to play and win 2 rounds to equalize, and then 2 more to win. Well, go to map point and then win, right? So there's a lot of rounds that Shaheens need to win on the side of the attack, and while sure Chalet is an attacker-sided map, they need Shaheens, that is, need to pull themselves together. Their performance, how should I put this, wasn't exactly all that great in the first half. Some of their rounds were pretty good, and the fact that they pulled first floor bar into a 1vx both times, a 1v3 and a 1v2, not too bad. But they needed to do a little bit better. Their overall, it wasn't that they were making too many mistakes. It was more like Won't Stop Peaking on the attack just knew what to do, right? And they were executing so perfectly almost. This time, however, Shaheens will need to do largely the same, play near perfect siege. They have, I would say, a couple rounds of leeway to, if they end up, messing up in a round or two, it wouldn't really matter too much. And they are 1-0 up on the map count, so they can still be pretty chill about this. But they would like to end it quickly and not let Won't Stop Peaking gain any momentum, because we all saw what happens because of that. Won't Stop Peaking gets momentum, and that's one of the very few mistakes you will ever actually make before they absolutely steamroll over you. So we'll have to wait and see about how Won't Stop Peaking decide to defend this as well, because their input on that matters just as much. There we go. The vault is in. They've detected a couple of defender positions. Should be able to find one at least. No, the shots are fired. Skywalker missing a lot of gunshots right now. There's a drop. Skywalker saving Doctor's backside right there, as Violet decided to jump right down the stairs and say, hey, yo. Didn't quite work out. Dark Lord finds Doctor in the meanwhile. Potentially a kill for Mighty Ellie here. Yes, there we go. Mighty Ellie and Skywalker finding two more, making it a 4v2.
Yep, 2 players left and won't stop peeking. They've just lost control on the second floor. Actually, not on second floor, apologies. It was on first floor kitchen side, where Shaheens had most power when it comes to the man count that they had to deal with. So 2v4, both the players on the side of Team Won't Stop Peeking will be on the side, making some slight adjustments, making holes in some certain line of spots where they can have a good angle all the way towards Solarium stairs. And now, with the help of the information that they've gained, they even have red pings to give some vital information. All they've got to do is just get some kills, and Cobra will get one. But he doesn't get to eliminate Elemist, and Skywalker, all he has to do was just go aggressive 1v2. And Mojo, he gets to shut him down, but in a post-plan situation, he will succeed in downing Caesar. All he has to do is just remove Elemist, and he'll do that! Mojo! Oh boy! With the power of the Frost Mat, ladies and gentlemen, Mojo will get to succeed this clutch.
Defender mission successful.
The Frost Mat trap, out of
Okay.
all the things in post plant, the Frost Mat trap in post plant.
Mm-hmm.
You've made so much progress in the first floor. You had so much information being, bundled out to give so much information on kitchen and dining. And then when you're so confident to push in towards second floor, keep that in mind that this was a 2v4. 2v4. Frostmat traps. No. Breach is done. They went in for the push. Post plant was in. Caesar gets caught in the Frostmat trap. Pain. It's just pain.
Yeah, I
don't know
don't
how
really know
did
what
Mojo
else
get
to
away
say
with
after
that. Like,
that.
I don't know how Mojo got away
you'd
with the
think-
clutch like that,
You'd think that given how much they droned it out, right? You'd think they know that there was a frost, right?
Mhm.
And that they'd be careful on the windows, because frostmat placements aren't exactly all that different, right? Where can you realistically get away with the frostmat when it comes to chalet top floor defense, right? You have one probably on the piano window, one maybe on the bathroom window, one maybe on halfway up the solarium stairs, right? You can change that up. You could go for one towards the breach, maybe slightly behind the breach, maybe if you want to catch somebody off guard. Maybe you can put one top of library stairs or halfway up library stairs. But the most common ones, piano and bathroom, they will always be there, right? Shane's did that. Every time they were on defense second floor, they played the Frost. And they had Frost mats there. Hell, when it was kitchen defense and they went second floor, they had Frost mats there. And they didn't even bother to check in when they went to the attack. Guys, I don't know what to say here. Between round 15 of Oregon and now this, I don't know. I don't know. There's some things that come to my mind about what I may or may not be saying, but I'm not saying that on stream. I don't want to get, I don't want to get thank you for your service. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep those thoughts to myself for now. But all things considered, both Won't Stop Peaking and Shaheens really need to get their act together, because some of these rounds are great. We're seeing some really good siege from them, and then they go turn around and do that.
Both the maps, Oregon and Chalet.
I'm
That
surprised there
has
hasn't
to
been a
be
team kill
one
yet.
certain. Don't jinx it, Jack. Just don't.
I mean, at this point, I don't
Just
even
imagine
need
on
to.
the
I'm pretty sure
second
they
half.
will. See, at this point,
I
I'm
mean,
sure I don't even
here's
need to.
the
I'm pretty sure
thing.
they will end up doing it at one point.
I mean, here's the thing. If I have to give some appreciation, I have to say won't stop peaking. They did a good job on attack. All right. 5-2. They know exactly at what kind of drones that they have to go on. They've ensured to get initial frag outs and such. And for Shaheens, not being able to. Not being able to, cope up, or should I say, hold out their defensive strategies thoroughly, did ended up being their demise, and I can clearly understand that. And plus, going on certain a lot of sites, like first for bar and gaming room, they went on bar and gaming room on round number 2, and then they went to basement garage and wine cellar on round number 3. It usually did had a lot of strategies which involved individual plays. Doctor, on the other hand, when it was a 2v4 situation on round number 6, you saw how Doctor was just patiently waiting all the way from basement stairs. And you had the Mira waiting from Barstock, who was all by himself. He had a C4 in hand, and he had to deal with the humongous push that he had to deal with, like 4 players, 2 of them pushing from the entry doorways of the blue stairs, and then the second who was about to drop the hatch, or maybe he was just entering from the entrance itself from first floor bar itself. So Doctor, he was mainly focused on one particular angle, but couldn't get to support a lot for the team, which it did ended up losing majority of the rounds. That's what I'm guessing. There were some crossfire angles which didn't help Shaheens a lot in the situation, both on early round as well as the late rounds. So they've I just hope that they fix it both on attack. Strong attack on round number 7. In the initial rounds, you saw how clearly that they focused on removing 2 players on first floor kitchen and dining, mainly because they had great information. And then when they pushed him from Solarium stairs, ju- just what happened? Just what happened on post plant? I have no idea. I seriously have not, but hopefully I believe Shaheens are currently not doing good on attack itself. Although I see some improvements from Won't Stop Peaking, I'm pretty sure that once the rehost has been done, we will see Shaheens not make any proper mistakes and focus. I mean, that we might be able to see some impressive play, but that previous round, man, that round should have been this. That round should have been Shaheens, and ended up losing a 2v3 in favor for Won't Stop Peaking on defense.
Again, it's really down to these decisions that are made, and it's in some cases the lack of the coordination that we're seeing from these both of them, right? Like, sure, Shaheen's made the newest mistake. That's why we're talking about them the most. But let's not forget, Won't Stop Peaking played arguably the only round of Rainbow Six competitive that I have ever seen that actually got me kind of not happy, right? um like normally I have a pretty chill disposition, right? I say a lot and I do a lot, but I'm never actually mad on stream. Yeah, no, not that time though. So you have to realize that we're not really trying to harp on these mistakes just for that, like just to like have something to say against these teams. We got nothing against them. We want to see them succeed. I for one, am honestly tired of seeing Hunters dominating every single goddamn match. Okay, so Hunters definitely need a rival to step up to the plate, and that for the longest time was Mercenaries. Gary Spurs took the spot for a little while, briefly in 2021, but Mercenaries came back stronger. Now Mercenaries themselves seem to have trouble going up against Hunters, and like the gap between them has just gotten bigger and bigger, and the gap between Hunters and the rest of the scene has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. The only major competition they've had recently, and I say major in terms of just pure score lines, right, was from Team Wu the other day, right at the beginning in round 1 of upper brackets. That was a 2-1 game with an overtime finisher. Even against Mercenaries, Hunters don't go to OT as often, right? Even in BO3s and so on and so forth. I could very well be wrong. Tomorrow we have a Hunters Mercenaries game that we will be watching, and it'll be casted and everything, and you guys will be able to enjoy some fantastic pre-finals, finals game, right? But that's the thing, you know, Hunters need a new rival, and they need, or an old rival. The Mercenaries could just pick themselves back up. I really want to see that from them. I want to see the old Mercenaries. I want to see the Mercenaries that was dominating matches, that was going toe to toe with Hunters, that nearly every map was a 7-5, overtime, 7-5, something like that. But alas, it is what it is. And the reason I brought all of that up, right, is because Won't Stop Peaking, Shaheens, they could be those rivals. Any team could be those rivals. But they have to pick up the act. They have to pick up their slack. Because some of the rounds we see from them are just downright atrocious. Some like mistakes like that, hunters will manufacture the conditions needed for you to make those mistakes time and time again. And even when you don't, they'll make your normal movements feel like mistakes. That's the kind of team hunters are. That's the kind of team that sits at the top of the region. So if you want to get up there and if you want to fight against them, you're going to have to get up to their level. And mind you, that also means learning other maps. You know, SA Siege has a similar problem to Siege in other regions, and all of these regions share a problem with that is the same in Siege Ranked. Nobody wants to learn any map. Everybody wants to play Clubhouse, everybody wants to play Oregon, everybody wants to play Villa, and everybody wants to play Chalet. Nobody wants to really learn. Recently, we've seen new maps we brought up, right? And that's great. Border, Skyscraper, fantastic maps that deserve to be played and are being played. Credit where credit is due. But you got to play them more. Like today, we're seeing Oregon from the Shaheens. I don't have anything particularly against Oregon. It's just they're way too dependent on it. And any match that's not on Oregon, Shaheens start to struggle. Look at Chalet right now. Round number 7, they were 4v2 up on the attack. This should have been their round. What happened? Why did they collapse like that? Falling apart completely. On Oregon, they wouldn't have had this issue. But mind you, I say that Oregon was, I mean, their attack on Oregon was next to abysmal. So, guys, what's going on here? Where's Bank? Where's Theme Park? Theme Park suddenly has a drop in pick rate again, right? As more and more teams are picking Border and Chalet. And that's great. But you got to do that for other maps as well. Even if you don't feel confident in it, go on those maps because, your other team sure as heck isn't going to learn those maps until you play it against them. That's SA Siege. I mean, really, it might sound like I'm being a bit harsh on the scene, but really, I've been casting for 2.5 years, at least at TEC and at the big leagues, right? Before that, I used to cast like smaller tournaments. I casted a LAN in Calcutta, like a small LAN with Calcutta only teams. And even back then, I used to see Consulate constantly, Oregon constantly, Border. Well, not Oregon as much, but we used to see too much Border, too much Consulate, too much Clubhouse, right? Clubhouse got the buff, it got played even more. Oregon got its map rework, it's been played, it just doesn't stop being played. My question is, there are these other amazing maps. Bank, after its buff, is actually kind of nice. Still, it has too many wide open areas and too many small areas. Like the disparity between Bank sizes is a bit much. That could use some work, I will agree. But Bank's such a great map. Nobody plays it. You have Theme Park. If it's not a Hunter's Mercenaries map, forget about that map. It doesn't exist, right? Skyscraper. If it's not Hunters or Mercenaries or now Kira playing, forget about that map. It doesn't exist. And Kira doesn't even bring it out that often. Uh, what's going on, guys? Are the only maps in the pool Oregon, Clubhouse, Villa, Chalet? Chalet's been added to that, but Chalet I still have no hostility against. I love Chalet. The fact that it's attacker sided makes it unique, makes it a different map in Siege. Because Lord knows every other map is defender sided, from mildly 51-49 to extremely 70-30, like Villa, like Theme Park, right? So Chalet's a unique map. I'll give it a pass. But that leaves us with the same 3 again. The SA Classic. Now, it's become a meme, I know, and I call it the SA Classic every time. But it also, like, a part of me just feels like we need to step out of these maps. For real. I know that, you guys wouldn't be hearing this from me if this rehost time wasn't actually happening. All that stuff, you can say all of that all you want. I still hold these beliefs regardless. Oregon, Clubhouse, they are played way too often. Villa as well was played way too often for a long time. And I am very happy to see that maps have changed and that teams playing these maps are changing the maps up as well whenever possible. But you got to do more. Learn the maps. If you really want to step ahead of your opponents, learn them. Make strats for them. Learn strats for them and pull them out in competitive games. Because, like I said, until you defeat your opponent on these maps, they're not going to bother with learning it. So you got to make them learn the hard way. Be the team to do that. Hunters already did that, right? And now Kira loves bringing out Border randomly or Chalet randomly because Hunters and Mercenaries gave them, some rather good beatings on that map. So, yeah, that's kind of how things flow around here. But again, this is all just because we need map diversity. Because it's the same maps and the same pushes on the same maps over and over and over again, and they keep working, so people keep doing it over and over and over again. It's getting stale, guys. Like seriously, it's getting stale now. We'll go for a quick break, folks. I know got into a bit of a rant, but we'll be back with the match in just a short while. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Baba Gusta. We are back after a little bit of time spent in the rehost, but all the players are back in, and once we get the final confirmations, we'll be going back into the match itself, folks. It is currently 5-2 in the favor of Won't Stop Peaking. Shaheens have definitely got a massive uphill struggle in front of them right now. As we'll go into the match to see as to whether or not they can pull together some sort of comeback. They are on the attack side of Chalet, and Chalet is an attacker-sided map, so they should theoretically be able to pull something off here, but, and of course, it's a big one, will they actually be able to?
Yep. We all know it's been a long rehost, so we gotta. We apologize for the delay which has been caused, but now
Defenders
we're heading
protect
back
the
into the
bombs.
game.
Defused by
And round number 8 will be there soon. The site will be on Bar and Gaming Room this time. We don't stop being the ones on defense. They have secured 5 round wins, 4 rounds on attack, and now they're here to make a second defensive round win in the second half. Can it happen, or will we see Shaheens stay strong on attack and ensure that they could make a comeback on map number 2 Chalet? They have secured map number 1 Oregon with a huge margin, all the way to 8-7. And now map number 2, Won't Stop Peaking, has got the upper hand in the second half, securing 5 points, and they just need to get 2 more round wins on defense. Now the biggest question is, can they keep up their momentum, or will we get to see Shaheens come back? We're about to find that out in the action phase itself. With the attackers already spawned in, we have the players holding on from library, and now we get to see what Shaheens' progression will be. It's a rush! It's a rush all the way to his first pro gaming room, and Mojo, he starts off with the earliest pick, and a second down from Doctor. Okay, not a good way to start things off from Shaheens, but all in all, we've seen Won't Stop Peaking getting away with good kills. A grenade to top it off from Skywalker as he removes Dark Lord. It's a 4v3. Doctor will be revived, but a huge smoke gas canisters will force the attackers to not get into the windows of first floor gaming room. So Shaheens, they've got to figure out some other way.
That they definitely do. There's a player watching on top of the hat. Skywalker, I don't think, is aware of the fact that Violet has that position right now. Doctor's going to go up, try to clear the hatch that's being watched at the very least. You've got flashbangs as well to make something off of this. It looks like all of them are going to start by going upstairs. Minute 46, they tried a big rush for just a second there. But Violet's position now given away. A red ping is off as well. Here come the flashbangs. One, potentially second. Yes, it's used. E1D comes in. And no one decides to try and emphasize on that opening that was made there. Shots of were fired from down below, and that's why, a couple of players will decide to check that one out. As Skywalker takes a little bit of damage in the meanwhile. The Jaeger is held in the corner in second floor 4 now. But they've got to try and figure out a way to get in. Shaheens are just almost aimlessly roaming around all over the map. Now they've gone over towards the west main entry, and I guess they're going to try going in from kitchen. I'm not sure if this is the wisest idea. Pretty sure the Jaeger could have been cleared out with just a little bit of precaution on down below, as Desmond's going to find a big first kill right there. Doctor fires one back. Violet gets the refrag. It's all down to Elmas, the last one standing. Are they aware of these positions that have been taken by Won't Stop Peaking? I don't think they quite are. One's watching from the pantry hallway. Elmist tries to get into the side, but Violet, who should have been called out a while ago, is still there on the main library stairs. Gets the final kill. Won't Stop Peaking. Clearly, the big rehost did not pause their momentum, as Shaheens right now are 1 round away from being forced into map 3.
6-2, match point is in for Won't Stop Peaking, and Shaheens' attempt to go for an early rush while not getting control on library, losing both of their frag grenades, could have at least helped them to take out the Jaeger who was at second floor library with the help of flashbangs to deny the ADS and to confirm the kill with the grenade, but Yeah, we didn't get to see that from Shaheens, mainly because two of the grenades were initially used to throw it all the way from first floor gaming room, I'm guessing. So, not a good attack from Shaheens' end. And for Won't Stop Peeking, they will secure match point and they'll make a decision to defend on basement snowmobile garage and wine cellars. Wine cellar, yeah. Did I just said
10 seconds
wine
left.
tellers instead of wine cellars? I think I said cellars. So yeah, 6-2
5 seconds to go.
match point. We do have some great denials from Desmond and
Attackers'
Cobra.
objective is to
The
defuse the
Electroclaws
bomb.
will at least help them to, at least halt out the attackers. But when you have those impact EMPs, you shouldn't be able to worry about it that much as of now. But for Shaheens, if they have to win this, they've got to make sure that whatever strategies that they have, they've got to pull it to full perfection, or else Won't Stop Peaking will end away with the victory on map number 2, which means map number 3 will be opened up for both the teams, and that map will be Clubhouse. EEDs will be used from the Lions' side, won't be able to find any information as of now. But in the end, for the defenders, they'll just stay put. Not a single defender will choose to roam all the way towards the first floor, but instead, all 5 players from Won't Stop Peaking will be hunkered up in towards the site itself, see whether if they can halt out any aggressive attempts being made from Shaheens.
Breach coming out on Trench as well. Use of the double impact EMPs right there. As Elemis is gonna get gas out of their mind. Okay, gotta be careful on that. Actually ended up approaching the site quite significantly. Sitting right by the breach. Gotta be careful of the other angle there, Elmist. As a peek from the other side of the cellar could pretty much find you dead in your tracks. The thermite creating as little noise as possible. Doesn't matter. Desmond pushes up. And because they were already lit up, they got taken down. Doctor fires back, finding Desmond. As Caesar gets another one, that's Mojo off the board. So there are a couple of good kills that are being taken here. Skywalker taking a bit of damage, trying to get into the site. 3v3, or 4v3, excuse me, is the situation at hand. Caesar mighty low on HP. The position of one will be revealed. Skywalker taking more damage as well as the push is in. Violet unaware of this, and a big cleanup on the site. We'll see the Shaheens take round 9 after 4 straight rounds of Won't Stop Peaking, winning round after round after round. Shaheens finally put one on board for themselves.
Shaheens will at least bring themselves back up on the site on run number 9. So, second floor master bedroom site will be opened up for them. So they'll just go ahead and decide to hold their ground. A pause will be requested from Won't Stop Peaking side, mainly because one of the players had a major disconnect. But not to worry, folks. We're not going to waste a lot of time because Desmond has already been returned. All we've got to do is wait for Desmond to get the ready confirmation, and when it's done, we'll be able to proceed with round number 10. They're not going to go ahead and defend on basement this time, but instead they'll be heading off to hold their ground on second floor Master Betterman office this time. They had great hold. They didn't had a lot of problems. Actually, I would say they had a lot of problems. It was a 1v2, I presume. Yeah, it was actually no. It was a 2v3 where
Defenders,
Team Won't
protect
Stop
your
Peaking
bombs
ended
from
up winning that
being defused by
defensive round in a
attackers.
post-plan situation. Now, Shaheens, they could fix that mistake. They realized what kind of problems that they did. And in round number 10, they have a chance to bring this up and they could win this attack round. Make that same mistake again, and you'd end up giving map number 2 victory for Won't Stop Peaking. So let's see what Shaheens has in stores as of now. And for Won't Stop Peaking, they'll be still using the same tactics, except Desmond, who will
10
bring in the
seconds left
cap
before
cans.
insertion.
The EDDs will deal a lot of damage if the
5
attackers
seconds to
aren't,
insertion.
you know, cautious and attentive from their attack drones, or maybe seeing one of their operators being a trap operator, both the Frost and the Cap can. So if they're not attentive, then Won't Stop Peaking will get the better ends of it, and especially with the spawn peak, that Caesar will not have any problems with dealing Violet. So starting off the round, Shaheens, they're off to a great start.
That is a very good start indeed. One down, and that's Violet, so to speak. And Violet overall has been having a pretty good game, I would say. I mean, we don't really have all the stats because of the rehost, but Overall, Violet's presence in the map cannot be discounted. Cobra now on top library stairs. Has to be careful of the entry coming in from inside of library itself. Desmond is also down below as Cobra's position will be given away by the E1D, but still more than safe as Doctor finds Dark Lord. Second defender
Attackers have
down,
located a bomb.
as it seems like Shaheens might, and I say might with a lot of apprehension in my voice, but might be starting to pick themselves back up. Mojo now low on HP, trying to go for a gunfight that was probably ill-advised at best. This angle is being watched, but there we go. Beautiful shot on the Caesar. And Desmond C4 is going to find Skywalker as well. Huge drops coming in right now as the Sledge and the Nomad are down for the count.
Breach has been done all the way towards second floor, but still they've got to worry about some certain players, and that has to be Cobra, who is slowly making his way all the way up to Solarium stairs. And now they at least know that the players on the side of Shaheens are making their way all the way towards second floor mezzanine hallway. So all three attackers are prepped and ready with the crossfire angles. All they've got to do is just find an opening. And that opening would prove beneficial for them for Shaheens. Doctor, once again, going to open up the window, see if there is a window of opportunity. He will find one, but Cobra gets away, being safety not for long. Doctor, he gets away with a kill, a confirmation. The plant will be there, but here comes Desmond. 2 kills already, which would force Doctor in a 1v2 situation. Not looking good at all. Once they thought they had the control on man count, suddenly they lost control on the site. And what's even more worse is that they don't even have, Doctor doesn't even have the diffuser in hand. So in a lead, and in 40 seconds, Doctor needs to figure out a way to get those 2 kills, or else Won't Stop Peeking will secure map number 2. Push will happen all the way towards the breach's side. Doesn't have any information on players' whereabouts. Desmond, all he's got to do is just wait for Doctor to make a sound cue, especially with the diffuser, in which he'll be able to pick it up. Sound will be given from the weaponry, and Doctor not having any information. Desmond will get away with a kill. 3 kills for Desmond will secure. Team Won't Stop Peeking to secure map number 2, which means the match is not done yet, folks. We are heading off to map number 3, Clubhouse. The final map to determine whether if Team Shaheens can secure this map, proceed to the lower brackets and go up against Team Phalanx, or will we see Team Won't Stop Peeking go up against Team Phalanx?
Well. Map number 3. At least we got one prediction, or I should say, I got one prediction right, folks. Map number 3 for this game is going to be in play, and we will, in fact, be going to Clubhouse. Of course, we're going to have the highlights and the map summary to talk about. Before we go there, a 7-3, I think the end score is for the side of Won't Stop Peeking as we go into the highlights to talk about the match that we just saw, the map, so to speak, in just a moment here, folks. Don't worry. And overall, I'd say Won't Stop Peaking definitely a much better performance as compared to their performance on Oregon. And I say Oregon, I specifically mean that one round, of course. Their performance on Oregon initially was kind of meh, but then they actually brought it back, and that second half was fucking amazing. Oh, dear me, I actually said a little thing there. Do excuse me. Their performance in the second half was very, very good. Slipped out there. But now here on Chalet, they had a very, very good map overall. 7-3 to them. And Shaheens are, well, they're not going to be happy with this map performance that they just had. It wasn't exactly great. And of course, that means that they'll have to pick themselves back up going into the third map. Clubhouse is going to be very interesting, folks, as we just have a look back at what we saw on Map Chalet.
Yep, Map Chalet won't stop peaking. They've done an amazing job on attack, especially the first half itself, ending things out on a 4-2, where they had succeeded on sites in first floor bar and kitchen, even on first floor dining. They've even succeeded on basement, snowmobile garage, and wine cellar. The coordination that Won't Stop Peaking had was absolutely excellent. And from Shaheens' end, although there was you could say there wasn't a lot of retaliations being made from both defense as well as on offense. They've only secured 2 rounds, which was on the side second floor master bedroom, and the rest of it was just history. Won't Stop Peaking. They had they were very confident on picking Map Chalet, and they did ended up winning it out on a 7-3 scoreline, which is in fact a good way for Won't Stop Peaking to secure their own map pick. Shaheens, on the other hand, they did on Clubhouse, but it was this close. It was very close. It went all the way 8-7, right? And now on map number two, Won't Stop Peaking, 7-3, and Shaheen's only being able to win 3 rounds, two on defense, one on attack, is really going to put Shaheen's in a very bad spot, especially knowing that the map is on Clubhouse. Sure, Clubhouse is yet another map which would favor for both of the teams, but it also depends on the morale that the players have, the amount of confidence that has the confidence, the motivation, the power that Shaheens are currently holding on to on map number three. It always depends on this, and let's not forget the power of endurance and the fatigueness that the teams needs to worry about, because this is 3 maps in total. And just like CCB said, a best of 3 map that has gone all the way to a glorious best of 1. I actually forgot to say the word glorious properly, but still get it in the end. But yeah, all in all, Won't Stop
Mm-hmm.
Peaking. Great performance on map Chalet, 7-3, and now on map number 3, which will be on Clubhouse nonetheless. I'll ask you a question, Jack. What do you think is going to happen here?
All things considered, it's hard to tell, really. Clubhouse, of course, a more defender-sided map as compared to other maps in the map pool overall. So I would say we're probably gonna have a situation similar to Oregon on Clubhouse in that there's gonna be long rounds and many rounds probably being played from both sides. Unless, of course, one team's endurance gives out beforehand, which could very well happen, right? It is, after all, map number 3 after an OT and then a whole 7-3 with what was that, a 10-minute break in the middle, like because of the rehost. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like there's a lot of energy that's been expended. So maybe it won't go all the way to overtime. Maybe it'll be a 7-4, maybe even a 7-3. But that's still, I'm saying that without too much evidence to support my claims, right? So I'm just kind of speculating, throwing it out there to see what sticks. Because at the end of the day, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So gotta throw it out there, see what's what. But anyhow, match summary, folks: 12-8 and a 93% KOST with 3-0 on the entry frag and a 1.3 EPS. Desmond, clearly MVP of this map.
Yep, on the side of Shaheen's Doctor on top of the leaderboards, 11 kills, 87% cost. Not a lot on the initial kills, but a 1.15 EPS score from the side of Shaheen's. Although I could say on the side of Shaheen's, it didn't really look well from their end because they've only secured 3 round wins, 2 on attack, 1 on defense. But all in all, 7-3, Won't Stop Peaking will secure map number 2. And now on Clubhouse, this is where things gets a lot more heated, especially this being the lower brackets matchup. Shaheens, if I have the points table in which I should be having right now, Phalanx, they're currently in the top 5, securing 4 points. And they've already secured the spot into the lower brackets. The same thing can be said for Team Shaheens as well, as they've secured 2. Won't Stop Peaking, on the other hand, they've only secured 1 point, and by defeating Shaheens, they can they can also focus on racking more points and ensure that they have cemented cemented that stage at the qualifiers. So although they've secured 2 points, Shaheens also has a chance to get more 4 points, but we'll get to see what's going to happen on map number 3, folks. So we're just going to take a short little break and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back once again for the second lower bracket semi-final between, of course, Team Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking. We are going all the way out to map number 3 Clubhouse, as we have had an 8-7 to start, with Shaheens winning out Oregon, and then Chalet going 7-3 to the side of Won't Stop Peaking, which means we are now on to map number 3 Clubhouse is going to be in play, and we hope you've put your seatbelts on and buckled up, because this third map is probably going to be quite the explosive map.
Yep, map number 3, the decider map, which will be Clubhouse. And Won't Stop Peaking will be an attack once again in the first half itself. Shaheens have secured map number 1 Oregon in an 8-7 score line, and Won't Stop Peaking have won map number 2, which is their own map pick Chalet, 7-3. And now they're here to make ends meet on Clubhouse, especially with Won't Stop Peaking only securing 1 point in the whole season for Pro Series. In order for them to survive and get more points, they've got to ensure that they would defeat Team Shaheens, or else they would have less chances of being selected in the SA Nationals. The same thing can also be said for Shaheens too, but for now, let's just focus on the game itself, folks. Map number 3, the Deciders. Won't Stop Peaking on attack, Shaheens on defense. And before we talk about the ban phase itself, Won't Stop Peaking, 1 point. Shaheens, they've already secured 2 points, I believe. They're on the top of the leaderboards. Actually, they're in 6th place. Won't Stop Peaking on 7th. Shaheens have secured 2 points, and if they get eliminated right here, they would secure 4. Whereas if they do succeed by defeating Won't Stop Peaking, they'll have an extra 2 points, which means 4 points. They'll be able to go on the top of the leaderboards and securing at least 4th or 5th place. So Shaheens, if they have to survive, if they have to get a spot on the qualifiers, they've got to win map number 3. And the same thing can also be said for Team Won't Stop Peaking.
With that being said, the bans are, of course, rolling in. Thatcher from the side of Shaheens, no real surprises there. Won't Stop Peaking. This time I can, make a much more clearer case for the Ash ban being used as just using up one of the ban slots, because, of course, you want your hard breachers on this map, right? And normally you'd see teams ban, say, Ace or Hibana, because those are the 2 most commonly used, or maybe even Maverick, right? As Ash will be joined by Azami from the side of the Won't Stop Peaking camp. Azami as well, very powerful, proven to be very powerful operator here on Clubhouse, and thus the ban on her, leaving only 1 more operator to be banned for the night. Shaheens have the final ban, and they will decide to get rid of Valkyrie. That leaves Mira open, folks, for the side of Clubhouse for both teams when they will be defending. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting Clubhouse as we will be going into round number 1. This game, it's been long, it's stretched for a while, and here we are in the final map. 2nd floor gym and bedroom, the site of choice, as round 1 on what is now a glorified best of 1 in this BO3 is underway.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
Here we go, map number 3. Won't Stop Peaking on attack, Shaheens on defense. They're gonna start it off with 2nd floor gym being the side. Mira is open, which means that Mira will be very powerful on the bathroom side and also on towards logistics. They'll have ample amount of information on that particular sites, and for Won't Stop Peaking, I know that they'll be mainly focused, they'll be heavily focused on making plans on Basement Church, or even more so on 2nd floor CCTV. And since Won't Stop Peaking has the power of attackers repick, they can just immediately change their operators accordingly to the site itself. And there'll be just 1 simple change from Cobra. Instead of using the Flores, he'll just bring in the Osa. Impact EMP will be very powerful, and it will definitely be used on 2nd floor gym itself, if and only if they have the Kaid. I mean, the mute jammers will be present from the walls itself, but it will be denied as quickly as possible. So action phase is present. All the players inside of Won't Stop Peaking are present, and they're slowly making their way into a second floor gym. But do we get to see Shaheens have a roam player? Maybe Skywalker, who might be able to make an attempt all the way towards the tunnel side, see whether if he can get a kill or two all the way from second floor gym balcony. I don't think so. No, he will not. He'll be on construction instead, holding some minor angles towards CCTV window. And with it, won't stop peeking. Let's see what they will do on their execute.
We'll have to wait and see, that is for certain.
Bomb located by
As a breach is now happening, that breach, of course, is on the jacuzzi wall. Getting that breach wide open as soon as possible, and the Sledge, of course, getting rid of the castle barricade on gym window as well. Line of sight is being established by the attacker. Won't stop peeking, as is normal. C4 from Doctor, but unfortunately will miss, as the attacker had long since cleared out of that area of the balcony, leaving that C4 to unfortunately explode into thin air. Alibi's Prisma giving away the location of one attacker, as there is a potential push that Skywalker has to deal with. Sees the head of one. Can't quite get the shot off, though. Just holding down inside of construction for the time being. And no attackers are quite able to push up either. There we go. Beautiful shot. As soon as the head was seen, Desmond went down. And there goes Mojo as well. Doctor finding a big second kill off of a jump out from the gym window.
Two players already gone. It's Mojo and Desmond. Both the soft and the hard breachers have been eliminated. But have they removed the second floor gym wall? Yes, they have. Turns out Doctor has been dealing quite a lot of damage from that particular place, but he'll still stay alive because he has at least minor control, and Doctor finds the opening from the window side, only to get refract from Cobra. 2v4, the push will happen. Violet has some information, but he still loses the gunfight from Mighty Ali. It's a 1v4, and Skywalker arrives just in the right time. He had a great angle from the second floor gym side itself, finds the opening, removes the guy, and gives Shaheens a first round win on defense.
Basement, church, and arsenal room will now be the side of choice. From the side of the Shaheens, they have won out the very first round after all, and no real surprises there, that they'll be going to pretty much the, well, I guess this site, second floor gym and second floor CCTV are pretty much tied for best site in the game, which means there are three fantastic sites on Clubhouse, and of course, basement gym will be the second pick for the Shaheens right now. Won't stop peeking. Unfortunately, looking a little deflated, maybe looking a little tired, I would definitely say. This BO3 has raged on for quite a while, and while they definitely would have been expecting it, it still takes a toll on you, right? Especially after map number 1. But then again, map 2 was such a great performance from them, it would have perked them up a little bit. It would have given them a bit more energy just to fight on.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll have to wait and see if that energy comes to their aid anytime soon, because they certainly will definitely need it. And as the time runs out on the prep phase, we're going to be moving into action phase. We've got an Aruni brought in, along with a Pulse from Elemis this time. Doctor with the cap can as well. Not exactly the operator lineup you normally see for a basement hold. You see a Moz, you see a Meat, you sometimes see a Castle, and of course, amongst other things, you see a Jaeger, Melusi, none of that. As we're now looking at a completely different type of basement hold, based around wasting time and wasting utility. The Capcan traps, of course, will pull a lot of weight here. A Skywalker will take damage crossing over from the kitchen corridor into bar itself. Violet's drone giving away so much information and putting on so many pings for the attackers here. Skywalker taking more damage right now. Dark Lord only a minor bit of damage done. But Doctor's here and finds Desmond. That's a big drop right there. Your Hibana and the only breacher, sans fuse with the secondary hard breach. Your main hard breacher is gone.
Yep. A refrag will be done nonetheless, but this time on a different operator. It's Dark Lord who gets to remove Caesar out. I believe that was all the way towards the first floor. A wall bang attempt, which will give Cobra the kill. And that with a headshot. Meanwhile, Elements is giving some major information all the way towards for the Arsenal room, all the way towards kitchen. So a pre-play C4 will be placed, and when that information has been prepped to perfection, that C4 will be detonated. But Elements is a bit much more aware of the place in towards Blue Room. mainly because he thinks that there might be one attacker who might, get a kill or two. C4, instant use, will be able to get a kill this time. And that to removing Violet out, so no more cluster charges all the way towards the Arsenal room. So no more destructions, easier for Shaheens to hold their ground.
Absolutely, and Mighty Ali is still up here, mind you, on second floor. So logistics hasn't realistically been cleared by the side of Won't Stop Peaking. And that, of course, means that Shaheens, once again, have some very important and key positions currently in their favor. A drop in? No, that's the Iana's Gemini. That'll be used to disable the Aruni Surya gate right there. Position given away of the Iana right now. Could be shot from above. The Wamai is still in position. Not quite. Grenade goes out, but does not find its mark. Shots fired. Doctor looking to get one. Shooting up the shins of the Flores right now. Can't get the kill. The plant is going off as Elements goes down. In the meanwhile, Mojo gets one. But Doctor stops the plant. Dead in its tracks. But it's down to the 1v1. Mojo, ooh, gets shot down by Mighty Ellie. Beautiful shot with a hollow, no less, from above the hatch. Could have just held really for Diffuser, but decided to peek that nonetheless, and Mojo went down. Shaheens, now with 2 rounds under their belt, are definitely looking strong to start us off on Clubhouse.
2 defensive round wins, and Shaheens, they will get away with 2 victories. Round number 2 was a very close round, thanks to Doctor, who's been making a lot of work this time on map Clubhouse itself. Getting a total of 5 kills in 2 rounds. It's been really putting a lot of work. And also Mighty Ali being the one who's been, so keen on getting the finisher shots, which is very required for Shaheens to, heavily required to win those major rounds. But for Won't Stop Peaking, losing that momentum is going to put themselves in a very bad situation, knowing that they have to get this win. Winning this will at least confirm their spot on the SA Nationals, but only securing 1 point, and plus, they will eventually get 3 points if they do get eliminated out. But knowing that they have less points is, there's mainly a higher chances for Won't Stop Peaking being able to succeed qualifying or not. It just depends on the table when the fall series comes to an end, mainly to determine who will be selected and who will be not, right? Top 8 teams will be selected for the SA Nationals, mainly of the points that they've gained from summer, spring, and fall. And for Won't Stop Peaking, not having a great start on both the rounds, with the side being on second floor and basement church, Won't Stop Peaking, they've got to bring this back up. With the side on second floor CCTV, their biggest concerns have to be on garage side. So once they get control of it, Won't Stop Peaking, they'll have a lot of chances of succeeding in this gunfight.
We'll have to see how Won't Stop Peaking decides to retaliate here. They've lost 2 rounds. They can't afford to lose too many more, because if they do, well, we know exactly what the result will be, as Mighty Ellie holds on to garage. Just as anyone might would, it's pretty typical to see this operator here. Breach on the main wall, I believe, has been done. We did hear the Ace Summer breaches being used up, and Violet has put 2 on already. And there you have it. One side of the wall is breached, another side could be. Here comes the RCE Retero to get rid of a mute jammer and other related utilities on the front side. C4's out. Interesting throw right there, as the RCE Retero does get denied off of that. But they're asking for a clear on the garage side. That's the one that's most important here. Mojo knows exactly where that operator is, or at least knows somewhat of where they could be. Caesar really got taken down on blue stairs right now. Shots fired. That's the Wamai going in. But Doctor finds Violet. That's your ace gone. Massive drop right there. As the first kill rings out, Desmond is also taken care of.
Yep, Doctor gets away with yet another kill. That's 2 hard breaches. But Dark Lord finally gets to remove Mighty Ali, in which they'll give good control all over garage catwalk. And now they just have to focus on the second floor cash room. That's exactly where most of the denial has been placed. Doctor doesn't have his C4. Only Elemist has one. So he'll use it all the way towards first floor lounge. And Won't Stop Peaking needs to be careful about this. Meanwhile, we see Cobra succeeding with a headshot to remove Skywalker. And now they've equalized it to a 3v3. Osa is still present, and that bulletproof shield will cause a lot of disturbance on Shaheen's defensive maneuvers. But that C4 will be more than enough to get the confirmation of the kill. Cobra, on the other hand, just sprints away towards the side. Dark Lord gives protection. 3v2, post plant denied from the C4. That's exactly what Elemis needed. 1v2, and Dark Lord will be forced to make a play. Whips out the pistol, does a 1v1, not a lot of time left, and he thinks he's all the way from first spot. No, Elemis! He was on second floor cash! No!
Operators, you are out of time.
No, Elemis, he just threw from second floor cash. Dark Lord thought Elemis was at lounge. No, misinformation. Misinformation.
A round that should have 100% gone the way of Won't Stop Peaking. They had the plan, they had what could have been a massive lead there, but unfortunately it was lost. And I feel like the call that the C4 came out
Attackers
probably
need to
would have
locate
just,
and defuse bombs.
given Dark Lord the idea that, yeah, they've got to be down below, right, in lounge. That's where the default C4 is normally thrown from. But no, that C4 was thrown from either inside of cache or it wasn't pre-placed. It was actually thrown from inside of cache. So massive mistake there and a little bit of miscommunication. And that, of course, allows Shaheens to go 0-3 up, or 3-0 up, I should say, as Won't Stop Peaking are struggling to get even one round under control here.
This has got to hurt for Won't Stop Peaking. Man, they were this close. Dark Lord was so close to succeed that 1v1. The only main issue had to be the information from the attack drone. And they didn't have any proper idea on where that C4 is supposed to be, right? And what's even more problematic was that both the players from Team Won't Stop Peaking were at the default place. And I'm guessing Won't Stop Peaking just said, wait, C4's been used, C4's been already been expended. Where would the last player would be? And Dark Lord, he had to take a gamble that the player was at first floor lounge, and he lost it.
A bomb has been located.
It was just a simple throw for Elemis, which it did ended up favoring for Shaheens. And look at that. 3 straight defensive wins. On round number 4, high likely chance that can happen once again. Because Shaheens have already secured second floor gym in round number 1. And on round number 4, if they make a simple problem on second floor gym just like they did on round number 1, then I could say history can repeat itself. Unless and until Won't Stop Peaking has something else to say in their attack push.
I mean, they're definitely going to need to. Oh, 1 C4 from the Mira could clear out both of those Osa shields, and that would be such a loss of utility for the Osa right there. That's why you can see Cobra is watching like a hawk. Yeah, that's a full bait right there, as the ADS will be burnt. They want to throw Selma on this Mira window to try and clear it out. Now, actually, Elemis could have gone for it, and can still. He's inching towards it, potentially as another gunfight is brewing here. Skywalker has no idea, but the shots! No! Desmond lost patience a bit too early. And that, of course, unfortunately, allowing the alibi to walk away for the kill. Look at Elemis right here. Just sitting back, chilling. Literally chilling. Elemis, you have this kill. He's on his drone. Okay, no, to be fair, the drone could actually be watching the mirror.
Yeah, he's still trying for the bait, and that bait succeeded! Oh, boy!
Mojo from out of nowhere! Elemis,
you could
will
say
get
Christmas
taken
came
down.
early for it, yeah.
Oh, not even just Christmas, bro. That was just straight up Diwali. Alright, that was fireworks, okay? Caesar, in the meanwhile, gets lit up a little bit, so does Cobra, but Darkseid will find Skywalker, and looks like the defenders are having a bit of a mini collapse. Doctor, I know what, this player wants to do right now, which is to approach what could be a breach entry. But the ace is still outside the breach. Mighty Ellie going for the jump out. He's going to find one. Doctor finding Mojo as well. And Violet goes down. And once again, a late round collapse from the side of the Shaheens has led them into a position of a collapse from the side of Won't Stop Peaking has led them into a position of next to no power. He finds one still. The last person inside of logistics, Cobra, does not have enough time. Unfortunate right there from the side of Won't Stop Peaking, but it seems like, again, time mismanagement has been a constant thorn for them. They just seem to be making these plays too late in the round as a pause request has come in. That is from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Okay, so they actually wanted a tactical timeout. That's why they asked for the pause. They forgot for a quick second that they could actually do that. So the timer will be resumed. They've taken a tactical pause here, folks, because they kind of need to. They're 0-4 down. And really, given the energy we're seeing from them, I don't think we're going to see too much from them unless they find some way to break the Shaheens' momentum right now.
Yeah, currently they're 4-0 up on Clubhouse. And Doctor, my goodness, the amount of damage he's dealing right now on defense 9 kills. Succeeding in deny the plant on basement church, getting opening picks, 2 opening picks from Doctor on second floor gym. And now on round number 4, he decides to recover the round. And I've got to say, Won't Stop Peaking, the amount of mind games that they've played from Elemist, you know, making him forcibly use the C4 so that he'll be wall banged. And even though a lot of attempts were used, especially using the drone to see whether if he could take the bait of the C4, but turns out that did not happen. Next thing you know, Mojo just decides, you know what? Let me handle this. He just cooked the nade to perfection and straight just removes Elemist out of that place. That was a really great work from Won't Stop Peaking's attack. But did you know how much time did they take to do that stuff? They took around almost around a minute and a half, I believe, only to remove one player out. Next thing you know, when they next thing when they tried to push in from the side, I just realized that they didn't had logistic support. They only had main stairs in which Mojo was slowly making his way in towards that particular spot. And I believe Doctor was the one who did manage to, end up winning 2 of his gunfights. I'm guessing there was one on logistics, but it did ended up with the Doctor making an unexpected play. So getting 2 kills from Doctor, and then you had Mighty Ali, in which both of them had a very solid ground on the site. 4-0. Tactical timeout has come to an end. Won't Stop Peaking has all the time that they need. And now in round number 5, all they've got to do is that they've hatched a plan. Now they've got to do is to just make sure that they, nurture it, care for it, and when the time is right, it just sprouts out to be a beautiful butterfly.
What?
The egg. Wait, I should have just said a beautiful dinosaur. Yeah, that would have made
What?
sense. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Hatch a plan. You hatch a plan. I mean, Won't Stop Peaking, we're hatching a plan, right? So once a plan is set,
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
it should, you've got to nurture the plan. You just got to make sure that you execute it right as a team. Once you did it right, it becomes a good reward in the end, like a butterfly or a
See,
dinosaur.
Baba, the only planning method I know is make the plan, improvise the plan, execute the plan, throw away the plan, because it never works. So
I
to
was
me,
trying to make it.
what you were saying was absolutely alien language to me. As in the meanwhile, a couple of kills have fired off. Caesar went down just in front of us right now. Desmond the Hibana getting that kill. Dark Lord earlier in the round went down as well. The Iana is off the board. So a couple of early trades, and Desmond could have actually gone down. Doctor very nearly had that kill. Unfortunately, didn't quite know that he was shooting at the Hibana, so stopped firing in the middle there of the bullet volley that he was letting out. That, of course, allowed for Desmond to get away, and the hatch, as thus, will be breached at 1:48 remaining. Good time from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. They're sending out the RCE Roteros left and right, and they're also drilling out dirt. So it seems like they want to do a hatch dirt-centric push here, which, of course, we all know can work, but you need to be careful. There is still a player on first floor. We did see a defender's outline up there. Elmist is also watching that sly angle that defenders can take from boxes as Mighty Ali slowly approaches through bar. Bit by every little bit. There's no Claymore, but Potentially a drone or two could give away, the Omai's approach. But that's the thing. All he has to do is play this safely. Cluster charge has gone off. That will clear out a lot of utility on this side. And Mighty Ellie also knows that there might be somebody overwatching the hallway. And there is somebody there. That is Cobra. 2 RC Rotero drones remaining. Shots fired towards the Stock's door to just do a little bit of panic to the side of the attack. As, beautiful shot by Mojo right there. Uses a grenade, clears out the Aruni gate, and that is the floodgates being opened up right now. Here we go, the plant is happening. Violet takes one more down, but wait a minute, Mighty Ellie and Skywalker come around. Mojo finds Mighty Ellie, leaving Skywalker now in a 1v2, but the plant was stopped. And the diffuser is right in front of the alibi. They can't quite find this alibi's position, it's given away, shots are fired! Cobra, if he had missed that, the AR-33 doesn't have a full 30-round mag after all. If Cobra had missed that, then my goodness gravy, that would have certainly been, quite the hard loss right there for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. But they will finally put a round on board for themselves, a well-played round at that. And we're going to be moving to round 6 with a 1-4 as Shaheens still hold this map and match with a vice grip.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Won't Stop Peaking. Finally, that they've opened up a win on attack in round number 5. And Shaheens having that strong hold, even on round number 5 itself. It was just back. It was just down to a 1v2. This time, Won't Stop Peaking had info on Sky's whereabouts. So you could say that Won't Stop Peaking had fixed up with their mistakes. Now the thing is, it's round number 6. And if they end up in a 1-5, then things would not look too good from their attack rounds. Shaheens, on the other hand, securing 4 rounds would be good for them in the first half.
5 seconds to insertion.
But getting 5-1 will be their biggest aim at that too. And also making sure that they win a lot of attack rounds as well in the second half. So let's see what will happen in the action phase. Won't Stop Peaking. They just secured 1 round, which was a very shaky round. I'm not going to lie. Was a 5v3, which it did ended up on a 1v2, so they've got to focus on that. They've got to be cautious about certain situations like this, especially the crossfire angles that Shaheens have been placing out for a lot of time ended up helping them a lot on these defensive rounds. So let's see, initial rounds, the usual placements from Cobra. 2 deployable shields, bulletproof shields, which have been placed right from outside the site. All they've got to do is just wait for Desmond to use his exothermic charge to blow up, enter a line of sight, and then focus on Garage. Skywalker, on the other hand, will be dealt with some huge repercussions all the way towards logistics. So you've got to be worried about it. And I just realized Desmond is in logistics. He has the diffuser in hand. How will you breach CCTV? How would you breach?
I don't think they're trying to.
Oh yeah, they have 2 breachers. Yeah, you have Violet. Yeah, again.
Yeah, they have 2 breachers. Yeah. No. But that's the thing, right? Violet is also on this side, right? Watching over CCTV and construction window. They don't want to breach. Okay, they have already breached me. But I don't think
they've already
their
breached it,
main. Yeah. But I don't think that's their main point of entry here. Because the thermite is the one who's going to be going from the back. And when you have the thermite here with both charges ready, no less, that's primarily what they're trying to do. Is there a meat jammer? There may just be. Yes, there is. Doctor's meat jammer currently providing for some level of protection, but that ADS will be burnt out, and that meat jammer will be blown away as Skywalker goes down. That's a big first drop right there. That alibi has been trouble for the side of the attack. So that alibi going down is also a good thing. Here comes a secondary EMP. That was a big toss right there. I think that actually helped, as did the grenades that were probably being thrown in. Drones are now going to go in through the breach. As Desmond trying to catch one, maybe rotating around the bomb chassis. Doctor's playing behind this one shield. It's his only safe haven, the only island of safety in the entire site, which has now been blown wide open. Doctor finds one. That's Violet down. That's a big drop right there. The ace goes, and there goes Cobra as Mighty Ellie finds a second. Sudden drops are happening from this attacking side. Mojo fires back, finds Mighty Ellie. Desmond walks in the side, gets one, but no, that's diffuser drop as Caesar finds Desmond from the side of the garage, the long angle. Alamist as well, waiting in the wings, C4 in hand. Could make a big play right now. Diffuser is recovered. They're going to go in for the plant. Alamist missing the shots. Not the best time to be doing something like this. As the heal will come in, Alamist wants to deny the plant. Gonna go downstairs. Needs to hurry. C4 is out. Is that gonna work? It does! It actually blew up at the last possible millisecond. And the sledge was just low enough for that to work. Already hit up thanks to Alamist taking the gunfight from earlier. And that saves the round for the Shaheens. That could have gone so badly, so quickly. But it is now 5-1 in the Shaheens' favor. Folks, we've been here before. As on Oregon, we all remember, Won't Stop Peaking made such a massive comeback. They could still do it. We saw their defense on Oregon. Shaheens, in the meanwhile, they have all the momentum in their world. This is now their game to win and to lose. 5-1 Shaheens, and you're on the attack. The ball is in your court.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
1-5. Oh boy. Why do I feel like I've been in this situation before? All it needs is just 2 wins. 2 wins in attack. And also, I'm really sorry about that previous round too. I thought there was like the hard breaches not being able to open up CCTV, but I realized they had 2 hard breaches. So
no, I get it, right? But like, we're so used to seeing teams just breach main, go garage, and kind of either win or mess it up. Like that's the normal thing we see all the time, right? So for teams to actually change it up and go construction, it's a breath of fresh air, and clearly we're not used to seeing it too much because even I initially was like, wait a minute, where are they going? And then I saw they had 2 breaches. So yeah.
You know, for a moment there when I saw the thermite dropping down from the logistics hatch all by himself, I was like, there's no protection. He's the hard breacher, and if he dies, then it's more problems for Won't Stop Peaking. But nonetheless, round number 7, let's focus on that round for now. Won't Stop Peaking have only secured 1 attack round, and Shaheens, they've got to win 2 rounds. And I've got to say, for Won't Stop Peaking, they have a lot of work to do, especially with them succeeding on basement hold. And if they lose a single site in the second half, then Shaheens will gladly get this win nonetheless. Action phase is present, so does the attackers. They're just doing in with the usuals, pushing in from kitchen, removing the hatches, and all they've got to do is see whether they have tunnels control, and also from main stairs, and ensuring that the roamers have been taken care of from the defensive side.
Well, that roam clear, or actually clear from the hatch, might not actually be going too well. Doctor is severely low on HP right now. Barely has like 10 or 15 over there, because of the long angle being held by, I believe that was the Jaeger Violet. That, of course, allows for the Lion to just fall back and be exceptionally cautious about where they go in from. Doctor is going to have to be very careful about where the push from this Lion will be. Where do they go in from? Oh, into dirt. I'm not too sure about taking this gunfight head on. There's a Malusi right here who will hear this. But no, beautiful shot. Desmond goes down, and Doctor, the approach is now going to be relentless as Caesar starts taking a bit of damage. Once again from the hatch. But no real damage done. But wait, there's one on second floor. Cobra is up here. Mojo finds Doctor in dirt as well. And it's not looking good for the Shaheens attack. They did not roam clear. They didn't go to second floor. And that, of course, has dealt them so much damage and has basically made it such that their push is from the hatch is just impossible now, because Cobra can just sit up there and take kills. Diffuser has been dropped. Cobra knows this. And the sledge break in the cam is just going to be even more info. Skywalker has a goo mine to his shin as well. Trying to find the Legion. Gets taken down. Cobra with a triple. Elemis, the last one standing for now, walking into the site, takes a bit of damage as Violet has a cross angle going all the way from the blue side. Gets taken down. Elemis has 1, but only 10 seconds remain. How much can this Nomad realistically even do? Gets 1 more, but there's the Capcan trap. Unfortunate for Elemis, but Mojo will still bag that kill. as Won't Stop Peaking, after a long drought of rounds, will put their second now on board.
The fight's not over yet. Won't stop peaking. They still have a chance. The only difference is that second floor gym will be the toughest site for Team Won't Stop Peaking. But if they got their strategies right, then that means they can hold off as much as possible. And for Shaheens, they have got to break this curse. It's 5-2. They only require 2 attack round wins. We don't want history to repeat itself, especially the way how Won't Stop Peaking just made a recovery, an amazing recovery in the second half, not being able to give a single round win from Shaheens, which in fact did ended up in round number 12 being in their favor. But oh Jesus, Won't Stop Peaking, man, I don't know what to say. I mean, they're in for a tough challenge, and Shaheens, on the other hand, they are somehow letting Won't Stop Peaking get the best of it on defense. I just don't know how.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
We
it.
have Frost now from Violet. So I'm hoping that Shaheens would have some good drone work and ensure that they wouldn't get caught out from the Frost mats. Second, they've got to figure out a way to, remove Cobra, mainly because he has the bandit charges. He could trick out all the way from CCTV, and Dark Lord initial frag, and it's Doctor who goes bye-bye from Garage. 20 HP, and still somehow he still says he's still alive. They even have the Maverick this time, so you could say that the adaptations that are made from Shaheens have done an excellent job. And Elemist would have been able to remove Cobra, but the timing will definitely help him a lot. Cobra, he will be down, but not out just yet. He doesn't have any defenders to help him though. Impacts, there's a major damage to Caesar. Not a lot, but he'll still stay alive. Confirmations being made from Skywalker, and now Shaheens. It's a 4v4. The breach will be done on CCTV. What will Won't Stop Peaking do in this situation?
Breach taken care of, and in still pretty good time as the Montaigne is applying pressure onto Dark Lord, regardless of whatever Dark Lord wants to do here. Mighty Ellie waiting for a peek right now, maybe. Yep, flashbang is going to go out, and grenade as well. The flashbang was supposed to burn out the ADS or magnet, whatever was there, but unfortunately it seems like it was out of range, and that leaves the side of Won't Stop Peaking in a bit of an unfortunate situation now. Oh boy, Desmond gets one, big one at that. Mighty Ellie goes down, and Desmond will immediately vacate the premises, because you know for a fact that people are going to be pressuring that area. So Desmond's going to go back up metal stairs, back to side, shots fired. And that looked like a little bit of damage was done to whoever was out there. That's Elemist, I think. Frostmat is here, and Caesar's afraid to take this one out by themselves because, well, Lone Monty and doesn't really want to let go of the shield, as it were, understandably so.
Covered the bomb diffuser.
There is one peeking on the door of Garage as well. And, yeah, Caesar should know this. That exact area is being watched. There goes the Frostmat. Shots are fired. But the Thermite will approach consistently. Get another breach going. Yes, there it is. Shots are fired from below, but Caesar doesn't take any damage. The Melusi has to fall back as Elemis is now low on HP. Goes straight into the site. They're going in for the plant. Is there a C4? No, there is not. As the approach is here from the Melusi, Skywalker finds 1, 2, and 3! An ace for Skywalker in the round, as we will move into match and series point here for the side of Shaheens, the Monty, and the constant pressure to deal with that Garage push. Not even Desmond's insane position, well, not insane, but fantastic position, not even that could save them from getting taken out. And the ace from Skywalker just icing on top of the cake. 6-2, as we are now on series point. Shaheens, one round is all that stands between them and the next stage, the lower bracket final of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition.
It's one round, Shaheens. One round. And you guys have secured a spot in the lower brackets up against Phalanx. And the way how they figured out the site once they saw a bandit, immediately you saw Mighty Ali change the operators. He quickly changed it to Maverick. He used the breaching torch to remove that one particular player, knowing that it was an easier shot to get it. The coordination was well done. The Montaigne providing great support and annoyance towards the defensive side, knowing that they don't have smoke. Smoke would have been an excellent counter for Montaigne. And now, smoke will be brought out. So does the mute jammer to deny a lot of information. And this time, Desmond will bring in the Oryx. So, it's all or nothing. Action phase. Maverick's been used to destroy the mute jammers. And since, I mean, you won't require to have the secondary impacts, you can just make do with smokes, grenades, and flashbangs. These grenades and utilities will be very important. And also you've got to wonder exactly where the breach has been happening. Yep, there you go. It will be found out. It will be destroyed. CCTV breached, opened up. And now Shaheens will use that distraction and push all the way towards construction.
It's once again going to be a two-sided push, right? There is no OSA, so holding on balcony is going to be much more difficult. But this is why, of course, they're going to make this quick rotate. Mighty Ali can get construction walls soft, and all they would need then was a sledge, right? And Skywalker is, of course, already there on this construction door, which means that the entry will be there, but they probably still want to use the thermite. They'll have to just get rid of the mute jammer using a grenade rather than a secondary EMP. There we go. Mute jammer is seen, taken out, which means Elemis can go for the breach, and that's exactly what he'll do. They'll be called out, and Won't Stop Peeking will be changing up where their defenders are, their positioning, so to speak, to be able to now hold it better according to this side of the map. Smoke gas canisters are about to be thrown. You can see on the UI there, Violet's gadget is highlighted, meaning the smoke has the gadget in their hands right now. There we go. Tossed out and detonated, excuse me. Skywalker taking damage right now. Grenade and Desmond taking so much damage. E1D going out. Skywalker, you've got to be careful, as this peak can become very risky very quickly. Second canister used up. One more remains, and after that, it's all down to the hailstorm of bullets, as Desmond with a pre-fire will find the first kill. That's Skywalker gone. Going 9-7 into this 9th round. Skywalker has been a big influence so far, but not quite, as Violet's taking damage. But Desmond finds Doctor nonetheless. They need to get these players out of here. C4 from below will not be useful. Caesar finding Desmond. One kill. They need a second. They need to get rid of the Wamai. But no, Mighty Ali pushes in too quickly. And that, of course, is another big thing given away. LMS comes in, wants to go for the plant. Is there cover? There's a down on one. Red Stairs has to be watched, but the plant is denied. And Cobra comes in with two. The shield on red. The Wamai on Catwalk Garage. These things needed to be taken care of. These players needed to be gone early on. But they weren't, and the Shaheens, unfortunately, not having the best of attack strategies, will be the ones taking the round loss. It's 6-3 now. Won't Stop Peeking still can make something of this. They need 3 rounds to equalize and push for overtime, folks. We are in round 10.
Round number 10. Won't Stop Peeking barely manages to win that round. Now you can feel it, Jack. Now you can feel it. Final map. It's 3-6. Every single round ending it to be a 1v3 or a 1v1. Desmond ends up getting 2 kills. 2 important kills all the way towards construction. There was not a lot of contest made from CCTV. Although there was a balcony angle which was placed from the attackers, but man, for Shaheens, now they're definitely feeling it. They definitely are. And they're back with basement side. Now here comes the main problem. If they win basement church, and if they win second floor gym, they have got to go back to second floor CCTV, right? And if Shaheens gets caught out, just like they did when they breached in construction, this will not look good from Shaheens' standpoint. They have secured match point in 6-3 in the second half and won't stop peaking. They are not giving up. Not a single inch, not a single step. Even with the challenging gunfights that won't stop picking up performing, it's still ending up giving a lot of favors for the defenders. Won't stop peaking. 11 kills for Cobra. Now they really have to worry about the logistics angle. Impacts being used around from Cobra's end. Does Shaheen knows about this? I, I think I have no idea where Cobra is. Maybe he's not a logistics. Maybe he's at a very different position as of now. But all in all, you see the rest of the attackers are currently hunkered up from the hatches side of stock. So they're just going to focus on opening up the hatches first. And once they've got a window of opportunity, they'll just technically push from that particular position and tries to see if they can get a kill or two. With the help of info gained from the attack drones, they can just casually do that. They have a lot of time, a minute and 30 seconds, but they need to make sure that they don't waste a lot, because once they do, once they have to execute, won't stop peeking, they are prepped and ready with their counters.
Absolutely, they are. Grenade's about to go out along with the flashbang to burn out the ADS. There we go. Cobra finding one in the meanwhile. That Caesar gone. Massive kill right there. And Violet has, of course, retreated back into the site as soon as the initials were being thrown. Cobra finds one. Violet goes down to Doctor in the meanwhile as Mojo taking so much damage towards the box's side. There's a big push from Blue. Mighty Ellie could find a kill or two here. Just got to be careful of the lines of sight that have been made from inside the site itself. 4v3. If Mojo goes down, it's a 3v3, but that cross is being watched. There are players all over the place. E1D, a second one from Doctor, as he's going to push out back towards the hatch of Kitchen. That should be heard out. A call should be given, but Doctor could realistically go for a drop down. He's got the location on one, and that's the cap can. But the problem is there's also one on dirt. Here we go. Another E1D is used up, and I feel like this is the one they're going to use to go for the push. Yes, Doctor's going to drop down, take a Kumine to the shin. Elemis finding two massive kills. Mighty Ellie finds another, and another, and it's all from Blue, and they've taken the match. Shaheens will be the ones to go ahead to face Team Phalanx in tomorrow's game, folks. Lower bracket finals have been decided, and the teams, that will be playing in the lower bracket finals. It is going to be the Shaheens and Team Phalanx, as Won't Stop Peaking, a valiant effort from them, but unfortunately it simply was not enough. They crumbled away at the third map, and again they will look back on this game and think, yes, we should have won map 1. We should have finished it off as early as possible, but it simply was not to be, folks. They did not take it back. They did not do that comeback, and they will be kicking themselves because of it. Chalet, again, such a good performance from them, but unfortunately, on the first half, on when they were on attack, they simply lost too many rounds to the side of the Shaheens, folks, as they will unfortunately lose out here and now. And hello there. Take a second to get back to the caster's desk, but it is what it is, folks. The rounds are done. The matches are done. 3 maps have been exhausted as much as they could have been in a matchup like this. And we find ourselves at the end of it all with a 2-1 going the way of the Shaheens. Won't Stop Peaking. They were definitely fan favorites to a degree, but unfortunately it was not to be. The Shaheens move ahead, deservedly so, as they will now face Phalanx, another team that has definitely risen up quite a bit in these last few weeks now. Both these teams, I'll tell you what, they are going to be fighting their heart out. Sure, the spotlight will mostly be taken by the Hunters Mercenaries game. That will be happening before theirs, but they will still be fighting. That match will still be very exciting.
Yes, it will be, Jack. Which will happen on tomorrow. I mean, it's still 11:50. It's 11:50 p.m. 10 more minutes, and I could say it will be today, but it's still tomorrow. Hunters and Mercenaries will be the upper brackets finals matchup. For now, let's just take a look at the highlights itself between Won't Stop Peaking and Shaheens. In the first half of the rounds, you saw Shaheens were just but just technically they were just currently playing it in a strategic mode. Won't Stop Peaking, on the other hand, they just lost a lot of momentum in the beginnings of the round, losing 4 rounds on defense. They've only won one attack, and that was on round number 5, with the side being on Basement Church. The rest of it was just history. Second half, Won't Stop Peaking were forced to fight till the end. No matter what kind of strategies that Shaheens were performing on attack, it was just thrown under the bus. Won't Stop Peaking, they just relied on their pure gunfight, and they ended up to give a huge fight. And in the end, I've got to appreciate that. Second half, it was a very huge fight. At the end, even both me and Jack had no idea. Like for a moment that we thought Won't Stop Peaking would do the same thing once again, just like they did on map Oregon. But alas, it wasn't as I thought it would be. And Shaheens will end things off by winning round number 10 and succeeding to end the match on a 7-3 scoreline. The main cause of this had to be fatigue, maybe, It's map number 3. It's they went all the way to overtime match point in map number 1 Oregon. It was 7-3 on Chalet, with Won't Stop Peaking having good control, and they were currently the winners when it comes to handling on map Chalet. But on Clubhouse, suddenly it did ended up being in favor for Shaheens once again. Mainly it has to do with the amount of comfort and knowledge throughout the map on Clubhouse. This round exactly, when you saw round number 5, round number 7, actually, yeah, round number 9, second for CCTV, sorry, on round number 8, this round was where Team Shaheens made a slight change on the operators. Just by seeing a bandit being available, they quickly changed to Maverick. They used the same strategy by making slight holes from below the second for CCTV to find the leg of the bandit. Eventually he did get caught out, he did get removed, and with it, just by having that first initial early pick, that was more than enough for Shaheens to claim that round win on second for CCTV. With or without the EMPs, you still got to worry about the Maverick, and eventually Won't Stop Picking, they tried to use the traditional methods. It didn't work out quite well in their favor. 7-3, as we take a look at the match summary itself. Cobra with 13 kills, having 90% cost. And on the side of Team Shaheens, we have Doctor. Amazing performance from this man right here with the mute on defense. He had a lot of kills alongside with Mighty Ali, the crossfire angles that both of them had placed on site second for CCTV. And Jim was so powerful that Won't Stop Peaking, they couldn't break or remove those two perfectly placed crossfire angles. It was just so powerful. Won't Stop Peaking, they kept getting eliminated in the mid rounds, mainly because of these two players. And looking at the scoreboard itself, 12 kills, 3 initial frag outs, and then Mighty Ali having 7 kills in the first half.
Just a pretty good performance from the Shaheens overall. Caesar probably having the quietest map of the 3 that they've played today, but still 4-6 with the 60% cost, so they were still pulling what they could whenever they could. But on the other side, when you look at the scorecard of Won't Stop Peaking, it is unfortunately not quite as good. I mean, Cobra, 13-7 with a 90% KOST. Beautiful stuff. Dark Lord coming in second alongside Mojo in third, 7-8 and 8-8, 80% and 60% respectively. But unfortunately, Desmond and especially Violet having the kind of quiet match that they did, especially Violet, proved to be a bit much for them. Their KOST also not exactly all that great in terms of everything, 40%, not really surviving for a lot of the time either. So just kind of not there today, it seems, in this last map. That is to say, Won't Stop Peaking. They were not, well, they didn't quite perform up to the standards that they would have normally, folks. So that concludes the lower bracket semifinals. Upper bracket semifinals, of course, were taken care of yesterday, and now we are lower bracket semifinals. We're done here, which means that the matches themselves have also been taken care of. Kira Esports versus Phalanx, of course, ended in a 2-0 to Team Phalanx with 2 very quick matches as well. Maps, I should say. And this match, while a little bit longer, significantly longer, as compared to the Kira game, is still one that goes to the Shaheens 8-7, 7-3, and 7-3. quick maps, all things considered. Chalet and Clubhouse. Oregon was the one that really took its time to boil down all the way to the finish line. But it was a good game overall. Couple of unfortunately, unfortunate moments, as it were. But we've talked at length about that. No need to revisit those, as we, of course, will be moving on to the matches that are going to be coming to us tomorrow. So, folks, once again, we hope you're buckled in and you're going to be strapped in, I should say, for tomorrow. As we go into the brackets, tomorrow's matches are going to be fire, and that is quite literally so. Of course, we have the Phalanx Shaheens lower bracket final match. But before that, as we all know, the match that everyone is going to be looking at, Hunters LFO versus Mercenaries. Pretty much a grand final before the grand final. And, I don't want to make any predictions, but whichever team loses that, they're going to the decided finals, right? So they can still make it back. And one of those teams is guaranteed for a top 2 spot regardless. And, something in my gut tells me that Hunters will probably be the one going to the finals tomorrow. But we'll have to wait and watch for that match, folks. Until then, that is going to do it for us here at the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. We are your hosts, Blackjack and Babagusta, and of course, Assassin47, our producer, and all of our admins in the back end. We wish you a very good night, and we'll be back tomorrow with two of probably the best matches that you'll be seeing in the Pro Series Fall Edition so far. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
Esports.